So I want to welcome everybody this morning to our offsite, our Board of Administration and Executive Team offsite meeting in Monterey. I'm excited. This is a new space for us. I hope everybody is comfortable. I'm just excited to be out of the excessive heat of Sacramento. CalPERS offsite meetings are designed to be educational, highlighting information that will be a foundation for the work ahead of us in the next year. And we encourage open dialogue and welcome your questions to make the most of this opportunity to deepen your knowledge. So we are joined in the room today by several stakeholders that have traveled to join us. So welcome and thank you for coming. And we will welcome public comment throughout our 3-day event for those in the room as well as those joining us online. For those joining us online, you simply need to contact us after each presentation by phone at the number 1-800-259-4105. I'm going to say that again for our online folks. That's 1-800-259-4105. You can also provide public comment on site. I think we have request cards. And once you get that, you can fill it out on the they're on the table when you walk in the room, and give it to Tawan Tran. Tawan, where are you? Raise your hand. Okay, there you go. And submit that, and we will take those public comments. Hey, Dee. And with that, do we have to call roll? Is there a roll call? Okay, so I'm going to start with roll call, and then I'm going to pass it over to Ms. Frost.
Teresa Taylor. Here. David Miller. Controller Malia Cohen. Present. Frank Ruffino for Fiona Ma.
Present.
Lisa Middleton. Arena Ortega. Jose Luis Pacheco. Kevin Pauke. Ramon Rubacava, Yvonne Walker, Melissa Willett, Dr. Gail Willis.
Ms. Frost.
Yeah, thank you, President Taylor, and good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you for our annual meeting where we take a little bit of time out of our normal Sacramento day to get together and talk about the issues that will either be facing the pension fund itself or even our operations. But before I preview today's agenda, I do want to give everyone an update on what we're doing for CalPERS retirees in response to the PBI Berwyn Group data breach that we announced last month. It affected just under 769,000 of our retirees whose personal information was exposed. Using current information, CalPERS is one of nearly 300 organizations representing more than 18 million people that were impacted by this incident. We know what an unsettling experience this has been for our retirees, so I want to address what we're doing to make the recovery process as smooth as possible for them. CalPERS so one of the questions we do get is why are we using PBI Berwyn? So part of the fiduciary responsibility that we have is to ensure that proper payments are made to retirees and to the beneficiaries, and then also being able to prevent those instances of overpayments or other errors. Death records in the United States are maintained by each individual state, and practices regarding the recording of deaths do vary quite widely outside of the United States. Turn off my Outlook. Sorry about that. PBI is a third-party vendor that we started working with back in February 22. They not only verify member deaths, but really importantly, identification of members' deaths. They have access to tools and obituary records that provide accurate as well as timely death information across the U.S. and in some cases outside of the U.S. The timely identification of deaths means that we reduce the risk of those overpayments, which becomes increasingly difficult to collect as time passes. As an example, in the 16-month period leading up to last May, this process did help CalPERS identify 11,000 additional member deaths, saving what we estimate to be at least $23 million. And these are deaths that we had about 14,000 or 15,000 that CalPERS identified through members' beneficiaries, notifying the department of a deceased member, but 11,000 of those 26,000 did come through this service that we started contracting with back in February of 2022. So just an update on what we're doing on the contact center side, the email, the special email box that we had set up. We've received nearly 4,000 calls to our own customer contact center. We have an average wait time of about 1 minute, and we fielded additional questions by email and from retirees visiting our regional offices. I'm pleased to report that the email inbox has been staffed by most of the managers on our team, and the service level that we've been able to respond with is approximately 24 hours or less. The special call center we established with Experian reports more than 33,000 calls through last week. And actually, I have some new updated information. So 34,000 calls as of this last weekend, and they've managed to cut the average wait time for callers to around 2 minutes. We were noticing some alarming wait times, and so we did had Experian add about 50 additional contact center agents last weekend, and we were able to bring that call wait time down to something that would be more acceptable in that 1 to 2 minute range. So far, we have about 122,000 members who have signed up for the Experian credit monitoring service. In their estimation, this is a higher than expected response. Compared to other companies, they have helped with security incidents. Now, typically, these are private companies offering this service to consumers or customers and not a pension system membership program. Kim Malm's team is carefully monitoring response rates and doing everything they can to improve the service we provide to our members. We realize how sensitive the situation is, and again, we want to reassure our retirees that we'll do everything possible to help them through the situation. I also want to reiterate that CalPERS data systems were not compromised. I also want to remind members that there are several ways to get more information and talk with our team to understand any next steps, or if they just need reassurance about what we're doing. They can visit the dedicated website, and again, that's calpers.ca.gov with a /PBI. You can send an email inquiry to that special email account that I mentioned, and that's pbiquestions@calpers.ca.gov, or you can call the Customer Contact Center at 833-919-4735. The contact center is available Monday through Friday from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m. and on weekends from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. We'll continue to fine-tune our processes. We have updated the FAQs a couple of times as new questions are coming in from our retirees, and we'll stay vigilant about what we can do to help our members protect themselves. So with that, I'll turn it back over to President Taylor.
Thank you, Ms. Frost. I appreciate that. Excellent report. I'm going to now turn it over to our Chief Investment Officer, Nicole.
We have a public comment.
After this item?
After my report.
Oh, yeah, we do.
Yeah,
Okay.
Jefferson.
We have two.
Okay.
Sorry about that. Hold on a second, Nicole. So we do have public comment following the opening statements. One, let's call up Kathy Jepson, and then the second one is Margaret Brown.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me? It's really nice to be here and see everyone. I always like the offsites. I like this much better, by the way, dating myself, coming here in July than when in the olden days we would come here in February and it was freezing. But that is beside the point. Thank you, Marcy, for your update. I have a small request for you to consider, and that is because we are trying to protect the retirees, I would request, since we really don't know what's happening right now, if we could add a third year to the Experian coverage. And that's my request. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kathy. We got that. So next up is Ms. Margaret Brown.
Good morning. Margaret Brown, former CalPERS board member and currently our PEA active member. I was serving on the board when the audit report came out that said, that showed that we were overpaying after people had passed away. We were having a difficulty recovering those funds. And so the board was made very well aware that we would be contracting with a third-party vendor as well as trying to get an agreement with Social Security. And now here we are a couple of years later, maybe only 1 year later, and now we have this breach. And what I'd like to know is, did our third-party vendor receive a demand for payment, for ransomware demand? I mean, when you read about all these MOVE-IT things, it's all about getting money. And so what I want to know is, did our third-party vendor get a ransomware demand? Did CalPERS receive a ransomware demand? Did CalPERS insurance cover that ransomware demand? I know we have insurance. I was on the board. We have it. Does the vendor have it? And why wasn't it paid? Because now 769,000 members have all their data out there in the public forever, not for 2 years, forever. So my notes say that 16% had signed up because I didn't have the update. It was 111,000. Now I just heard it was 122,000. So my rough calculations, 18% of the people are covered. So 630,000 retirees have no protection forever. This information is out there forever. 2 years is not enough time to protect us. I mean, there are retirees. Cops retire at 50. Their information is out there forever. 2 years is not enough. And I'd like a public response at some time from this board as to about ransomware demands and why it wasn't paid. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair,
Okay. Frank, go ahead. Sorry.
quick comment, Madam Chair, thank you. And first of all, we'd like to thank Marcy and her staff. Is that better? Thank you. You're welcome. We'd like to take the time to thank Marcy and her staff for the for all the help during this process. Our office has received numerous, as you can imagine, numerous calls from various retirees who had difficulties accessing and the Xperia time. And so, and I've shared that with the office, and it's great. But one of the questions that continuously has been asked of us is what could have been done to prevent or avoid this attack? And I know there's some general answer to that question, and we try to give an answer, but I think probably, Marcy, you could give a better answer, or the staff could give a better answer than we have given. So can we put everyone at rest, or can we clearly say, you know, that what would be the answer? Was there anything that could have been done or not to prevent this?
Done on the CalPERS side is what you're speaking of?
Yes, I'm.
Right, so, you know, as we talked about, the reason that we contracted with this particular vendor, and there's a very small community of vendors who actually do this type of work. I would say that, you know, CalPERS coming in February 2022, we were likely a little bit late in joining this kind of service. There was an audit finding, as the public commenter mentioned, that we were trying to respond to, but also weigh the risks of having this data leave CalPERS, you know, the fortified environment of CalPERS, to do this data match. And we used to get these records through the Social Security Administration. When I was in Washington, this was something I dealt with there when the Social Security Administration turned this service off to public pension plans. That caused the rise in these vendors to find a way to, you know, get contracts with public pension plans to at least try to fill a little bit of that gap. And so on our end, as we're looking at the post review, happy to report that out to the board more fully once we're complete. But you know, the moment we made the decision that this data would leave in the manner in which it led, fully encryption key, the entire data file was encrypted throughout from our end. We placed, you know, this data in the hands of a vendor who we had a trusted and a very strong contract with. And that's probably the extent that I can go to at this point, because this could be a pending litigation matter, which you'll get an update on very soon.
Thank you, Ms. Ross. Thank you, Mr. Rufino. And finally, oh, do we have another one?
Yes, and one on the line also.
Okay. So, Ms. Rosemary Knox, if you want to come up, and then I have a commenter on the phones as well.
Thank you, Rosemary Knox, President of RPEA. One thing that concerns me is in regards to the information that was out there. According to open source of information, the ransomware gang began exploiting May 27th and used methods used to steal the data from the underlying MOVEit. The FBI, the Cybersecurity Advisory, and the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency shared with organizations that there was danger. And are you actually monitoring these organizations that send information to organizations to say there is danger out there? Please, the recommendation was to fix your mitigation section. So I'm concerned that also internally that I'm not sure what you've done. So I'm sharing with you what the FBI has said, what other organizations have shared with many corporations. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Knox. Our person on the phone, Susan, is there someone on the phone?
Yes, we have Paul Mercier.
Thank you, go ahead.
Hello?
Hello, we can hear you.
Go ahead, Paul.
Hello? I don't know who I'm speaking to and where.
You're speaking to the entire
this the
board
meeting?
of CalPERS, sir.
Okay. Thank you. I'd like to make a comment about the data breach, and I agree with the other two speakers that 2 years is really not sufficient for retirees. We'd like a little more time on that. And also, I was suggesting that possibly a trust fund be set up to cover future events like this, and also a group to monitor if any of the retirees have become victim of a hack, and that we could share that information with the rest of the retirees. And that's basically all that I wanted to say. My name is Paul Mercier, and I'm RPEA Chapter 90 Treasurer. And let's see, 7-year retiree.
Thank you, Paul. We appreciate your comments. Is there anything else, Christina? Anyone else? All right, thank you. So Nicole, finally, I just want to let Nicole take over and set the stage for today's presentation.
Excellent, thank you. First of all, good morning, and thank you, President Taylor, for your warm welcome. We really look forward to this offsite because, as we mentioned last year, it kind of gives us a chance to sit with the board and allow you to see in our kitchen, as I like to say, what we're really up to and what we've been prioritizing. We've tried today to also keep within the themes of innovation and resiliency, which we try to consistently pull into any of our strategy work. We are very fortunate to welcome some of our strategic partners who are really true thought leaders in their respective areas and delve into mostly today about our investing in sustainability and what it means for asset owners. And then we're going to move right into our Sustainable Investing Strategy 2030, which will be led by Peter Casham, followed by a panel discussion on our diversity, equity, and inclusion initiatives across the investment industry to give you a sense of where the industry is going on that. And finally, Sterling Gunn will just give you a preview of the mid-cycle ALM and SAA. But before we launch into that formal agenda, I just wanted to take a few minutes to share with you some of our most recent activities, again, to give you a bit of in our kitchen. First, I just would like to really start with a huge thank you to the board for your support in our most recent event, the Catalyst event. We were super proud how that went off, and it really involved every single area of CalPERS to pull that off with our partners at CalSTRS. And when we partnered with CalSTRS for our Catalyst Diverse Investment Manager Forum, we really had 3 goals. First was to convene the capital to provide access. It's really hard for emerging diverse managers to access capital, and we thought this was a unique way to do that. Second was to help bring more education, more learning to other institutional investors and pools of capital to really figure out how we can band together to start this flywheel of investing into this emerging diverse manager universe. And finally, when Marcy asked me outright, what is your ultimate goal of this event? I said to see diverse emerging managers get funded and make sure that the money followed where our mouths are. So I'm really pleased to say that we've received incredible feedback on the event. We had over 100 limited partners from across North America. We had close to 300 diverse emerging entrepreneurs and GPs attend the event. 200 industry partners were there for support. And of course, our board was out in full force, which we greatly appreciate, in addition to as many folks as we could get from our own team to interact and engage with the emerging managers. So all in all, it was a huge success. And again, just a big thank you to the board and our teams. Second, I thought we'd just use the opening today just to give you some insights into a bunch of the work that we're doing. We're calling it our Strategy 2030. And just walk you through very high level our strategic roadmap. I think that'll help set the table for when we're together in September, when we reveal our Strategy 2030, and give you a sense of what we've been up to. So as you recall, when I joined last year, we launched into a set of 9, we called them our 9 strategic initiatives, which really, from my perspective, served as a great diagnostic tool to really identify in a kind of a classic SWOT analysis way. What are our strengths? What are our weaknesses? What are the opportunities? And what are the threats? And this tremendous amount of work, which was across each of the managing investment directors, led an initiative. We had cross-asset class teams, et cetera. This really helped to give us our starting point for what we're calling our Strategy 2030 and to create this. So to do this, we've just been, frankly, just rolling up our sleeves and gathering together. Invo's senior leaders have held several working sessions to ensure that our mission, our vision, our principles, and core strategies are aligned to our goal to be best in class by a best-in-class global pension manager. And we are going to work together over the next few months to finalize that strategy. And in the near term, we've also identified our 23-24 strategic initiatives, which again, we'll spend time with the board on in September. We are also in the midst of finalizing a scorecard. We think it's really important to ensure that our objectives are measurable and that we can be held accountable for those outcomes. And finally, we're doing a ton of work around creating a culture that supports high-performing teams. So to summarize for you, so you have a glimpse into some of the tweaks we've made, if we could turn to the next page, please. We made just a few tweaks to our mission and vision statements. We refined our mission statement to add this emphasis to investing sustainably and ensure that we are being paid appropriately for those risks that we are taking. So again, the words are nuanced, but I can assure you, after hours and hours of trying to get these words right so that they mean something to us and they can act as a guidepost. And so that was a brief or a small tweak that we made to our mission. And you can go to the next page, please. We also refined our vision statement to ensure that our North Star is very clear. We want our activities and actions, they must position us towards becoming a best-in-class pension manager. Next page. Next, we sat and we went through a set of core strategies that we feel are essential to becoming best in class. As we know, it starts with people. We know we need to leverage strategic partnerships, which we're well on our way on. We had a bunch of work within the 9 strategic initiatives this year to focus on our risk management and our liquidity management. Operational excellence is a nod to both our cost effectiveness, but as well just our internal processes and making sure we're agile and effective. And innovation, as we've said, is at the core of what we're really trying to lean into. Next page, please. And furthering our journey, we did a bunch of work to articulate our principles. These are really the rules that are going to help govern our actions and help us prioritize our resources. So everything from engaging people and collaborating We talked on and will launch programs we're excited about around personal and professional development, championing accountability, which is a nod to our new scorecard, diversity, equity, inclusion, really leading to better decisions and outcomes, so that ties to our catalyst work. Global mindset is critical. We need to demonstrate our values. We hope that we're showing that we've been improving our communication, and this culture of continuous improvement is really what's going to get us to our North Star of being best in class. So to wrap up our INVO Strategy 2030 sessions, we've reaffirmed our values to best position us, but we know at the heart of all of this is culture. We have a bunch of work to do on culture. So we've engaged a third party to help us with our work on creating a culture to reach our vision of being best in class for Strategy 2030, and it is an across INVO initiative. We started with an offsite that involved ID and MID leaders within INVO, and we have more work to do in August and September. So next steps for the board, if you can turn to the next pages. As we said, in September, we'll be excited to unveil for you our Strategy 2030 work. And similar to last year, we'll roll out our 23-24 strategic initiatives, which again will each be led by an MID or partnering up of MIDs who will create cross-asset class teams, again, hoping to improve diversity of thought as well as collaboration. And we'll be test driving the scorecard with measurable objectives to improve our accountability. And so with that, I'm really excited to kick off a set of sessions. Oh, sure, please.
We have, and I apologize, we'll get to our speakers, our veteran speakers in just a second. We have 7 requested speakers. Are they here in the room? No. On the phone, okay. So Susan, if you want to go ahead.
Yes, Madam President, we have Janice Ewing, CalPERS member. Go ahead, Janice.
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say thank you for, I'm not good with technology. I'm one of the senior retirees. And so I saw the message on my cell phone, and I'm grateful that I was able to call in on my landline because I don't have internet and I'm not proficient with it. But I'm a CalPERS retiree and a CalSTRS retiree because I'm a retired teacher who has government experience, state of California and local. I'm hoping that in the future, following the theme, strength in numbers versus best in class, are we communicating with our legislators? I heard someone mention the FBI, but hopefully, again, we'll bring the different unions together, retirement unions, because I think strength in numbers, we all perhaps have some skills we can support you with. And again, thank you for the notification. It's the first one on my cell phone that I received in the form of an email. And I just don't remember the others. I'm sorry. But thank you again for letting us listen and tune in. I look forward to hearing more meetings like this. Thank you again. And best of health to all of you.
Thank you very much. Susan, our next caller.
Yes, Madam President, we have May Parks. I'd like to speak on the data breach. Go ahead, May.
Yes, good morning. Good morning. I'm a member of the CalPERS for a number of years, both my husband and I, and we were just a little surprised and dismayed when we got the letter from CalPERS saying that our account has been breached. We were kind of wondering how this could have happened and why just certain people in the CalPERS were affected. And also, I listened to a few speakers earlier this morning. We both enrolled into this experience, and we also agree that more than 3 years coverage of this experience service should be allowed so that we can have safety of our account. It.
Did we lose her? Uh-oh. Is that it?
Are we, can you hear me? That was it, yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Susan, our next call.
Yes, Madam President. We have Melly Van Lopo. Go ahead, Melly.
Yes, this is Nellie Van Lomo. I am the area director for the area of Riverside County, San Bernardino County, out in Southern California. I have 6 chapters, approximately 2,200 members in the chapters, and there is concern about this breach. One member expressed concern about why the Attorney General is not involved. And the other one is, why did we choose Experian? Experian has had many breaches of their own information. How was that chosen by the CalPERS board? The other thing that was a concern is the letter we received, that we received 2 years with the agency Experian, but then after that we're on our own. It seemed like it was a selling tool to continue with Experian. So those are the concerns out here in Southern California. We take this, not lightly. We'd like to have some answers to our questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next caller, Susan?
Yes, Madam President, we have Linda, and she'd like to speak about the data breach. Go ahead, Linda. Linda?
Yes, this is Linda, sorry. So I just wanted to comment on the security breach by the third-party contract provider that you had. This is very alarming to all us retirees and the security of our retirement funds, etc. I feel that CalPERS is taking more risk, and I would like them to reconsider their approach on how much risk they are taking, not only in the way they're investing the funds, but also the providers outside of CalPERS that they are utilizing. Thank you.
Thank you, Linda. Susan, go ahead, the next caller.
Yes, Madam President, we have Scott McGowan. Scott, rather.
Scott?
Hello. Hey, thank you so much for all that you do for retirees. Retirees are the primary benefit of CalPERS is, our retirement. I'm a relatively recent retiree, and I've worked hard all my life to keep my credit and my data protected, and was really shocked when I got the letter from CalPERS that my information now could possibly appear on the dark web and, be sold, and I could have identity theft. And, it's something that I guess, because it's such critical information that, can't be changed, your date of birth and your social security number, there's no way to, protect yourself outside of, locking down all your credit and everything for the rest of your life. And it's, very concerning that this got leaked out, that confidential information, has been safeguarded all my life through all my employers. They don't put your social security number on your paycheck or anything. It's all, very, very much secured. So I'm very disappointed in that respect, but I do appreciate all that the board does for retirees. So those are my comments.
Thank you, Scott. Susan? Next person.
Yes, Madam President, we have Rebecca Boston. She'd like to speak on implications for asset owners.
Hi, thanks so much and good morning. My name is Rebecca Rothbaum. I'm a former tenant of 310 East 12th Street in New York's East Village. I'm here today on behalf of our Golden Finch Tenant Association to ask that you halt future investments in the New York and London-based private equity firm Meadow Partners, which last August acquired our building and its sister building on East 11th Street. For years, our buildings were home to a wide cross-section of New Yorkers, including public employees like your members, as well as artists, activists, and writers. Many raised families there. But Meadow Partners has changed all that. After it bought our buildings, it fought longtime tenants with rent increases in the thousands. Many more tenants like me were forced out of their homes when Meadow refused to renew our leases. We were given no explanation. Of course, we know why Meadow is displacing our neighbors. The firm told Crane's New York Business in a story announcing the purchase last summer that they believed the market rate units were underpriced, adding, quote, high rents and demand in the city should mean room for growth, unquote. Unfortunately, this is all legal in New York, which unlike California, does not have a just cause eviction law. Our tenant association has worked to draw attention to this situation and Meadow's shameful treatment of its tenants. These efforts have resulted in press coverage, including a May 24th feature in New York Magazine titled A Sale and a Suicide on East 12th Street, about our former neighbor, Charlie Finch, who jumped to his death after the sale of the building. As New York Magazine wrote, for the tenants trying to stay, Finch's death was an omen, the end of an era of a certain type of New York life, one that the city will no longer sustain. Private equity firms like Meadow Partners are destroying our cities by driving out all but the wealthiest residents. CalPERS adopted a policy that it will not participate in real estate strategies that rely on or result in displacing tenants. While CalPERS investment with Meadow Partners is not directly violating that policy, Meadow Partners as a company is engaged in doing exactly that. For that reason, we ask that you cease all investment in Meadow Partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Is there anybody else? Susan?
No, that concludes our public comment right now.
Okay, I do have a comment in the room, but I want, if there's specific questions on the data breach, I think we're going to try to get back to folks. Otherwise, our next person is in the room, Elnora Fretwell.
Good morning, Elnora Fretwell with CSR. Can you hear me? It's a question. I want to make sure I give out the right information. Now, my members, I've been letting them know that the only reason why you went with PBI because Social Security stopped doing it. And so that's what I'm spreading out. That's the reason why. But then someone said that's not the reason why. So I want to make sure I'm giving the right reason. So if it comes from y'all, they can do. I tell everybody to go to the website, get information. Do not always listen to what everyone says because sometimes we get it wrong, but to check there. So now, they said that you had a choice at one time to pick Social Security or PBI. And I said that's not true. So if y'all can clear that up and give the statement today, that way it's on record, because like I said, I keep saying you had no choice, Social Security stopped, so I can make sure I'm giving my members the right information. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. You are giving the members the right information. So Social Security stopped this service for public pension plans and others back in 2011. And so there was no choice to only go to the Social Security Administration. So that left communities like CalPERS in the situation where we had to find another data source to get this information. We chose PBI back in late 2021, early 2022, which is very similar to what most of the other large pension plans do as well.
Thank you, Ms. Frost, and I can confirm my agency also was disallowed from using them around 2011, 2012. So I think that's it. So I'm going to throw it back to Nicole Musico so she can introduce our speakers.
Great, thank you very much. I'm really excited and pleased to introduce our first session. We're going to be talking about sustainable investing and the implications for asset owners. And we're delighted to have Karen Carneal-Tambour, who is a co-CIO of Bridgewater. And a real thought leader and someone that I read all the time and get tremendous insights from. So Karen, thank you for making the trek. Thank you for being such a great partner to us at CalPERS. And Travis and Peter are really the driving force behind our sustainable investing strategy. And so this panel should be really insightful, and I'm excited to kick it off. So Peter, over to you.
Great, thank you, Nicole, and thank you everyone for joining. It's a real pleasure to be here. My name is Peter Cashin. I'm the head of sustainable investments at CalPERS, and we're really delighted to be joined by Karen Carniel-Tambor. As Nicole said, she is the co-chief investment officer at Bridgewater, and also leads this firm's sustainability investing efforts. So she has the ideal background to share with us her insights and perspectives on this, each of the components of E, S, and the G, and the implications for an asset owner. We're also joined by my colleague Travis. He's an investment director, and he covers the financial markets area and our net zero work. Before we jump into the presentation, I'd like to address a question that was raised by the board in our last session with Mark Carney. In that session, Mark Carney referenced a ratio of 4 to 1, which was the needed investment in clean energy, low carbon solutions as compared to fossil fuel over the decade from 2020 to 2030. And he said for the transition to be effective and to increase that level of clean energy, low carbon investment, the ratio needed to reach 4 to 1. So for every dollar put towards fossil fuel investment, we needed $4 towards low carbon energy. So the board asked, well, where does CalPERS' portfolio sit in this regard? So the short answer is the ratio is 3.75. The way we calculated that is we looked at our infrastructure portfolio and we compared the amount of renewable green infrastructure and also transition investments and compared that to our fossil fuel. So that was a ratio of 3.75. Transition means those investments that are promoting a company to go from a higher emitter, so a brown company, towards a green company. And that for us is a very important component of the transition. But if we did remove that number, so just looked at renewable plus green infrastructure, the ratio would be 2.5 to 1. So that's in response to the question that was posed earlier. We do intend to continue to grow those numbers in terms of renewable investments and in particular transition. Okay, so when we were determining what we should cover in this session, we also really wanted to focus on making it educational, interactive, informative. And we spent some time speaking to Nicole and Marcy, the board members, to see what are some of the key questions that you would like us to cover. So these are the 6 main items that we came up with. And in the course of the presentation, we'll do our best to address these. So the first one is really defining what is sustainability, why is it important, and how does it influence CalPERS' sustainable investment vision. The second is why is our net zero plan more effective than simply divesting and fully aligned with our fiduciary duty. And as we know, this has been a very timely and topic in the headlines recently. The third is why should we prioritize decarbonizing the economy rather than just decarbonizing the portfolio? And this is a really important distinction that we'll get into, and that our approach will lead to wider benefits for the economy and not just look at in an isolated fashion our own portfolio. The fourth, which is really exciting to me, is what is the opportunity set associated with climate, and how will it capture both new technology and this transition of companies that I mentioned earlier, this brown to green concept. The last 2 items, and Travis will lead on commenting here, is how is corporate engagement effective? That's a really long-standing important part of CalPERS' role. And lastly, what are the evolving human capital trends that our strategy will focus on. So in terms of an outline, we'll try to stay on time. I know we have a lot to cover. In the spirit of being interactive and a bit educational, we're going to kick off with a series of interactive questions. It's a multiple choice. You will be tested on these, so okay, maybe not. But I think for me, actually, after we prepared them, I personally learned some new information. So hopefully you'll find that interesting. Next, of course, we'll have Karen, and she'll set the scene and provide an overview of climate change and what are the implications for us as asset owners, which of course is incredibly important. Then we'll have a short break, and we'll jump into our Sustainable Investment 2030 strategy, and Travis and I will walk you through that, closing with some next steps and where do we go from here. Okay, so so our first question, these are one of our five interactive questions. So historically, how many years has it normally taken to adopt new forms of energy? So this is looking back at different types of energy like coal, natural gas, renewables. How many years does it take for those to form a meaningful part of the energy mix? So the answer is C in the top right corner there. You have 50 years is the years that it takes for an energy source to begin supplying 5% of global demand. So as you can see, we have the different types of energy: coal, crude oil, natural gas. And the thing that really strikes me is that it's really taken decades for major energy sources to provide a significant share of global supply. And why is really this important? Well, first, it takes time. Second, we have a new form of energy, which is renewables. And based on lessons of the past, this could take a long time for it to become a meaningful part of the energy mix. So that's a bit concerning, frankly, because time is one thing we do not have. So with that historical context, though, in that it does take time in the past, the positive for me is that this movement to renewables is happening much faster than it has historically. So we've gone to 5%, 2019 at 12%, and it's actually significantly stepped up beyond that in 2023. So this transition to renewables is happening much faster than it has historically, which is definitely a good sign. But it also means that the priority and the impetus for us to invest significantly more, as Mark Carney was saying, this 4-to-1 ratio is really important and imperative.
Okay, so the next question, how much annual, every year, incremental green CapEx will be needed this decade relative to the prior decade to fund reaching net zero by 2050 around the world? In other words, how much extra money do we have to invest every year in addition to the past in order to put enough into the economy that we can get there? Nice job. So $3 trillion.
That's right.
$3 trillion a year. Cheated. So this is a map that is loose, but just gives you a sense of how wide the opportunity set is going to be, how many parts of the economy we're going to have to invest in. It really is, Peter brought from a perspective of how long it usually takes to transition from energy, but energy just underpins so much of what we do that making this transition really means taking almost everything in the modern economy and in some very critical way changing it, changing the foundation on which we kind of create economic activity. And so it crosses a massive amount of the economy, what needs to happen to get there. That's a very wide opportunity set. And one of the things tough for investors is that not all of these opportunities will come to fruition. In other words, we're going to have an image that what we need to do to get away from fossil fuels is, for example, to go create hydrogen infrastructure or nuclear generation, and that may or may not pan out. Those may be a bigger or smaller part of that shift. So it's a very wide range of things we would need to do, and we don't necessarily have a map of what are all the pieces that we're going to have to invest in along the way, but we certainly know it is large with $3 trillion a year of additional investment.
All right, off to EVs. What % of global light-duty passenger car sales were EVs, electric vehicles, last year? B, all right, 9%, okay. But when we look at this type of question, first of all, you can see the chart. And the chart only goes up to about 7%. So already we're off to a good start just because it's not even fully captured within the graphic in and of itself. So at 9%, we're really talking about pure EVs. These could be those vehicles that basically do not have any type of combustion engine whatsoever. But there's also another set of vehicles as well that should also be considered, and those are hybrid plug-in type of vehicles. When you do consider those hybrid plug-in vehicles, such as the Prius Primes, then that actually escalates the number up to about 13%. And these are global type of figures, very encouraging. You can see just over the last couple of years the tremendous amount of growth. At the same time, you should be able to see some of these lines that are solid lines at the bottom. One that I want to be able to really highlight is the yellowish golden line. And as you can see, it's about 1%, but this is the EV share of light-duty vehicle fleet. What does that mean? It means, all right, we have a tremendous amount of growth as far as who's actually buying these type of vehicles every single year going forward, but if we take into consideration all those vehicles that are currently on the road today, what % of those type of vehicles, that population of vehicles, is actually electric vehicles? And that figure is actually much closer to 1%. So that's a little bit discouraging, but we can see that this type of pace is really starting to pick up. One question you might be having is, well, why is it so slow on that type of bottom line? Why is it only 1%? And the reason is because people own vehicles for a long time, and then they sell vehicles, and the next owner owns vehicles. And altogether, if you look at the average lifespan of a vehicle, it could be 12, 13 years on average on the road. So it gets a good amount of lifespan. One thing that's also perhaps encouraging is that beyond just EVs, you have to think about all the components that exist within the supply chain. So there's plenty of investment opportunities that are going to exist. There's going to be winners and losers on the individual models. Some are going to be profitable, some are not. There's going to be a ton of different types of models that are going to be rolling out over the next couple of years. But regardless of those type of individual models, many different types of industries are going to be winners. They're going to be providing the picks and shovels, the different components that are going to be brought into all these different EVs. One other aspect I do want to highlight is that California tends to be a leader very much so in climate space, electric vehicle type of space. And so we'll go off the cuff here and just see if anyone wants to, perhaps even in the audience, shout out and say what % of electric vehicles, including plug-in hybrids, are actually these EVs over the last 2 quarters of this year. In California. Thank you, Teresa. Yeah. All right, we're looking at about 21 to 23%. Pretty significant, well above the global average of 13%. So California is well on its way, and then I think the other consideration, just to be able to be providing a little bit more of a fair type of and balanced type of view, is you can see how steep that slope is on that dotted line. Now, we shouldn't expect that type of slope to continue to be at that type of pace. You will see some type of fluctuations over a year based upon the broader economy. And even right now, over the last quarter, even though California has some wide adoption, you have seen supplies of EVs decently increased, especially just during this last quarter. And then because of this increase in supply, the competitive nature as more and more models have been rolled out, you've also seen some price cuts. Now that's actually beneficial to the consumer, but there's a balanced type of approach, this ebb and flow, that will exist over time.
make this interactive and ask a question. So first of all, I'm a little disappointed in the $3 trillion, but, and I cited to Ms. Frost here because I remember when, and I'm old, guys, when I was in elementary school talking about acid rain, talking about climate change in the 70s, very early 70s. So this is kind of disappointing that we're here and still have to put, you know, $3 trillion a year in because everyone seems to be so recalcitrant when it comes to, you know, the investment markets. So that's just a comment. But what my question was, as we get to the 9%, is there, Travis, what do you think would help push it? Would it be government intervention with, like, I mean, we already do tax breaks, but something else? And especially like for fleet, right? We're not seeing a lot of fleet, but we're seeing consumers try to change their behavior. It's a little pricey for me and a lot of state workers. It's a little hard for us to like buy a fully EV vehicle because they're very pricey. So what are some of the avenues that either CalPERS can help push regulatory-wise or investment-wise that we can engage with?
Yeah, there's multiple trends here that are coming into play. You know, one larger question is for EVs, largely, many families have multiple cars, and so it's not necessarily having all cars being EVs. It's being able to tackle this type of different approach. You know, still amongst different surveys, this range anxiety does exist. So that is preventing some of the adoption. But there is a significant number of investments that are being led to be able to add on more interstate, more freeway, highway type of chargers. So that's one component. In areas outside of the U.S., you have, you know, different types of public transportation.
That we don't have yet.
That's a bit more difficult in a population density such as the United States. You also have certain policy aspects that have been providing some type of tailwind, especially during this last few years and perhaps going forward as well, which are these type of subsidies. But you know, in California, where you know everything is a little bit more expensive, but the wages tend to be a little bit higher as well. You know, there isn't some type of normalization that occurs for California or for other high-cost type of living. That's something that perhaps could have been a little bit more beneficial for California type of residents compared to other states. And based upon this, you might see many middle-class families that are actually ineligible from these type of subsidies.
And Teresa, I think you hit a key point on the commercial vehicles and light-duty vehicle fleets. That's where the adoption really needs to accelerate. So investing in solutions that are targeted towards.
How do we get Amazon Prime? Or, you know, there's a ton of those vehicles. I don't know how many actual big trucks I pass, but
right.
Also just the vans that go all over our neighborhoods.
Right. Well, they were an early investor in Rivian to try to electrify their fleet. So yes, I think that's a really prominent example because you see them everywhere. And we'll see in a later slide, commercial vehicles make up a significant share of gas consumption. So to not address that segment, we'll be missing a gap for promoting the transition.
Peter, let me add one comment on that, which is this question connects really well to the topic on corporate engagement, which is this whole conversation. One of the really amazing things that's happening from investors having this in their list of priorities and thinking this is part of their governance is that companies from kind of across the different elements that touch this are making it a priority to think about these issues. And so as an example, you have companies like Amazon saying, we know that we have to start asking that question about ourselves because our investors are going to be asking us, what about your footprint? And that might not be the most important thing Amazon is doing, but if you zoom out, you say, well, they have a lot of cars on the road that are doing delivery for us all. And so one of the things that's so powerful about, you know, CalPERS and others like you engaging this is that you are owners of companies that hit this problem from so many different elements, and then they start prioritizing it, and it takes all that combination of those types of pressures to get $3 trillion of investments. It takes a lot of different stakeholders to bring together against that problem.
Thank you, Karen. I appreciate it. Anybody else? Jose and Lisa. I don't know who was first, so I'm going to go with Jose and then you, Lisa. I don't have my little thing here, so.
Let me see if I can get, can you all hear me?
A little closer, Jose?
Yes. Can you all hear me now?
Yes.
Very good. I can even hear myself. So I'd like to go back to the interactive question number 1 and the chart, Peter, that you brought up. And I wanted to understand something, and I just from my understanding on this, with respect to the modern renewable rate here, and I see this acceleration in renewable. Now, in your opinion, I mean, given all the things that are changing, like for instance, there's a concept in technology called the Moore law, where you change every 18 months, the chips become smaller and smaller and smaller. And it's kind of a sign or indicative of technological advancement, acceleration. Do you feel in this particular case that because of the incredible amount of technological R&D that we're doing now, moving things faster and faster, this is going to be accelerating? And I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that, if you can elaborate a little bit on that. One, that's my first question. And then my second question is on, back to, let me get the chart, back on number 9 for Travis, and also a combination with Karen as well, with respect to the what opportunities there are in order to accelerate this. And what Teresa had mentioned as well is from a regulatory standpoint, but I would say more in terms of a legislative standpoint. For instance, the Inflation Reduction Act, it's my understanding that that act has provisions that are specifically designed around increasing, us to become for more corporations to become from brown emitters to green emitters. And what ideas or thoughts could we do to make sure that we extend that? So maybe this might be the Inflation Reduction Act 0.1, but sometime later might be 2.0. I'm just curious what your thoughts are on that, because I think this is just not a static thing. It has to be continuous, because if we're going to achieve our 2050 net zero accomplishment, we need to be very active about this. So those are the two questions. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Mr. Pacheco. So on technology, listen, this is an excellent point, and I think technology is really what will save us. There are innovations that are under development that are not yet reflected in that line, and we'll see in some later slides how we believe that technology will actually further accelerate things. And I think if we look at the life cycle of the renewable energy and climate industry, if we look back to the technology revolution, so let's transport back to 1990, 1992, and we're looking at companies like Microsoft and Cisco and wondering if these will be good investments. So we all know how that played out. I think that we are in the same stage in terms of the sustainable investing revolution. We're in the second inning at an early stage, looking at certain companies that are going to be massive, and a key driver of that will be technology. So the key is to figure out who those will be. One of our investment strategies, particularly under private equity domain, will be to look at climate tech funds and climate tech solutions. And as you said, there's significant investment happening in that. And whether it's green hydrogen or software that improves utilization, efficiency for renewable energy, that will be a key accelerator of this development.
Sure, and just to add on to that slide, if you think about Moore's Law, there's also been significant advancements in DNA sequencing. That's also another prime example of where you've just seen this, this price decrease is just so substantial. It's hard to even fathom. But you've also, outside of those two, the cost of solar itself, solar manufacturing, has actually dramatically decreased already. It's also been largely following the examples that have already been mentioned. But that's to one point. The next phase is you actually have to have someone manually, labor, actually install that. And that doesn't necessarily follow Moore's Law. In fact, it actually kind of goes the opposite. unless you have certain other technological advancements that are able to use less humans to be able to do the same aspect. Now that goes a little bit counter and everything. So I think we have to understand that there are going to be some type of inflationary consequences based upon this type of green transition. And at the same time, not all that is necessarily completely bad. There will be more job growth as well. Now, to kind of transition more over to this as far as what type of incremental steps can be done, especially as a regulatory and legislative type of aspect. California, once again, has been a leader, especially from its EPA type of standards and having a significant amount of influence across the entire federal body and many other type of states that do follow California. So I think it's good to also understand, and weave in the just transition, understanding the implications that not everyone can afford an EV, 100% EV at this time. Exactly. But perhaps, over time, as our California EPA continues to advocate for increased pressure based upon different fuel standards, that the penetration rate of hybrid EVs or plug-in EVs will be significantly higher than where it stands today. And so it's those incremental wins that should really be focused on the next steps, during this time phase over the next 10 plus years. Because the IRA Act, Inflation Reduction Act, in and of itself is a 10 plus year type of commitment. Exactly. That will be contributing at a guarantee, $300+ billion, but could well exceed $1 trillion+ of benefits to America. So those are some examples of really where we can focus in on. That might not necessarily be the first of thought where we just are focusing on 100% EVs. We can get a large movement outside of just the pure 100% EVs.
Very good then.
I'll just add one more. I think there's a huge opportunity for us at CalPERS to align ourselves with real thought leaders, real strategic partners to unlock some of this IRA funding where our investment can actually be de-risked in the equity by having government sponsored type loans, just for example. And so, a big part of our overall strategy has been to be thoughtful about who we're partnering with, make sure that we are in an economical arrangement that makes sense for both sides, but really lean into the fact that we can really put capital at scale to work alongside smart friends. And so that's part of our very near-term strategy.
Thank you all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Karen, did you want to say something else? Hold on, I got one more board member. Ms. Middleton?
Okay, thank you. First a comment and then a question. As someone who drove an EV from Palm Springs to here yesterday, I can tell you that the number of charging stations to gas stations is nowhere close to 9%. It's probably somewhere close to 0.1%, but I got here.
Yeah, that would be my fear.
So, but the question, and I'm very impressed with the chart that you have for interactive question number 2, and the $3 trillion that needs to be invested worldwide, as I understand it, annually. As you try to assess where we need to be investing at CalPERS, what are the kind of measurements that you're looking at to identify where we will have the greatest amount of impact, both financially and for the climate, in the first part of what is going to be a very long-term 25 to 27-year investment process?
Thank you for the question. So the short answer is we should look everywhere. All of those elements, and this is why we like this slide, because it really breaks down what is the, from an energy standpoint, what are the pockets of investable areas and asset classes. And as you'll see later in the presentation, we're being quite systematic at looking at each asset class that CalPERS has, and how will this sustainable investment strategy translate into opportunities for us. With driver number 1 being, how can we make money? How can we generate outperformance? Second, how can we reduce the risk of our portfolio? And third, how do we can do this to contribute to the whole transition process of the global economy? So it's kind of a high-level response, and we can certainly get into some of the detailed points. Travis, I don't know if you want to add any compliments there. But, you know, the most evident kind of tangible ones are in the infrastructure area, because it's the clean energy, it's this transition brown to green. The slightly newer, more esoteric ones will be in the climate technology investments that we briefly touched on earlier. We see it in public equities, and Karen's background is specializing in this area, how to tap in, whether it's picking a small portfolio of winners from the energy and sustainability transition, or whether it's doing it on a broad-based index approach. So for me, the exciting part is that the opportunities are going to abound across asset classes and across types of investments, whether it's public, private, even on the debt side, we're seeing lots of interest and demand.
So as a board member, the challenge I find myself is trying to be able to adequately document that we're making the right investments for the future and carrying out our fiduciary responsibility. It makes sense that as an economy is fundamentally changing from fossil fuels to renewable energy, that there's going to be some incredible financial opportunities in that transition. But we've got to be able to document these investments that we're making are paying off both financially and in terms of their impact on the climate.
Thank you. Definitely agree. And we will get a little more deep on that topic when we talk about ESG integration and reporting and monitoring of our portfolio. In fact, as part of our net zero plan, measuring emissions in each portfolio, each asset class, and rolling that up to the overall and measuring where we are in terms of targets is one of the key things we're developing.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts.
Great questions. Go ahead, Peter.
Yeah, no, these are fantastic questions. I'm very happy it's as interactive as it is. I'm not sure who's managing the time. We
I
might
think
end up
Yvonne
going
had a
over.
question. I do apologize.
Just one quick question, and I don't know if it has an impact or if it should. So the California Public Utilities Commission just came out with, so for solar panels on houses, right? They would do you'd get a financial break if you were putting them on, and that's apparently going away, right? The tax breaks that they've given on electric cars and some of that is going away. So what does that impact have on how we're looking, if we want people to move into that direction, right? And we know that it's an expensive direction. So people who don't have the financial wherewithal, they count on those things. And so what does that do to our investments, if anything? And should CalPERS then be looking at, advocating for more rather than less? Because it seems counterintuitive for me, for the legislature to say, like, we want you all out of fossil fuels, but then not move and say, okay, we want you out of fossil fuels, and we are going to commit the investment over here so that we can then logically move you out. So just how are those, they're two inconsistent things in my mind.
Yeah, no, it's an excellent point. Maybe I'll ask Travis to comment on the California specific, because that's he has deeper knowledge there. I'll say that on the federal level, the IRA, Inflation Reduction Act, does specifically do those two things for rooftop solar and for electric vehicles. So, if you had to choose between the two, I guess I would want the federal and the $370 billion plus that is putting to work. But it would obviously be better if California was also continuing, because as you said, it's really important to provide the additional incremental incentive, whether it's to pay more for an electric vehicle or to have renewable energy capacity in your own home.
I'll keep it quick, and then I want to make sure that Karen to chime in. I know she's been waiting. You're right. There are certain subsidies that are no longer going to be existing universally for all individual households. As mentioned before, there are a number of different constraints, especially that will be affecting perhaps California households to a certain degree more so than the rest of the United States, based upon the income limitations that exist. There has also been California legislation in the past regarding required household rooftop solar. There's certain opt-outs in that, but nonetheless, that's a significant cost, an upfront cost when people are largely making the largest purchase in their life already. And then you compound that on interest rates that are where they are right now, and it becomes very challenging, especially when buying new homes that are requiring this. And it goes back also to the implications of the choices that we're making and where we're putting our advocacy efforts. And what might sound like something that makes a ton of sense, mandatory rooftop solar, it may not necessarily actually be the best thing as far as providing a return for individuals, and then also providing that type of social aspect or environmental aspect of reducing carbon emissions. So the amount of reduction in carbon emissions per dollar that's spent is not actually as significant on rooftop solars as it is on utility scale solars. So that's something that, as we do see legislation pop up over time, we're going to make sure that we're going to be advocating for what's in the best interest of the system, of the total fund. There's also other changes which we've discussed, I believe, over in November as far as net energy metering 3.0. That's changing the pricing dynamic in California. I won't go into that deep right now, but it's incentivizing much more battery storage due to the consideration that we have excess solar, excess renewables at certain parts of the year and certain parts of the day. So it's to be able to balance that load throughout the day, which helps out. But nonetheless, these are still systems that are expensive for many Americans.
Another thing I'd add to, both Yvonne and Jose, you guys are hitting on a really important thing in your question, which is that, these policies really do set the groundwork for what incentives are going to be out there to do any of this $3 trillion of investing. That we can't rest on our laurels and assume that any of this will happen, that a transition will occur. Something needs to actually incentivize every economic player, whether it's a household choosing what to do, a business choosing what to do, to decide to take actions in this direction. And we have such a history where there's already so much in the system that actually incentivizes fossil fuels, because that was, the right thing to do in the past, that, we're at a very important crossroads. I love how Jose said, this was, the Inflation Reduction Act was like version 1.0. There's gonna have to be a version 2.0 and 3.0. We've got a long path here, and all of these are gonna be gearing at making smarter and smarter and more efficient uses of resources to undo the starting point where fossil fuels are actually advantaged by old policies and create the new incentive set that allow this to happen. And as an investor, that's a critical thing to watch, because some of these things won't be economic without the right set of incentives out there. Okay, so I'm going to go to the fourth interactive question, which is what percentage of global electricity generation did renewables make up last year? And this is globally, although I'll show the country results too. Anybody care to take a guess? Okay, so it's about 30%, which is both promising and disappointing. So the reason this is such a great question is because in the conversation till now, we've kind of taken for granted that electric vehicles are, a good idea in our transition. But really, all this electrification only ends up mattering for climate change if we make our electricity from a source that actually doesn't have emissions. And you can see here everywhere around the world, the blue dots, or the renewable share of electricity, is higher than the overall. And so what that means is the non-electricity part of energy is much dirtier. And so it's generally a good idea to get as much of the economy as possible electrified so that we can kind of get on this path. But it's nowhere near the bulk. So when you move to an electric vehicle, you're still, in the United States, having more than 50% of that electricity in the background is actually not clean. So you kind of have to do both. You have to both electrify the fleet, electrify as much as you can, and at the same time get all the utilities that create electricity to transition. And, you know, newer coal, natural gas plants, these are also 30, 40-year life cycle, just like, you know, Travis had talked about how cars, people buy them and plan to use them for many years or sell them to the next person. Certainly a company making an investment in a new plant to generate electricity is not planning on transitioning out without a lot of good incentives to do so. And you're seeing how much one of the critical parts of the Inflation Reduction Act is actually giving electricity providers a strong incentive to say, every new dollar of electricity that I'm going to bring online, I'm going to make sure it's green because I'm getting all these incentives to do so. So that's the kind of second part of the strategy to make it work.
Hold on, I have a question, Ms. Middleton. I want to remind the board before you start, I don't have a screen, so wave at me, text me.
Yeah, remarkable chart. When I'm looking at Brazil and Canada, is that largely hydro that is driving the
Yes.
incredible percentages that they have?
Yes.
All right. Is Europe hydro as well? Because that is a pretty remarkable number, double what the U.S. has.
I believe so.
Yes, I don't think there's that much hydro, maybe in Scandinavian regions, but a lot of wind, solar in southern Europe.
And some parts of Europe, there's a lot of nuclear.
I was going to say nuclear power.
France is 90% nuclear, I believe, so, yeah.
So some lessons for us.
Yeah, I think IRA will help accelerate that in the U.S., but yeah, clearly there are others ahead.
Right.
All right, our last interactive question. So global demand of oil is expected to decrease by what percent by 2050? So could D, or increase by 5%. C. Okay, let's see. Correct. So this number actually surprised me a bit. I thought the reduction in oil demand by 2050 would be lower, meaning it would be a 25, 30%. And frankly, as we look on the chart on the left, there's a whole series of acronyms there, and those are the estimates from different organizations, from OPEC to International Energy Agency, which OPEC, perhaps not surprising, is the highest, IEA is the lowest, but these are all estimates of what the decrease in oil demand will be by that date. So starting in 2030 to 2050, by how much will it decline? So basically the average of those numbers is 10%, which, yeah, it doesn't seem as large as you would think. However, in those 20 years, there will be huge increases in the overall demand for energy. So the fact that oil is declining is still material. One of the reasons why you may ask the question, well, why doesn't it decline more? And this is why we showed the chart on the right side, which shows the breakdown of oil demand by sector. And one thing that strikes you is that it's really broad. It covers a large swath of the economy. Basically, half of it is transport related and the other half is non-transport. And within that, there are some segments that are harder to decarbonize, aviation and shipping for one. And as we discussed earlier, road freight and commercial vehicles have been slower on the adoption of electric vehicles. On the left side, we see power, chemicals. These are industries that we will work to accelerate that transition from brown to green. Additionally, oil refineries, they have considerable emissions in the refining and production process. So working with them to reduce their Scope 1 emissions will be very important. One thing that this doesn't capture, though, is that the whole question of technological change and leapfrog and advances. So I think if we can have new technologies that come on faster than anticipated, let's say it's green hydrogen, that there could be faster displacement of traditional oil use and hence demand. So complex picture, but, you know, it's always good to know the facts and that, you know, things don't happen overnight.
Can I, Karen, before you start yours, I have to bring this up because it came to me over the weekend. So how do we combat this, right, with oil companies quietly walking back their commitments to Paris? How do we do this? And what do we have to do? How does CalPERS, I guess for Travis and Peter, how does CalPERS move that in the other direction? Because it's, I mean, here we are in the hottest record ever, and yet they came out this month, of all months, saying they're quietly walking this back. One of the companies, I think it was Shell, actually said, we're making so much money. So how do we combat this?
Right.
I mean, and so are we. I get it.
Right. Well, of course, engagement is one area, but it can help, it can push, but ultimately we're not the final decision makers. The second area is board action. You know, there are some success stories with Exxon putting multiple members who are have a more sustainability focus. Yes, you know, in working with them to reduce their emissions from their own production and investing in those technologies. Yeah, it's not a simple problem to solve.
Hopefully I'll hit on this somewhat as well.
Karen? Anybody else? Did anybody else want to
Sure.
comment? Travis?
You know, ultimately, I think you already hit it on the head as far as we're making money from this. And people are making actual individual decisions to be able to actually go out and fill their car up or produce anything from this plastic cup to the shoes on our feet. Those are all individual consumer behavior type of decisions, which are so sticky, so challenging to be able to actually change the mindsets, you know, the hearts and mindsets of individuals. Typically,
Yeah, but at the same time, these things are more costly. So people can't afford to buy natural, not right, or electric cars. Like I said earlier, a lot of my state workers couldn't afford an electric vehicle. There's just no way.
Yeah.
Right? When you're talking about the plastic cups, yes, we can make the conscious decision to not purchase those when we're looking for disposable cups, right? Or we can make the conscious decision to make buy the disposable saran wrap and garbage bags and all of that stuff. But at the same time, that's not the main polluter. The main polluters are the oil companies. So my problem is when they start saying, after we have engaged with them, what do we do when they start saying, oh, well, we're just making too much money. We're not going to abide by our commitments. What do we do? I don't think there's a simple answer to this.
Sure.
By any means. I'm not trying to hold your feet to the fire. I just think it needs to be acknowledged and addressed.
The one other aspect that I would just add is understanding just like the physical constraints of production in and of itself, and understanding that these industrial and manufacturing type of processes where they do contribute to a large, you know, aspect of emissions differ depending on where they're actually produced and with what technologies they're produced. So the fact that, you know, under this current administration is incentivizing nearshoring and onshoring, that will benefit. It's going to be a laggard type of effect. It's not going to be, you know, overnight, of course, but the energy efficiency, the amount of oil that's actually demanded, you know, locally might actually increase, but from a global standpoint, it might actually decrease by being able to increase efficiency. So those are things that will be productive and beneficial towards changing the demand aspect.
I think government policy will be a key driver here as well, and if in the future there is a price on carbon, and producers are, whether it's through a carbon tax or carbon trading, I think that would be a key changer. And Europe is kind of further along on the road on that.
I'm not going to hold our breath for the United States. through proxy voting, is that what you're saying? Yeah, I don't know, if you couldn't, too late now, but
Yeah,
I hope everybody heard,
Yeah, so in the future, if you weigh in.
which you were trying to do, and I
Yeah,
was trying to
yeah,
push the
turn-
button
turn-
for you.
turn me off.
No, it was off.
Okay. So, as I said, we're thrilled to have Karen with us. I'll give a short introduction. In addition to being co-CIO, she leads the sustainability efforts, overseeing the design of new investment solutions with both financial and sustainability objectives. Karen has been at Bridgewater since 2006. After graduating right out of school from Princeton, she joined. And she is also included in Fortune's 40 Under 40 most influential leaders in business in 2019, and has been named to Barron's list of most influential women in U.S. finance for 3 years in a row. Pretty impressive. Thank you very much, Karen, for joining.
Well, thanks for having me. I really hope that I can help shed more light on the question that you asked, Teresa, which is I don't consider yet answered, and is at the core of a lot of this. I'm going to speak to what I think is going to be most relevant, but I loved the interactivity so far, so don't worry about interrupting and asking questions and taking a different direction. I'm going to give a very quick intro of who we are at Bridgewater and what we do, mostly so you have a little bit of context of kind of where I'm coming from and approaching the question before delving in. Bridgewater's been around over 50 years, and I would summarize our mission as deep, fundamental understanding of economies and markets. So trying to really dig in and understand when you look at the economy, when you look at financial markets, what are the cause-effect relationships? When one thing happens, what is next? If you think about the conversation we just had, and this was such a fun, interactive Q&A session, that's all we're really doing, right? We're talking about those cause-effect relationships of how do we set the scene, what are the different incentives that are set up, then create economic activity and create market pricing. We do that with a team that's been around for a long time. I've been at Bridgewater 17 years. I think the average tenure of our senior investors is closer to 20 years even. We've really worked together for decades, a culture of honest debate. We think the best investment outcomes are made by talking openly about what people see and trying to take that understanding of what are the relationships that will create outcomes in the markets and write it down systematically to be able to put it out there for all of you guys to ask questions about, to assess it, to see when it might be right or wrong. Now, we apply all the understanding of seeing how the world works in two different ways. One, which is most important, is we're partners of organizations like CalPERS, including, as Nicole said, of CalPERS. We like to form deep relationships with large institutions like yourselves where we can really be, in our parlance, in your shoes, understand your constraints, your goals, where you're trying to go. And then, of course, actually providing quality investment strategies that take that understanding and try to fit it to whatever your goals and your desires are from a governance perspective to meet investment goals. So let me talk a little bit about sustainability in the investment process. I'm going to start at the highest level, and it's interesting because the comments I'm going to make are pretty much taken as a given. They're almost intuitive, and a lot of the comments I heard from board members today, especially Lisa's, which is that I think what's happening in sustainability is that the language of investing and the goals and drivers are going through a very deep and fundamental, I would say, paradigm shift. We almost forget that for decades, when people invested, they only talked about two things, and that was, how do I get my portfolio to have the highest possible return given the lowest possible risk? That is two-dimensional, and we have decades of experience in the investment industry trying to meet those goals, saying, give me your money, and I'll try to give you the highest possible return with the lowest possible risk. And what's happening today, which, as I said, is sort of almost taken as a given in many of your comments, is that asset owners are starting to ask themselves, wait a minute, there is a third dimension when I'm investing, which is, where is my money going? When I'm putting my money trying to create a return, it's not just going into the ether, right? It's creating real world outcomes along the way. And if the goal of investing my money is to bring capital to the next generations, then maybe part of what I care about is actually where that money is going and the type of real world outcomes that are going to be created along the way. That is a very deep and fundamental revolution, in my view, in how investing works, because it brings forward a whole host of questions that you never had to think about before. And it means that when you report on an investment, you're definitely looking at its returns, you're definitely looking at how risky it was, but you're also asking, where did my money go along the way? How does this money connect in any way to real world outcomes? That means that basically everything we've learned about investing for many decades needs to be augmented with this third dimension. We have to start asking about this third dimension in everything we do. It means, in my view, really fundamentally rethinking portfolios from the ground up to add this other dimension to investing. And we're seeing it happen slowly as different investment organizations around the world, like yourselves, start asking themselves, do I have any goals for what my money does in the real world? Is this important to me? And if so, what are they? And how do I start incorporating them? So we also, of course, have to think about sustainability when it comes to return and risk. It's not that you only think about sustainability in terms of the impact of where your money is going, right? There are very, very important considerations to environmental, social, and governance factors hitting how much will my investment return and what are the risks embedded in it. I can't possibly go through all the examples of that. I'm going to try to zoom in on climate as our kind of early Q&A suggested, but I will bring up this list just so people have a sense of kind of our library of research that we'd be happy to share with the board depending on interest and so on. I'll talk a lot about climate, but we also have a lot of interesting factors that have more to do with social and governance issues. They maybe weren't as large drivers on people's minds previously, and now have become very clear are an important part of how investments will return. I would say that for decades, if you take the social case, you could pretty much say that if economic growth was good, people's lives were getting better. So the number, that final economic growth number, was a pretty good proxy for whether or not lives were improving. And that meant that policymakers all around the world could just kind of look at that number and know that they're, hitting probably good outcomes if there's good growth rate. And what's happened in the last few decades is that relationship started to break down. You started to have good economic growth, and yet a lot of signs that actually that wasn't necessarily translating to people's quality of life in the way it was before. That means that as investors, you can't look anymore just at that top line growth number. You have to be looking underneath there at issues like, you can see one piece that we wrote that I think is really fun is, what would America look like if the coasts were not there? If there was no California and no New York, what would America be like? You have to look below at, what are the different issues that make up that growth? And you have to do it as an investor because policymakers are going to care and use that to make their policies. They're going to say, maybe it's not enough to just create growth, but I have to think about what type of growth is being created. Governance is something I think we took for granted for many, many decades, that, we were America, we had great governance, people came here to invest because of that. And as that's come more into question, you have to start thinking as an investor, what are the assumptions on the quality of governance in the investments that I'm making? So, as I said, a universe we can go into here. I kind of want to flash a little bit the library research just to say there are a lot of important issues that are going to affect the return and risks of the investments that we have other than climate, even though we'll speak more about climate today. And in order to do this, in order to add that third dimension, in order to go from a world where I'm really saying, just tell me what my return is and my risks are, but think about what happens where my money goes, we thought internally, what's the first tool we had to build? And our answer was, we'd have to be able to take any investment we make, and we are public market investors, any investment we make, and be able to say, how does it connect to impact in the world? How does it connect to our sustainability goals? So probably the most important foundational thing we've built that underpins a lot of my commentary is the ability to go, just like we would from ideas about how cause-effect relationships work to, for example, tell you whether or not the Federal Reserve is likely to raise or lower interest rates, to do the same in sustainability. These are the 4 steps that are kind of illustrated. 1, articulate your sustainability goals. Be clear as a board. What is my goal if I'm putting money to work? What I want to see in terms of its outcomes on the real world. Then measure that. Usually we talk about companies, we can talk about other investments as well. And so in the case of a company, there's what the company does, what's the good or service it's putting out in the world, and then how do they do it? What happens along the way? Are they, for example, creating great emissions, creating social issues along the way before they go and deliver that good or service? Then assess that systematically. So pull the data from everywhere that companies give it or don't give it, and we need third-party kind of verification, and say, how do we rank all the companies in the world on these dimensions, and then apply it. And so be able to say, you can see in the bottom right, these are, about 10,000 companies that we cover on these two dimensions. What do their products and services look like relative to sustainability measures, and what is how they do, their business practices look like? And then you can kind of select, where do you want to be? Do you want the companies in the middle? Do you want the companies that are the very best? Do you want to just cut out the bad companies? Back to what are your goals that you want to achieve with your capital with that sort of assessment. So as I said, I'm going to zoom in on climate change as one of many, many topics that we can speak about in this kind of realm of thinking about the sustainability impacts of your investments. But feel free to reach out to us again. We really do see ourselves as partners in your shoes and want to partner with you on whatever goals you as a board want to achieve with your money. And I'm going to start the discussion on climate change and something related to what we talked about in the questions, which is more the investment risk. What's going to happen in the world in terms of climate? And what I have here is a chart that I didn't make. The Federal Reserve made it in a study they put out a couple years ago called Climate Change as a Source of Financial Risk. And they draw out two very high-level paths of where the world might go, which is, as we know, emissions have been rising, and so the annual carbon emissions into the air have been rising through time. That is what a lot of science points to is causing the world to warm, and we could point to two very broad scenarios. One is basically, we keep doing what we're doing, and we have more and more emissions go into the air as growth is, brings more people online, and you get places like, Africa or India or China continue to grow, you just emit more and more into the air. Let's call it the high carbon scenario. And the thing that's most noticeable for investors in that scenario is all the physical risk. We're living through a very hot month. We've spoken about what it's like in Sacramento, but all around the world, this is, very, very hot month. And as this continues, we're going to see more and more extreme weather events. And as an investor, this creates a set of risks that are different. It means that things are going to happen in the future that have never happened in the past and are going to have big implications to how economies work. To pick some extremes, there are probably parts of the world that are just going to be uninhabitable. Very difficult, for example, to do productive work in many hours a day because it'll just be too hot. We all have experienced what it's like to have storms. We know that certain parts of the United States are more and more uninsurable, including of California, because of the risk of these types of weather events. So let's call this the high carbon, very high physical risk set of scenarios and the types of risks you have to think about when you're trying to make investments that are going to last many years. Then the bottom, the blue, is the low carbon scenario, which is that we do all the sorts of things we've been talking about. We put together incentives and change our economies, redo our economies to get to the point where we don't emit as much carbon and carbon emissions really start falling. And here physical risk may fall, but what we really have for investing is what we call transition risk, meaning that business models that used to make sense in that old world where incentives were basically pro-fossil fuels stop making sense. Now it's actually cheaper to do things other ways. Now there are certain types of business models that need to go away. And if you haven't thought of that, you could be left with business models that are worse or miss out opportunities on all the new business models that are going to be created. You could think about this from a risk perspective and from a return perspective. I'll come back to that. Let me pause first and say, what's actually happening in the world? What's the track that we're realistically on? And what you see is that you're kind of in, a combination of these two worlds. That means that as an investor, unfortunately, you can't really stop thinking about either one of these risks. And so this big chart on the left shows the world's emissions with, in blue, where we're likely to get to with the current policies and actions that are already in place around the world. And the green, what it would probably take to stay at only 1.5 degrees of warming or Paris Agreement compatible warming in the world. And you can see that the path we're on is very, very, very far from the green. On the right, that's broken into just a few of the world's biggest economies. The US and Europe is probably where most investor portfolios are concentrated. And while both of these economies are not quite on track to probably do what's required to really get to that level of 1.5 degree warming, that is a massive transformation that you see. Those are large declines in emissions that we expect are going to be happening in the coming years. And then below, you have China and India, very big emitters, less of a bigger part of people's portfolios, not nearly that degree of decline that's likely expected. So when you step back from this, that basically means that as an investor, both things are true, right? The amount of physical risk, or how many storms and so on are we going to have, is going to be determined by what happens to the whole world. The weather doesn't care whether it's you who emitted, or Africa who emitted, or India who emitted. You're going to get the warming that you're going to get. And that means that given the track we're on, you can't ignore physical risk. You're probably going to have very significant uptick in bad outcomes because of the world warming. At the same time, where our portfolios are concentrated, the US and Europe, we're making very material progress. In other words, if we weren't doing these things, there'd be even worse weather outcomes ahead of us, even worse physical risk ahead of us. And for the portfolios that we're in, there's very significant transition risk. In other words, these are the two largest economies in terms of investment exposure, making massive transformations away from what the economy used to be like towards an economy with significantly less emissions. And that is very, very, very important for investors in terms of transition risk as well as opportunities. There we go. So back to my three-dimensional perspective. Each one of these dimensions has about a world's worth of exploration that you can do in thinking about how climate change affects them. From a return perspective, every asset that you hold, especially ones in a place like the US or Europe where this transformation is happening, is going to be affected by these top-down climate transition policies, by climate pricing, by what are the tech breakthroughs, as we sort of spoke about, that are going on, by how commodity supply and demand are going to line up to meet those. For example, are we going to need lots more copper and lots more nickel to build all that infrastructure under that $3 trillion investments that we're going to need? As well as a lot of bottoms-up considerations. Which company is going to be the winner at figuring out how to crack hydrogen? Which company is going to make that EV that's going to be cheaper and bought by lots and lots of people and gain market share? And whether or not you can make a return on any of these has to be assessed relative to the price that you're buying those assets at. In other words, every asset that you buy basically has a scenario discounted in it for what's going to happen in terms of transition away from fossil fuels, and you'll make more or less money depending on whether the world does better or worse than that scenario that's already discounted in the price. From a risk perspective, a universe of risks that comes that we just spoke about a little bit in terms of both physical risks on the portfolio and what assets are going to do poorly from a transition risk perspective, that if the world transitions faster than expected, they will be at risk. And that can happen both top-down, looking at the full portfolio, and bottoms-up, finding specific securities that maybe are exposed to storms in a particular area or transition a particular way. And lastly, there's the impact dimension, which is looking top-down at your portfolio and asking the kind of questions I heard some of you in the board asking earlier, which is, if I look at all of the money that CalPERS is investing, how is it aligned at a top level towards reaching net zero? The kind of answer Peter started asking earlier, which is, if we look at the money we're investing, are we playing our part and having our money actually impactfully get us towards the answer rather than our money being one of the forces to get away from the answer? So let me start very top down. We talked about this a little bit before, but all of this transition to address climate change, it doesn't just happen in a vacuum. You know, Teresa also said this in her comments. No one gets up and just from the goodness of their heart decides to, spend more money than they ever would have otherwise because they hope that doing so will solve the climate change problem. What really happens is that a certain set of incentives has to be created to create a world where we move from fossil fuels being dominated to one where we are producing less emissions. And what I've laid out here are four, very general categories of the types of changes that can happen, that can lead us away from emissions. Starting all the way on the left, one way is to just squeeze the supply. Say, well, you'd like to use fossil fuels, but unfortunately, there are no fossil fuels. So that is a very, very, very painful way to yield change, because it means that if the fossil fuels are gone one day, you may or may not have built out the capacity on the other end to be able to power your economy. Europe lived through a very extreme case of this when they realized that they were, going to both proactively and reactively get cut off from fossil fuels from Russia. And they were not prepared to just, that day move away from that. Prices of fossil fuels went up tremendously, and they found themselves in a spot where they were really at risk of their whole economy grinding to a halt because they just didn't have the literal energy to fuel it. So very, very painful way, but can be very effective, of course. They're not there, you can't use them. Next one, which Europe has experimented with a lot more in the US, is carbon pricing, or more broadly, taking a set of incentives and taking the things that are quote unquote bad or polluting and making them more expensive. Saying instead of, incentivizing fossil fuels, I'm going to make it expensive to pollute. And with that, kind of even the playing field, put into the price of a fossil fuel something that takes into account all that future damage that's going to happen if we keep emitting. That's also something that can be painful, especially in an environment that's now more inflationary than we've seen in quite a few decades, to say, well, what I'm going to do is go make something more expensive. Europe has done this to some degree. They have some real carbon pricing in place, but it can be somewhat painful. The last painful way is, one is this green fiscal spending, things down the path of the Inflation Reduction Act, where you basically say, I'm going to put subsidies in place. So instead of seeing something more expensive that, now I used to do something a certain way, and now I have basically a carbon tax or a carbon price that accounts for all the damage, instead I have a subsidy that makes the green thing cheaper, more attractive, more exciting. And now I don't feel like I've been squeezed with a higher price. Instead, I change my decision because I see an incentive to do something different. More and more of the world is really moving in this direction. The United States was a huge leader with the Inflation Reduction Act, leading Europe that was more carbon pricing focused, to say we don't want to fall behind. We'd like to follow suit and have legislation more like the United States. And I'd expect that more and more is going to move in that direction. And then, of course, the best is when you get the green tech breakthroughs. And that's where you hope a lot of that money spent is going to produce. That's where you really get a case where you don't even need subsidies. It's just actually more attractive and cheaper to do things the green way. Now, on the right, I have a very illustrative sense, and we have a pretty detailed tool to do this for your portfolio or anyone else's portfolio, to stress test what a portfolio looks like under these 4 scenarios. Now, of course, the world is never going to be simple, and it's never going to be just one of these things that happens. We're going to move away from climate change with a mix of these. But what I mean to illustrate is that the range of impact on your portfolio is very wide. It is significantly better for our portfolios to have green tech breakthroughs than to live with supply squeezes that shut off the economy, because the implications on growth and inflation are really quite different. All this is meant to illustrate that thinking about your risk needs to be multidimensional. Not only will the world get to stop climate change, there's a lot of scenarios where we both have more physical risk, more transition risk, and more different types of transition risk depending on what is the path that we choose. What are the mechanisms that we choose to use to try to transition our economy really will determine what will the effect on your portfolio be and how to do risk assessments related to this. Now, to talk about return and the opportunity set, I'm going to zoom in on the equity portfolio. And I do this because, we're public market investors, and I think equities provide a very multidimensional space to talk about how your portfolio connects to climate change. But I'm going to start a very high-level Venn diagram that basically means to bring together the problem of climate change with your portfolio. And I say it's a Venn diagram because a lot of these things don't really overlap, right? The problem of climate change is very large and severe, and unfortunately, a lot of things are very important to climate change that just don't touch your portfolio very much. And so you're at CalPERS, you have a very large and diversified portfolio, but still within it, you probably don't have a lot of exposure to, really the important issues in agriculture. Maybe you have a little bit, but it's probably not a large part of what you hold. So important things are happening in climate change that are not a big part of your portfolio. At the same time, if you look at all the companies that you hold, there are a lot of companies that don't have a lot to do with the climate change problem. They may have very well-meaning corporates and boards that want to reduce their own impact on climate change, and they're going to play their role, and that's not nothing, but they're really not at the heart of the decision makers that are going to decide what's going to happen with climate change. And then in the middle is kind of the sweet spot, and I'll get to your question in 1 second. In the middle is kind of the sweet spot. These are the industries that have the most direct decision making. The decisions they make about what products and services to offer, about how to make their products and services, are going to have the largest impacts on whether or not we can actually reduce our emissions globally. That is both an important part of your portfolio and an important part of the climate change problem. Let me pause, take your question, Teresa.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to understand what so these are the most impactful companies, I'm sorry, not companies, but
Sectors.
industries?
Yeah, these are industries and sectors. So these are the industries and sectors that are most impactful in terms of the choices that they make, both in what are the goods and services they provide, and in how do they provide those goods and services, are going to have the largest impact on what emissions are globally. So
Okay,
I'll take.
so because we're in everything, it looks like, just about, right? So how are we not, because you said that we are not kind of.
So on the blue side, the blue is the climate change problem. And there are parts of the climate change problem you probably don't have a lot of exposure to, like deforestation. It's probably a part of the climate change problem you don't have a lot of exposure to. The red side is the companies. You're in everything. The purple in the middle is where they really intersect most importantly. These are the companies that you're in, exposures that you have, that are actually extremely impactful to what will happen on climate change. And this is where I would recommend that CalPERS really focus. This is the companies and the spaces where you are owners, what you do really matters, and very, very, very important to what will happen with climate change. Now, that doesn't mean ignore everything else you own. We could talk a lot about how your engagement with banking, with pharma, with a computer software company could have an impact on climate change, because it could. But that middle is really the sweet spot where it's extremely, extremely impactful. That is where I would say there are two big ways to invest in climate change. One is to deal with the leaders, those that are basically already have a clear, plan and path to say, we're going to make a big impact on climate change. And the other is to really deal with the, quote, improvers, those that maybe are not there yet, but if they don't change their ways, if they don't transform their business process in some way, the world kind of can't get anywhere on emissions. They need to make progress in order for us to make progress on emissions. Now, a really interesting thing is that almost everyone in that purple in the middle has somewhat high emissions. And the reason is that if you're creating even a solution to climate change, if you're, for example, one of these electric vehicle makers, there's no way to create an electric vehicle without some emissions along the way. So a lot of the companies, the lowest possible emissions are really in the red because just none of their business model has much to do with climate change. If you're really making things in the real world, trying to change that underlying structure of the economy, you're probably making some emissions now. And the real question for an investor that wants to make a difference on climate change is, are those the emissions that we want? Are they falling through time? And are they being used to make goods or services that are changing the economy to make progress on climate change? And pause, take another question over here.
Okay, so Yvonne and then Jose Luis.
Okay, hi, thank you. I just want to make sure, and I should know this and I don't. Explain to me carbon pricing very simply.
The very simple answer is that if you want to stop people from emitting carbon into the air, just tell them every time you emit carbon, you have to pay for it. And so you could do it as just a tax, or you could say, we're only going to allow this much carbon to be emitted, and you basically have to pay to have a permit for one of those special rights to pollute, if you will.
So even if they pollute, right, and they have to pay, don't they just pass that cost onto the consumer?
They might, but it still changes the overall calculus of which do you want to be doing if there's now an option that is now an equal price to what you'd offer to the consumer.
Well, wouldn't it be better, couldn't it be better to say, not only are we going to charge you this, but this is not something you can pass on to the consumer. This is something that your investors will come out of their they will make less of an investment than, and so that to me seems like the better way to say, like, we want to change how they're thinking, right? We want them to be innovative of how they think about going to a more green economy, a more green company or whatever, right? And so you can't incentivize that enough if, you don't take, if all they have to do is pay it and then it just goes away, the consumer will eat it, then there's no incentive at all for them to really innovate around this. And we can make some impact by, with corporate governance and everything else, but the bigger impact is going to be on the dollars and, how much dollars the investors get, because I would imagine if investors weren't making the same amount of dollars, they would put more pressure than we ever could.
Yeah, so what you're saying is, it's all about, like, just like you're saying, designing the policy so that you get the outcome that you want. And you have to be really thoughtful about how different changes of it get different answers. So for example, Europe in the summer, when they, after the invasion of Ukraine, they said, wait a minute, there's no way we're letting these crazy high gas prices get to households. People aren't gonna be able to heat their homes. This is gonna be terrible. We're just gonna stop it from getting to people. And the challenge you had then was, well, you didn't want people to be irresponsible and use tons of energy because it was as if it's cheap. So they kind of sat there and said, well, I'm at the country level. I know I'm still importing this really expensive energy. I don't want to hit the households over there, but I still need them to conserve. I don't want them to just use it willy-nilly. So you have to sort of be thoughtful about it. But broadly, I agree with you that the most important change you're trying to make through any of these pricing mechanisms is that the next time you can determine, what am I going to do next? What am I going to use next? You want to make sure they pick an option that doesn't have the pollution. Now, really what's happened is, I'd say carbon pricing is kind of like, it's the preferred, it's like the beautiful answer of the academic economists sitting at their university, right? Because they say it's the most efficient. If what's happening is that by polluting, you're creating a cost later, just put the cost in there. Now everyone knows the cost, and the economy will figure out how to do it best with that cost. That has not actually worked in the real world for lots of reasons. Most importantly, because politically, nobody wants to pay those costs for future pollution. So nobody actually wants to go and say, oh yeah, this can be extremely expensive. We're gonna have storms for lots of years. Let's go make this really expensive. So it's been very hard to implement that in practice. The Europeans have tried the most. What they try to do is kind of a mix of what you're saying. They sort of said, well, you know what we're gonna do? We're also just gonna lower how many of these exist. So as a company, whether or not you're passing it on, you're just not gonna be able to keep doing that because the number of these permits is just gonna go away. So don't build a business model off something that won't exist later. It's just proved very politically painful to do any of these things. And especially as inflation started to rise and you're dealt with what it feels like to have a squeeze, I think it's become more and more unpalatable. And I think that's why we've shifted to this world of incentives, saying, let's just make it attractive to do the things we want people to do.
But it will always be politically painful. If we do it today, if we do it 10 years from now, 15 years from now, the pain of it will never go away. And also, the politicians will never not want to be the ones not responsible for that pain. Nobody's going to stand up and say, you know what, I know we got to do it, let's go do it. They're going to say, yeah, we should probably do this, and we'll look at this down the road. And hopefully I won't be in office when it comes time.
Yeah, the hope you have is that moving them towards the mechanisms that are, the ones kind of on the right, make it less politically painful than the ones on the left. But I agree with you. Broadly speaking, this whole conversation is about the way these things interact, which is investors alone can't go out in a world where all the incentives are set up not to account for all the damages that are happening in the future and alone make that change. You need the two pieces to come together. You need to have enough public policy that lays the groundwork to really account for the right set of incentives, and then investors take advantage of those incentives.
Thank you, Yvonne. Jose Luis? And then I just have to caution everybody. I think we blew past our break, just FYI, partially because you guys did the way we have it listed here. It's a little different than you guys did the presentation. So I think we got a little confused, or at least I did. So I just want to, I think we have a bunch more slides. So let's move on right after Jose Luis's question, because I also have public comment too.
So thank you, Karen. I'll have my questions brief here. I want to just address this chart because it's very important for us. So as you know, as I see this chart and I see the Venn diagram in the middle and the sectors and the industries that we're focused on, many of these sectors and industries have done very well for us economically. They have, as for instance, the oil and gas industry. They've done very well, brought in the returns that we want so that we can make sure that we pay our retirees and make sure that we fulfill they retire with dignity and respect. At the same time, it is also important that we also help encourage these sectors and industries to transition to a more greener economy, because it makes sense. It helps us. It helps our future generations and so forth. And you were mentioning earlier the leaders and improvers. Now, how, in your mind, how do you envision us in terms of either policy or other means to engage these leaders and improvers to move us and transition us to that new, greener economy, greener world? And how do we do that in a way that we are still maintaining those returns that we promise our retirees when they retire? Thank you.
Well, it's great that you've asked literally the questions I'm about to go answer, since that'll help with time management as well. So I will do that and hopefully circle back to what you're saying, which exactly as you're saying. So you want to be able to assess companies, and our really strength it comes from being able to assess them systematically, to be able to say, we're not a firm that's going to hold 5 companies. We're going to be able to look across 10,000 companies and say, how do we benchmark them on sustainability issues as well as on their alignment to this world to net zero? And let me hit on what you're saying, which is, look, it's gotten very popular to say that you're into this transition, that you want to reduce your emissions. And so you're in this world now where actually, if you look at these numbers, something like 60% of companies will tell you they actually have a transition plan. They got it under control. They have a transition plan. Now you start digging deeper into it and you say, well, how big is this transition plan? Are you going to reduce your emissions a little or a lot? So once you start saying, are you going to reduce them by closer to 50%, you've cut about half the companies out. Then you start saying, well, are you actually saying you're ever going to get to net zero, no emissions? Has anyone third party, like Science-Based Targets is one such organization, looked at what you're doing and said that you're going to actually make any impact? So this gets at the issue of a lot of companies have commitments, but are these credible ones? In other words, how do you assess improvers? Because more and more, every company is going to say, I'm an improver. Every company is going to say, don't worry, I'm going to do great things. And we try to do this systematically as we try to do other things, and I'd say the 3 main areas we look at are, is it feasible? Is there actually a path for you to do what you're doing? Have you found a feasible path? Do you have clear intent, a real specific target versus more talking points? And then what are your actual actions and results? Is this in your governance? Are you actually spending money on doing this? How do we tell that this ambition is reflected in actual activity to make a difference? I'll give 2 examples, but these are just 2 examples, and of course, this is going to keep evolving, right, because companies are going to keep doing what they're doing. One is in auto sector. So the success of electric vehicles has not been unnoticed, and I'd say almost every auto company in the world is now going to tell you that, don't worry, I'm going to become an EV maker too. I too am going to be an EV maker, and we'll show in a little bit they get very high multiples, and that's what you want. You want a set of incentives where every auto company says, maybe I should be getting into this too, because this seems like that's going well. And when we assess all of the auto companies in the world, it's the top left, they all look kind of negatively aligned to us, except for a couple of EV makers. Not surprising, what they're doing is making internal combustion engines, which we want to get rid of. What we really want to do is make an estimate of where are they going to be in 2030? How successful are they going to be making that transition? And so here's a case of one company that I won't name, and you can see that they both have a very specific target of we're going to sell 50% of our cars are going to be EVs by 2025, so a very ambitious, specific target. Their policy intent is very clear. They have a very clear leadership commitment. And then, maybe most importantly, you actually see them doing it. In other words, you see that the capital expenditures they're doing are focused on this issue. They're actually spending money saying, I'm going to go build factories that are going to make EVs instead. It might seem obvious, but a lot of people have made announcements and not actually followed through with those sorts of activities. And then you can see after the fact, what's happening? Are they starting to make that composition shift? If someone says I'm going to be 50% EV by some year, that won't happen in a day. You're going to have to start seeing actual progress. So this is the kind of measurable progress you want to see to say that's actually an improver. That's somebody whose business model today is not sustainable, but they're really going to get there. I'll give another example that's more about how they do it, which is, you talked about how that middle of those purple companies, a lot of them have been important money makers, and a lot of them are in activities that are really quite dirty. A lot of those activities we really need to see continuing, just better, and that's why these companies are so important. And an important area I'd mention is metals and mining, which is, it's very hard to mine sustainably, but we kind of don't have a choice. There's no choice where we say we just want to stop mining things like nickel or cobalt or lithium because we can't transition away from our other emissions if we don't have those materials to build all of that infrastructure we talked about. And so what that means is actually it's a very, very important role for investors to say, I'd like you to be a miner, but I'd like you to do it sustainably. I'd like you to actually make progress on how you do it. Now, there's a lot of different dimensions of what it takes to do this well, to mine well, whether that's community dialogue, human rights, health and safety, labor issues. But if you just look at something like greenhouse gas intensity, in other words, how many emissions are happening while you're doing it, same thing. You can basically look at, is this somebody that emits a lot today relative to their sector? How serious is their commitment to reduce that? And have they actually put resources against, I'm going to spend money to be able to make sure the next time I mine, I have less emissions along the way. If you step back, this is a pretty large part of the public equity market where these types of opportunities exist. And so when we kind of map what is the market cap of companies that you can say at least a large share of their revenues are specifically activities that can help us get there, that can make a difference on climate change, whether that's they make a wind turbine, they are literally an renewable energy utility, they make an electric vehicle, they make insulation materials to make better construction. It's pretty large. There is a lot out there. And if you look at the right here at the map of all the different products and services that could be made in the future, there's a big path here to have more and more public companies have a material part of what they do be aligned. The last thing I'll say, as I know our time is tight, is that as an investor, when you want to have your capital be aligned with net zero, in other words, you want your capital not just to make the highest return relative to risk, but you also want to think about where that money is going to be used and whether or not it'll go towards achieving these climate goals. You don't kind of throw out everything else you know about investing. Return to risk is also extremely important, which means that anything you're buying, the day you're buying it, there is a priced-in economic scenario. And that's both what's going to happen to growth, to inflation, to the economy, and what's going to happen to transition. How fast are we realistically going to transition? And when you look out there in the public markets, you can see that some amount of transition is already in the price of what you're buying. In other words, outperformance will have to do with the valuation of a particular asset that you're getting and whether we do better or worse than that. So for example, electric utilities, the greener utilities have about 10% of the revenues and about 40% of the market cap. So you could see that there's some expectation that they're going to outperform, that that's going to be kind of where the future goes. They're going to be well positioned because we're going to do more and more green utilities, and that makes a lot of sense, right? The Inflation Reduction Act put incentives to go do more green electrification. So those that know how to do it should be winners. That's somewhat in the price. EVs, as I mentioned, 5% of the sales, 50% of the market cap. A great thing that's happening from that is that traditional automakers are saying, why don't I become an EV maker? If these guys are priced to grow so much, why can't I do it? That means a lot of the investment opportunities are really going to be not with the leaders that already have that pricing, that even though they're 5% of the sales today, they're 50% of the market cap, but with the laggards that want to become the leaders. And maybe that's not yet priced in today, but they can credibly make that change and be priced as well as the leaders. And lastly, same with coal, wind, and so on. Half the sales, similar market cap, that tells you a lot's already priced to be occurring in the future, or coal is already priced to be declining in the future. All this to say that the investment universe where you can take your money, and in this case in the public markets, but I'm sure more will be said of the private, the investment universe where you can take your capital and both earn a higher return relative to risk and have it be aligned with real world impacts towards reaching net zero is quite broad. It's growing. And assessing both its impact and what the return has to be is still a very thoughtful, multidimensional process of looking at the company, understanding both the quality of what it's going to do in terms of impact in the real world, and then, as we've always done as investors, understanding its pricing, how attractive that pricing is, what scenarios priced in, and what expected returns you can expect to earn as a result.
Karen, thank you. You didn't have to rush that fast. But I do appreciate you moving it along. Does the board have any questions on this part of the presentation?
Just one.
Jose Luis?
Thank you. Just want a follow-up question. And you mentioned, and this is very interesting, you mentioned that the transitional process is already incorporated into the risk, into the price and so forth. Can you just elaborate a little bit more about that?
Well, basically, the market knows people who are buying the asset are all asking the same questions that we are, right?
Mm-hmm.
And they're saying, Well, I already know that there's some momentum to get us away from fossil fuels. There's things like the Inflation Reduction Act.
Right.
So whenever you buy an asset, there's basically some scenario that's like the baseline in the price that's in the price that you're buying. And what I mean to show here is that some amount of transition, probably not sufficient, probably not enough, but some amount of transition is known to the market is going to happen or is expected. Now, we could underperform that. We could still totally mess this up and transition even slower than these prices show. Let's hope that we actually outperform and transition faster than these prices show, but that your outcome as an investor, when you're kind of doing your baseline of how much money am I going to make holding this company, you have to basically look at, well, what price am I getting? What scenario is already in that price? Right. And therefore, what would have to happen differently in the future for me to have a higher performance?
So again, this is very interesting because this is very interesting from an abstract theoretical perspective. I'm just curious, do we know what these transitional prices are? I mean, you mentioned right now it's still evolving, and I'm just wondering, is it something that we're just going to we have to live with, that we'll have to live with these some of these unknowns for a while?
Yeah, there's never a perfect answer because you also have a lot of markets, and there's no kind of governing law that forces all the markets to price the same thing, right? And so you could have one market where the participants there end on a price that kind of implies a certain scenario, and another one that implies a different scenario. It's has always been true in investing. Every time you buy an asset, you have to look at that asset and basically say, what's the scenario here, and is that scenario plausible to me, or do I see a path where I make more money than is kind of expected because the scenario is better than priced in?
Excellent. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you very much, Karen. I really enjoyed your presentation. I would like to grab I'd say 5 minutes, but I know that's not going to happen. So 10-minute break here for us to have people convene and then get back to the end of the presentation. Peter, does that work for you?
That sounds great. Thank you.
Okay. So about, looks like 11:21. Butts in seats at 11:21. I don't want to have to call names.
Thank you.
it's always interesting because, I mean, we have a lot of NGOs thinking that we are not moving fast enough, and we're just trying to make people understand that you can't just shut things off or get this leap into renewables when you don't have enough capacity.
We try to serve a special role in engagement by basically, because we have systematic data across all the markets, basically being a voice that's a little more like, hey, when you look at the data, here's where you stand out as not being great, and here's where your peers are ahead of you, and have a little more of a sense of, that's what we're bringing to the table, because any one of our, we feel like nobody cares what we think, right? Like, any one of our, trying to impact what we say. So we try to do it with other owners together, we have a couple of partners with us, for the purpose of being able to bring more data, saying this is why we're not doing this. I feel like engagement is very, very fast. Just kind of taking part of the conversation that we have on talking points, which may not actually be the important, relevant issue we should be looking at.
Yeah, no, that is what we're trying to say.
I'm so glad you did.
Next time.
Yeah, yeah. Sneak away for a second. You want Karen to remain up here or stay in the audience?
See, I knew it. It's 20, we got 1 minute, guys. We got 1 minute. Okay, everybody, we got 1 minute. I need everybody to claim their seats, please. Okay, look. I have it.
Hit it hard.
1 minute. I knew this was going to happen.
So good to see you.
Thank you very much. We are at 11:26. I need folks to sit or I'm going to start calling names. Somebody brought it over. Please, everyone, sit down. I knew this was going to happen. It is hurting cats, and I have cats, so I know this. Gail, I am going to, sorry, guys. Calling me out. I did. I didn't want to call the controller out, though. All right. So go ahead, Peter. I'm going to let you go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Taylor. Okay, so we're going to go quickly through our Sustainable Investment Strategy 2030. You will be seeing this again in September and November, so we'll have an opportunity to go into more detail. And of course, we need to respect lunch at 12 noon sharp. So we'll jump right in. Really, we will lay out what are the 5 objectives of our Sustainable Investment Strategy. The slides that I just went through states what our mission and vision is for sustainability and shows how that ties into the investment beliefs. And we wanted to make that point that we came up with all these objectives, a plan and a strategy, and very much keeping in mind what are the fundamental beliefs. So we just wanted to share that with you as well. Really, there's 5 elements of the strategy and the objectives we're targeting. And by no coincidence, we led with the first one, which is generate portfolio alpha or outperformance of the portfolio by investing in climate opportunities and the Emerging and Diverse Manager program. Second is to improve resilience of the portfolio by fully integrating ESG analysis into our work, including assessment of climate risk. As Karen demonstrated in her presentation, we're going to be faced by both transition risk and physical risk. And we don't know actually which one will be dominant first, so you better have a good handle on both. So we want to ensure we're doing that. The third, of course, and echoing a lot of the comments from the board, is implementing an ambitious net zero plan through investments, not only that, but also engagement and advocacy, which we do very effectively at CalPERS historically. Fourth is promote greater inclusion and representation in the financial industry and the overall global economy. And lastly, build and promote efficient and equitable financial markets through advocacy and regulatory action. And Travis will be leading that area in particular. So in terms of generating alpha, so what we want to do is be positioning the portfolio and investing in the transition to a low economy. And this includes climate solutions, brown to green assets, and as I mentioned, the platform for emerging and diverse managers, which we do because we believe it will generate outperformance and identify that next generation of top performing managers. So our SI strategy will include climate-related 2030 investment targets for the total fund. It's one thing to have a 2050 target, but frankly, we all need to have interim targets to work to. The second point is that in terms of coming up with what are the best investments in this area, we will look at it on an individual asset class basis and really drill down into what are the opportunities that present itself through private debt, public equity, private equity, and defining that with that, and also using some external resources in that. We'll establish a dedicated sustainable investment portfolio under myself, and that will invest both directly into sustainable investments and alongside other asset classes. And then building on the success of the Mosaic program in the first 6 months, what does Mosaic 2.0 look like? How will we build beyond that first $1 billion?
Great. So what you see here before you is really a non-exhaustive list of examples of where we'll be able to make investments. You know, similarly to some slides that you've already seen today through Karen's presentation, I think actually do a fantastic job as a visual, and I would perhaps refer us back to over time, is that you might look at this and say, okay, well, renewables might come to light, sustainability certified type of buildings might come to light, green bonds. We've heard of these type of examples, but I think if you were to really hone in on just two different aspects that perhaps aren't necessarily commented on as much, perhaps before this conversation today, it would really be energy transition assets, those that are gray to green, brown to green type of assets, where the opportunities to be able to have outperformance and also that decarbonization type of impact are both in alignment. And then the other aspect is really those companies that are going to be supporting the transition. And that could be companies that are both from, let's say, private equity, software-based companies that are supporting the grid management or energy. And then it could even be industrial and manufacturing companies, those type of companies that are producing the goods and providing the services that are going to empower us as consumers, empower our economies to be able to transition successfully. So there's a significant mix of different opportunities out there, some more evident, some more apparent than others, but we'll be able to dive into these further back in November, and perhaps even refer back to Karen's slide, which shows those nice 3 different circles and where their opportunities lie. And lastly, even though this does show the different asset classes, what it doesn't show is the SI, Sustainable Investment Dedicated type of portfolio, which we'll be able to highlight more come November as well.
And Travis, we can't talk about that right now, but so you're talking about sustainable investment, actual investments, is that what you're talking about? Okay, I
Yes,
just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah, and I know that does get confusing, so just to be clear, sustainable investment strategy, this is total fund type of strategy. But then if we're talking about a sustainable investments portfolio, at least during today or perhaps going forward, it'll be more, under Peter's type of group, this dedicated type of portfolio.
Okay, and awesome, because I'm really looking forward to seeing the overall 30,000-foot strategy, but also how we plan to implement that and how long that will take, right? So, thank you.
Yeah.
No, perfect. And in November, for each of these 5 objectives, we'll be proposing some metrics that will allow us to quantify and measure and follow how we're progressing. So the second point from the 5 that we listed, as I mentioned, is improve portfolio resilience. So this is, as I mentioned, making sure we're fully factoring in ESG into our diligence process, portfolio management, and in addition, climate risk. And not just at the sustainability level, but across the total fund.
So talking about 30,000-foot views, sometimes it's difficult to be able to understand and visualize exactly what all is going on. And we try to throw out these terms, principles, policies, operational type of aspects of integration. It can get complicated pretty quickly. And so that's why it was perhaps a good exercise to be able to build out this slide, not only for the board, but also for staff as well. On the left-hand side, you're going to be really seeing 3 different components of how we look at this. The top part, what guides our ESG integration? This is really the foundational part. So it's going to be the policies, it's going to be the procedures. The next step is how do you actually take this type of guide, these policies and procedures, and implement from an operational perspective on it? And that's really the second component. When and where do we integrate ESG?
So I'm going to ask you a quick question. We had, once upon a time, for our new board members, we had a 5-year sustainability plan, ESG policies and stuff. Are you guys bringing that to the board, the policies and procedures? Because this would be something that the board had a hand in before, and it seems like we don't this time. I'm not sure.
This is governance. So there's a 5-year strategy, which is the equivalent to this, 6.5-year strategy into 2030. And then you might be also referring to the governance and sustainability principles.
Right, right.
And then so that's something that, we can reflect on, look into, and see what, perhaps could be refreshed over time.
Okay, great.
But
thank you.
This is our 2030 strategy, so this is replacing the prior
5-year plan, because we've
Yeah.
only got 6.5 years to get to 2030. Gotcha.
Great. So on that second component of really the operational perspective, the short answer is where do we actually integrate this? It's everywhere. It's pre-investments, ad investment, and post-investments. So some examples of this really are on the research and the due diligence that's conducted on an individual asset or strategy. That's the pre-investment side. At investment, there's certain side letters, there's certain agreements that we do. It's the contracts that are in place to ensure we're set forward and having the same type of agreement with an external manager of how they're actually going to manage these type of assets or securities. And that post-investment is up to us to be able to go back to make sure that not only the managers are following this, but they're living up to the best practices in which we believe in and in which we also serve as our investment policies and procedures as well. And lastly, there's several different tools and levers that are at play, many of them that you might be familiar with, such as the ESG Data Convergence Initiative, certain other ones, like Climate Action 100+. Both of those are, CalPERS co-founded type of tools, but there are a number of other ones that we do play an important role in, and those are all noted below.
We put this slide together in response to the discussion at the last board meeting because there was a lot of questions around what's the difference in policy, procedures, guidelines. There was a lot of terms being exchanged, so we wanted to kind of ground. And on the website of CalPERS, we have the ESG policies and procedures, so those are very much public documents. Okay, turning to the third element of our sustainability objectives, achieve net zero by 2050. Of course, we've made that commitment back in December. And there's 3 elements to it, really. Making our own portfolio net zero, engaging the largest emitting companies through shareholder action and engagement, And thirdly, engaging government regulators and the investment industry to move them towards a path to net zero. And that taps into Ms. Walker's question earlier on the role of regulation. So when we look to 2050, it's great to have a long-term goal, but you also need a medium-term goal, which is why we will also develop a 2030 investment target that invests in low-carbon climate solutions and transition. As we said earlier, we'll integrate climate risk and ESG. We'll engage our portfolios companies. And to come back to an important point that Ms. Middleton raised earlier, the whole concept, measurement and reporting of emissions, this is a critical aspect. And frankly, it's not easy because the data has to be there, and the data is still very much evolving, particularly in private markets. So part of our role, and as we've done with the Convergence Data Project, is to improve the capacity of portfolio companies to report on emissions to us and others.
As we looked at the investment beliefs, as we looked at our different policies and our procedures, we want to be able to come back and understand really what are some at core type of values, some principles that we have when we conduct this type of net zero type of strategy. In doing so, we came up with these different bullet points. Some are very much consistent with the investment beliefs, a long-term type of nature of the strategy of the total fund and the individual investments that we make. The idea about seeking alpha, as you can see in the bottom bullet as well. And then, on the second bullet, it's really this idea that you need to be able to prioritize decarbonize the real economy. As Karen mentioned earlier in her presentation, it doesn't matter where emissions come from. It universally is going to be affecting our total portfolio. And so we need to be able to use our investments in a way that not only provides adequate financial returns, but also ways that it ultimately decarbonizes the root causes, the root problems, and that's on global emissions. That's not just emissions within our portfolio itself. So we wanted to be transparent in these because these are ultimately going to be providing and acting as a guide towards our type of strategy. And so if there's questions about these, we're happy to discuss, but we want to lay these out here, up front.
So, Travis, excellent. I had a quick question. Not really a question, I guess. I love these. The divestment one, I think we're harping on this a little too much. I get this, right? I think everybody understands this. But I think eventually, as we move along into the 2030 and 2050 goals, there's eventually going to be a decision point on certain things that have to happen. Whether that is we're investing so much more and making so much more in green energy than, fossil fuel, that maybe we have to move assets, right? We don't need to call it in divestment, but I'm just, some sort of decision points have to be made, and we can't just make a carte blanche statement that we will never divest. I think that's just an incorrect statement, and incorrect, it's not managing expectations for anyone, so.
Okay, all right. Well, that's something that we'll make sure to, reflect on and also, perhaps adjust for the November type of board.
I appreciate it. I mean, I'm not saying anything in the near future even, but we just got to manage expectations.
And there's even a couple of slides from now that will be able to address that to a certain degree too.
Okay, great, thank you.
So perhaps not to dive too much into divestment, as I know this is familiar with for many board members here, as Danny Brown has explained, related to 252 legislation as well as other legislation in the past. But to reemphasize some of these aspects is, ultimately this is losing some type of diversification. It's reducing the investment universe that exists, and with that, there is an additional risk that is incurred. With that additional risk, you may potentially lose money, lose performance, and because of a loss of performance, it might actually transpire into an increase in member or individual contributions as well. Now, perhaps that is nothing new, but one thing that is perhaps new is this intersection between fiduciary duty and divestment. And more recently, there's been a few different participants of 3 different pension funds within New York City retirement systems that has actually sued the pension system for claiming that divesting fossil fuels investments violated the fund's fiduciary duties. So it's something we just want to flag as it is an evolving type of aspect, and it's something that we need to be considerate as a fund of the implications of these type of choices that we make.
Just a question on that. Yes, thank you. I just want to, about that New York and those lawsuits and so forth, in terms of certain because of the political climate that we live in and so forth, and certain persons or organizations doing certain decision-making, do you see these lawsuits happening more in frequency because of the climate that we're in right now? If you can elaborate a little bit more on that. Thank you.
Short answer is yes, and I would say that it's going to be universally, not only from asset managers, asset owners, but across the board, including our portfolio companies. You know, obviously with it being a politicized type of issue, whether it be ESG, whether it be climate, I think there's going to be certain parties that are always going to be interested in filing lawsuits, some warranted, some frivolous. And so I won't speak about any individual issue as far as which one is in which camp.
Right.
But what I will say is that something else that is coming into play is even Delta Airlines being sued based upon their own claim being carbon neutral and their use of carbon offsets. And so it's something that you've seen even some of the largest purchasers of carbon offsets, carbon credits, now backing off that and instead focusing more on that what can actually drive reductions in emissions from their own operations. Ultimately, that's a better choice. It means less reductions day zero, but more long-term permanent type of reductions because the operations are becoming more efficient over time. So that's more transition from offsets to, you know, for that example in the aviation world, sustainable aviation type of fuel.
Thank you very much.
Okay, to transition a little bit over to why our plan is better than simply divesting. Once again, won't focus too much on that, all the words. So, but there are a number of things that are very successful, and developing these type of slides, we also conducted a pretty comprehensive benchmark of our peers and understanding what exactly is driving the different strategies that our peers do, and what makes sense ultimately for us as an institution. So there's been several conversations at the staff and management type of level, but ultimately when we look at this, there are a few different pillars that we're really going to be helping drive the needle. You know, this engagement and influence, this is something that CalPERS is a leader in, and CalPERS is well known for from the corporate governance type of team. And it's something that we'll continue to be able to do. But ultimately, I would say that, you know, what we've communicated to the marketplace is that we are not going to be walking away from these tough problems, and that we also think that there is a benefit from engaging in and of itself. The next one, you might see that word selective. Maintain selective investments in fossil fuels. And I think that resonates perhaps with some of the Karen slides, because there was a question of, you know, okay, well, what exactly exists, and also perhaps the weights that exist. Now, selective could mean a few different things, but if you look at it from more from a industry or sector type of perspectives, some sectors are weighted more than others in broad market type of indexes, and because we follow broad market indexes largely, then we have different types of weights as well. And then so perhaps that changes over time based upon different active type of decisions that we make.
He can finish this.
Oh, okay.
Please.
Yeah. Well, just to follow up on the last two items, even though we do have investments in, you know, energy and traditional energy of oil and gas, it doesn't mean that we can't continue to increase investments that we make in this low carbon transition. And based upon our strategy, in every sense, we intend to do so. We intend to be able to continue to increase this, as echoed by Peter earlier on in this presentation. And lastly, once again, just to rehash some previous comments, this is focus on decarbonizing the real world. This focus on decarbonizing not just our portfolio, or the global economy, understanding that because of our investment universe is so large, we will have the benefit from decarbonization across the world.
Thank you, Travis. Go ahead, Lisa.
Thank you. And thank you for this presentation. It's been absolutely fascinating, and there's an incredible amount of data that we got this morning that I will be using for a very long period of time, so thank you. A very specific question and then a more general one. Specifically going back to where we started with the conversation that we were at a 3 3/4 to 1 renewable to fossil fuel in terms of our investments. Should we, as an organization at CalPERS, be seeking some ratio that is different than 4 to 1 and perhaps much higher than a 4 to 1 ratio, and what kind of pace, if we should be at a greater rate, should that be? And then the much broader question, in terms of what you've outlaid today, do you have the authority under existing policy to implement the programs and the strategies that you are outlining? Are there additional steps that we as a board need to take to ensure that you have the authority that you need to carry out these practices?
Thank you for the question. So regarding the first one in the ratio, I think our focus will not be so much on a ratio, but rather the absolute amounts. So currently we've invested $2.5 billion in renewables and green infra. That's an important number, but as we've seen from Karen's presentation and her interactive questions, the opportunity set, the size of the market is enormous, and this transition is happening quickly. So we anticipate, I can't tell you today, and we'll have to convene with our infra colleagues and Daniel Booth, but we will significantly increase that number. And probably, I expect also the investment in fossil fuel will decline. So that ratio will naturally improve significantly. But we're just simply doing it because it makes good investment sense to do so. On your second question, I think I'll pass that to Nicole or Marcy, but my understanding is yes, fully we have that ability.
Nicole.
Yeah, what we'll be bringing forward in the fall is really the blocks building across the asset classes to give you a very clear number that we're targeting. And during that work, we'll do an extra sweep of all policies to make sure that we're not missing something.
Okay, thank you.
I think it would be helpful, particularly coming back at future meetings, for the board to be able to weigh in and offer our guidance as to the direction that you're going. But I can tell you I'm fully supportive of this direction.
That's really helpful, and I think that's why we wanted to preview with you today. We'll chat again in September. We need a hand-in-glove approach here with you because we won't be able to execute without the support, and so we really appreciate the feedback, and we're going to walk on this together with the board.
Excellent. I have a question from Ms. Willett and then Controller Cohen.
Sorry. Thank you so much. At the risk of this being addressed elsewhere, on your slide we talked about being a leader in catalyst of change to achieve our net zero by 2050 goals. And I'm wondering, I know that we are not in this world alone, right? And the investments being central, we have to move a marketplace, we have to have coalitions. So my question is, if you can drill down on that, what does being a leader mean? How do our current coalitions help us get to where we need to be? What new coalitions may need to be had? Or what updates do we need to our current coalitions so we can make sure that we're not the only one working towards this. This is a global problem, and I love that we're going to be the leader. I'm curious, who are we bringing with us? How are we doing it? If you could address that a little bit.
Okay, thank you. Maybe I'll pass the coalition question to Travis, since he has a longer history here. With respect to being a leader in investments, I would break it down into two aspects. The first is really being a thought leader and recognized by the market as seeing sustainability as an investment opportunity and acting upon that. And the second area is being a leader in terms of deploying the correct part of the portfolio towards this investment opportunity. Not all the portfolio, not all the world is driven by sustainability. Some of it artificial intelligence, some of it technology, many other trends happening. So allocating, but having a very specific understanding and strategy by asset class to tap into that opportunity set. Just offhand, that's how I think I would view it, taking leadership. We historically, CalPERS has been a global leader when it comes to engagement, advocacy, stewardship, and maybe Travis can comment on that with respect to the coalition, which was a key part. But where I think we need to become more of a global leader is on the investing side in terms of sustainable investing.
Yeah, I think going back to slide 22, which does mention some of the different levers and tools that we have. I mentioned previously Climate Action 100, ESG Data Convergence Initiative. There's also many other type of partnerships that this firm has had over time, Sustainable Accounting Standards Boards, both on the advocacy type of side and the regulation type of side, but then also on the corporate engagement side. And beyond that, this has bled more into the investment type of side as well. And I think that perhaps isn't always shown or mentioned in public realm, but the strategic type of partnerships that we do have with different external managers and what we get, whether it be tangible or intangible type of resources, from these managers and how they get incorporated within the staff level and help staff make decisions, not only on those investments under the relationship of that manager, but then also embedded within the entire investment process as well. So, but these are a few examples, and then if there's ever any type of questions, perhaps going forward of what we're doing in a certain space, we're always happy to be able to expand on that as well.
Is that good, Melissa? Okay, Ms. Cohen?
Good afternoon. A couple questions. On slide 24, you have one of your bullet points says divestment from fossil fuels is not an effective net zero strategy. But I want to know if there are other plans that have employed this strategy.
So when you look at divestment, there's two different characteristics. One is actually just security selection as far as active type of management and perhaps just weighting to a lower degree that individual sector. The other aspect is outright type of divestment. When we speak to this, we're talking about outright divestment, where there's just this ban, essentially, prevention of even looking at opportunities that might exist in this type of space. Different investors have pursued this, and I will say that some, have, depending on when the timing is of their type of choices, it has paid off well or has paid off quite poorly. I don't want to specifically call out any individual asset manager or asset owner, some of which are our peers,
well, okay, let me ask, because my question really is, I do want you to call out, but if you're not comfortable, I respect that. So I'm just trying to understand, I mean, divestment is a strategy, and I wanted to know if this strategy is being employed. I think I heard you say, yes, it's being employed, but it depends whether or not it's been successful or not, depending on the timing of the market to pull out the amount of money. My next question is where do they reinvest? I mean, and I'm asking you to speak broadly.
Yeah.
I don't know the answer to this, so this is a heartfelt question, no gotcha.
No, for most managers, you almost answer your own question. In the broad market index. Mm-hmm. It's reallocated to the broad market index, and then so based upon where, if IT or information technology might be, X percentage, mm-hmm. It's taking that energy sector, that prorated amount, and then adding it on to each of the individual type of sectors that already exist.
So what if everybody divested?
Mm-hmm.
Karen said, I think she said that would create a grinding halt to the economy. Does that sound right? I think that's...
Well,
I mean, if everybody just got on the same page and said, you know what, we should all divest, and everyone divest, then what would happen?
So let me make a couple quick points on this. One is, you know, when you look at oil in particular, and you see where it comes from around the world, there's a whole lot of players that are state-run in parts of the world that really don't rely on capital basically coming from Western institutions to the same degree. So there's a whole lot of oil that can keep coming out of the ground that is not really affected that much by these incentives. And in fact, they have the opposite incentives, because if you're a government, then this is your main source of income.
So what you're describing to me sounds like Saudi Arabia.
And others like it. They're certainly not the only country. They're certainly not the only country. I'd say actually Saudi Arabia would be one of the leaders that have said, maybe we don't want to only do this, and we'd also want to figure out some other options for the future in case this is kind of where the path goes. My only point is, if everybody divested and made it very, very difficult to invest in getting more oil out of the ground or coal out of the ground, there would be less. There wouldn't be anything like zero, because there'd be a whole other, but you would see things that feel a lot like the kind of things we saw right when Russia invaded Ukraine, which is if it happened very quickly without the kind of planning for it, right when Russia invaded Ukraine and you're Europe and you have to kind of cut off a lot quickly, you would get that kind of, I'd say, stagflationary type market action. But exactly how much would happen would depend on who are all the players that really don't care about your divestment and their capital, you know, kind of comes from elsewhere, and how fast that divestment would happen, how fast it would be cut off. If it's okay, let me just answer one other question you're asking about institutions that have divested. What I would say is there is a range, but in my view, the most, the thing that I've seen some institutions do, not others, that has been most problematic in my view is really make their new goal very, very focused on just spot emissions today. And because we're really, in the financial industry, we're really good at optimizing to whatever your goal you give us. So if you tell us just spot emissions today, you can optimize everything for that, when that's really not a great goal. Because if you go back to my kind of Venn diagram, a lot of the companies that matter to actually then be on the other side of the divestment, right, like provide all that green stuff on the other side, they have some emissions today. And they have to. And so you don't want to also starve capital from the solutions providers. So you want to make sure that your goals are kind of balancing, you know, I don't want to be I totally think it's reasonable not to want to be providing capital to the things you don't want to see happen in the world, but you don't want to do it in a way that then your next goal kind of then actually freezes capital away from people who provide solutions, because they're going to have some emissions too. They're not going to be zero emissions providers. So the divestment wants to be, you want to do it smartly so you at least balance those two things.
Thanks, Karen. I appreciate that. I think that's probably one of the best answers that I've heard to this quagmire where we are, to divest, not to divest. So I definitely appreciate that. And then on slide 25, on your third bullet point, it says, and this is on the achieve net zero by 2050, the third bullet says, it increases risk as we decrease diversification. Can you explain that or re-explain that to me? No, you were on, it was, okay. Yeah, that's the one. It increases risk as we decrease diversification.
Yeah, so as you divest, let's say, for an example, you know, at first it's energy, it's oil and gas, and then let's say it's another thing, and then let's say it's another thing over time. And all of a sudden you go from 5% of the investment universe to 10% to 15%. These incremental things do eventually make a difference. And they ultimately limit the investment universe. And so if we have an investment universe that's a broad market type of universe, and we have our benchmark based upon this, and slowly over time we actually detract and get more and more differentiated, even in more of like a passive type of portfolio, from what our benchmark actually is. That provides an incremental type of amount of risk for every divestment act from any individual security that we would do.
Okay. On slide 26, you have a point that says fossil fuels are an important source. Fossil fuels are an important source of portfolio diversification, will remain an important component of the global economy and contribute to energy security. My note says how, but I think Karen kind of even alluded to it in her answer. Is there anything else?
Well, I'd say just to kind of elaborate on the two parts of your question, I think that, if all you do is cut things out of your portfolio, you do want to be really thoughtful about what have you cut out.
Right.
But there are smart ways to think, how do I bring similar things in that provide similar diversification instead? So as an example, this slide says one of the ways that a lot of plans, including your own, get diversification in case prices rise is that they have exposure to things that do well, prices rise. And you tend to do well in a rising inflation environment when you have fossil fuels. That's not the only thing that's going to do well in that environment. So I think these are good thoughts to caution against. If you just start cutting things out, you're by definition losing some diversification. And you want to think, what are the characteristics of what I'm dropping? And can I afford to fully drop it, or are there other things that can replace it? And now you're not only asking a question of how do I fund the green transition, you're also asking what are the investment role that I need to play with what I've removed, and how do I make sure I also don't lose the important investment role?
So I guess that's also why having a thoughtful staff balances everything out. The consultants, the staff, and then an informed board. It all comes together. Our plan will provide an actual decarbonization for the economy and our portfolio, not shift the responsibilities to others via divestment. And I was wondering, again, are other investors or plans adopting this strategy? This is on slide 26. I don't know if I was clear, but slide 26.
Same page.
Yeah.
Well, I would say that most investors currently do not divest. So then by default, most are participating in this type of strategy about being actively invested in these type of industries, or at least having some degree of exposure to some of these industries.
Okay,
now, at the same time, most investors do not engage or are active owners to the degree that CalPERS is.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. I realize that some of my questions are pretty redundant, but I'm really...
Not all good.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand a little bit of the entire environment that we're making these decisions, so that I understand what other people are doing. Not that I worry about other people, but just being informed about what's happening out there in the investment world as it relates to divestment. Thank you very much. Madam Chair, back to you.
All right, thank you, Madam Controller. It's 12:06, go ahead.
All right, we will speed right along. Emphasis on speed. So this is a slide that...
Sorry, Yvonne, did you have...
He can finish, and then
okay.
at the end.
Okay. On this slide, it should be similar to a slide that perhaps was seen back in November by some of the board members within our TCFD, Task Force on Climate-Related Financial Disclosure Report. The number was shown a little bit in excess of $40+ billion of investments that have been tagged or recognized largely as low carbon or climate solutions type of investments. What we show is where these funds are coming from each of the individual asset classes. We're pretty transparent, actually, we're really transparent in providing the methodology below, but then also in our TCFD report. We've also updated this for December 2022. It dipped a little bit based upon the volatility within the public markets, but has largely came back just during that 5-6 month type of period. Going forward, though, and within this type of goals that we have, this 2030 type of target, we'll also be including transition type of assets. And transition assets will also, we'll probably dedicate a couple slides alone just to be able to provide some clarity and transparency on the definition of transition assets. But I think one thing, hopefully, that you've heard during this entire conversation this morning is the opportunities that lie to be able to generate alpha from these type of transition assets. Assets that, whether they be brown or gray to green type of assets, provide an investment opportunity and also provide the most upside and to be able to limit carbon and change it from a high carbon to a lower carbon type of asset as well. So it's a nice benefit all the way around.
I was just going to say, when I was going over this presentation prior to coming, I was unsettled, and I couldn't figure out why I was unsettled. And I think I have. So when we went back to slide 25, 26, words matter. And so I think some of that's in there is coming from like a negative place to explain. I am in support of the things that we're doing. how we're doing it. I think it's making sense. But it's like we're being defensive about saying we're doing something good, and I don't think we should. If we shouldn't be, we should be, you know, ringing it out from the rooftops, and that's not what I'm seeing here. So we might want to think about the wording, because when you went into your explanations and you were talking with Controller Cohen, right? It's like, yeah, okay, that makes a lot of sense, blah, blah, blah. But just on the just reading it all by itself, it was like, it kind of made me go, ugh.
Okay,
As a
no, excellent
technical way.
point, and
We don't want
will-
that, yeah, so
We'll factor
we need
that.
a review
We'll-
then.
We'll
Yeah.
reflect that in the next version, you see. Okay, Chair Taylor, should we try to close out in less than 5 minutes? Okay. So there's several other net zero slides. I think we may pass through those. This maps out by year what needs to happen in terms of transition by different sectors to reach the 2050 target. And then we have a slide related to why, in fact, it's not realistic to be net zero significantly before 2050. And fundamentally, it's because the economy itself is going to take those years out to 2050 at least. And if we're a global investor with exposure throughout the economy, it's not realistic for us to be that far ahead 10, 15 years. It would be nice, but yeah.
So are you saying in your, why is it not realistic by 2035? That's
Yeah,
what
so
you're
it's just
explaining?
a hypothetical
Okay.
question, because we know of other funds who have put 2040 as a net zero target. If they're really small and niche, that might be possible, you know, a few billion under management or an endowment, a foundation. But if you are a large public asset owner with global exposure, unfortunately, it's not realistic. And you can make you can make a claim, but you won't be able to live up to it. So we want anything we do, we want to be able to meet. Okay, so just in the last moments, we want to pivot away from the climate and climate change, because we also want to underscore that human capital, the S part, social, diversity, equity, inclusion are still very much center stage and part of our strategy and priority. I think these are the more, in fact, established parts, so that's probably why we had less airtime to those. I think for the next version, we'll also amplify these last two items as well. But in terms of diversity, equity, inclusion, I mean, just briefly, in the public markets, we're very much engaged in that, promoting DEI through our engagement efforts with corporations. We do over 300 such engagements per year, and DE&I is very much a component of those discussions and engagements. So it's measured, it's monitored by us. In the private markets, we are really promoting more diversity, equity, inclusion with our managers. Asset managers. So the first step is to actually assess where do they sit and how do they compare to peers. So we've been very involved the last few years with Lenox Park to do a survey, and working closely with Marlene and her team on that so that we can benchmark different managers across. Again, in the private markets, very involved with diverse and emerging manager program, both Mosaic and the historical investments we've made in that. We're already looking at the next round of diversity, equity, diverse and emerging managers in our pipeline. So things are continuing to grow there. The fifth item, looking in terms of the broad scope or target there is objective improving financial markets, with a focus on regulatory and human capital. We are building up Travis's team. We have 2 new hires coming in to support on that. As we know, we're with Sarah and her team looking at the reviewing the human capital policy. In terms of being a thought leader, we recently published a report with Schroders Asset Management that defines the benefit of assessing human capital in public companies and it demonstrates that there's a correlation between better human capital practices and performance. Happy to share that with people if they haven't seen. And just to make the linkage between sustainability, climate, and human capital, this focus on a just transition, which several has been mentioned earlier today as well.
The climate diversity and governance related proxy vote, or proxy voting, and also just engagements on those topics has really been the three main pillars within our corporate engagement type of strategy for many years. At points in time, those were more novel, more newer type of topics, especially climate change. If you look back a little bit more than a decade from where we are today. Over time, we'll continue to be able to spearhead our engagement and develop other engagements that perhaps aren't having the dedicated resources from the financial markets that should be. We'll continue to be able to do this, and I think there are a couple of different ideas that we'll be able to elaborate on in November. That will be a prime example of where new engagements can really be focusing on and what the impacts will be not only to our investment portfolio, but also, once again, to society. The other aspect that I do want to be able to highlight is just going back to effective corporate engagement. When we look at effective corporate engagement type of practices, there's a few things that really stand out. One, you really need to be able to have some type of education to the broader financial markets. You need to have a number of different market participants, both investment managers and owners, coming from different type of viewpoints, largely bringing up the same issue. And not bringing it up once, twice, but several times over a period of time. That consistency, that reputation over time really helps drive the point to the companies to be able to actually take actions and make some type of change within their own CapEx, their own investment type of choices as well. But these things take time, but it's important to be able to hit the ground running and be able to understand what we can do today that's going to have an impact going forward in the future. So we do look forward to being able to highlight some examples in November that will be perhaps a little bit more novel and something that's not being addressed largely by many other asset owners too.
So I have Ms. Willett, but I also wanted to just comment and make sure that we are covering workforce issues. I see that we have our human capital, right, a living wage for workers, but there's some workforce issues that, besides the living wage, right, that we need to address.
There's absolutely
all over the market. I'm not just saying in one particular segment or asset class for sure.
And the example that I'll allude to that we'll dive into more in November in a public forum will be human capital related.
Great.
Specifically, and it's something that I'm excited to share about, and it also intersects both human capital as well as the low carbon transition.
Oh, excellent. Thank you, Travis. So Ms. Willett and then Mr. Rubalcaba.
Thank you, President Taylor. Thank you so much for the presentation. You kind of all read my mind. So long ago when we started, you asked a couple questions that we started off the day with. On my slide, which was page 2, and I know our slide numbers are off, there was a question, number 6, that never got actually answered or we never addressed in the kind of going back and forth, and about human capital trends. And I think that we just can't meet the climate transition without appropriate workforce transition as well. And so I'm wondering, you said we're going to bring back more in November, and I look forward to that. And I'd really, really like to see a deep dive and specifics on how are we going to do that. Because incorporating a workforce transition plan is, I think, going to be essential to any other success.
You're still in our thunder a little bit because you're hitting it right on the head. And that's really what it comes down to. In the bottom right of this, bottom segment of this slide, these human capital type of trends that we've identified, it's this demographic type of shifts. The baby boomers exiting, largely the trades have been from these Gen X and baby boomers, where the millennials and Generation Z largely are not fulfilling those type of jobs. And then it's this education and training that's needed from both companies as well as those companies that provide and supply what the trades actually utilize, that need to be really focused in on what they can do as well to develop these type of pipelines. Because if it's not adequately addressed today and invested in, then we're going to be facing some consequential type of problems a decade from now. And then outside of that, there's obviously some issues of a much more evolving type of topic related to AI, and many different companies are just starting to get their feet wet in that, but it's going to be a topic that we can engage companies on more effectively.
Thank you. And then if I could just get one more kind of statement in along the conversation that's been had today. I know I have too much stuff, sorry. Okay. I think I have cords too. Okay. So just making a comment for myself here. So when we look at the science, we know that we've already completely changed the composition of the atmosphere, right? And so if we don't achieve net zero, even if we achieve net zero by 2050, it's going to take decades for the ecology to stabilize and us to know what's going to be expected in our climate. And so we're already in uncharted territory, and I feel that that uncharted territory has created a lot of uncertainty, and to me, uncertainty means risk. So in my role as looking at the long-term future of my coworkers, my own pension, my ability to retire with dignity, I think that we still have to make decisions even though we have risks that we are facing, even though we are uncertain about what that means. And so, you know, when we're looking at divestment or not divestment or how we frame it, thank you to my colleague, Ms. Walker, you know, for talking about how let's go on the offensive, not always be so defensive with the work we're doing. I think making those decisions is just going to be really, really critical, and I appreciate us diving into what those decisions are and not just always talking at a 30,000-foot level. And at some point, if we have to make the decision to not invest in something or to sell something, then let's just do that and not be so concerned about the politics of what is divestment. So that's just kind of my statement. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Willett. Mr. Rubalcaba?
Thank you, Madam Chair. President Taylor. Yes, thank you for the presentation. I really, I think it's enlightening the 2020 Sustainable Investment Strategy. I really appreciated the guest speaker from Bridgewater adding the third dimension. I like that term, which is basically something we've always talked about is the impact. You mentioned the cube, the impact. And the other thing I appreciated on this presentation, it made reference to historic CalPERS work that the President Taylor had mentioned, which is I have it here, the sustainability principles and the CalPERS governance and sustainability principles, which was September 2019, so everything's happened in September. And also I had references to the investment beliefs, and that helped me anchor a lot of stuff, which was also September, but 2013. So I thought that was interesting. So I'm looking forward to September 2023. But reviewing those historic documents, which have guided our work, I think there's a lot in here that is reinforced or is an evolution, to use the term our guest speaker used, which is the whole thing about one of the risks that is, our risks are multifaceted. And in our fiduciary duties to generate risk-adjusted returns, all within that parameters or structure. And one of those things we need to look at, as some of my colleagues have talked about, is human capital. And I'm glad that in looking to how to improve the financial markets, one thing we're looking at is going to be just transition. So really want to look to see how we use our advocacy, our legislative avenue, our leverage, and our size to try to move that forward to make sure that we're moving to a more sustainable investment policy and something that our grandkids can move toward climate change. Thank you very much. Thank you, President Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Rubalcaba. Mr. Pacheco?
Yes. Thank you, Madam President Taylor. Just want to ask you a question back to page 30 on diversity, equity, and inclusion. Third point on that is the use of advocacy and engagement to influence the regulatory requirements for additional transparency for corporations to be taken. How do you see that in terms of increasing advocacy and engagement in the private markets? You know, I'm just curious because it's very interesting that the process of how to do that's very complicated, but you have to work with the GPs, and then they in turn have to work with the portfolio companies. And just want to understand how you envision us to move that forward so that we can also, because right now, from what I've read, from what you mentioned, we have 300, we engage with 300 external managers with on the public markets. Am I correct? Public markets, but in the private markets, I'm just curious about that. Or Peter,
So yes, so the engagements in the public markets are directly with the companies themselves. Right. On the private markets, we work through asset managers. So our engagement will initially need to be focused on the asset managers and not only assessing their diversity and equity inclusion, but also that of their portfolio companies. So we do it through the Lennox Park survey on the managers themselves. I think, Travis, if you have thoughts on what we do vis-a-vis the underlying companies,
right.
You know, it is part of our overall governance and sustainability principles. And I think that's probably an area that we need to continue to work on, to have our managers also systematically be looking at that across their portfolio.
Yeah.
So, and I'm gonna ask us to we're at 12:24. So if you could real quick, Travis, wrap that up, and then I've got people that want to talk too, public commenters, so.
Two comments. One would be on the regulatory type of side. We do actively comment on these type of aspects. Human capital, the proposed ruling on human capital for the SEC is expected in around October of later this year. We will be commenting on that. That will be related to certain DEI type of metrics as well. And then more on the engagement type of side, both, I think what has already been mentioned is on the public side. On the private side, the ESG Data Convergence Initiative does highlight a number of different human capital related and diversity related type of metrics. Those also have an opportunity to grow and increase the number of metrics that are asked over time. So that's to directly influence something that's much larger than just CalPERS. And I think one thing that I would probably leave the audience and board is that what has been most effective is to not necessarily just have CalPERS lead the charge as an independent investor, but instead to be able to advocate for the broader financial market to come together and develop some certain coalitions, such as Climate Action 100+, such as ESG Data Convergence Project, such as SASB, such as PRI, and be able to get all that momentum behind. And then that way it's an equal weighting for all instead of us being out there as a silo.
So coalition building then.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
So basically what Melissa had talked about earlier.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. Thank you.
So, and remember everybody, I feel like we all didn't get to ask our questions, but we got September and November that they're gonna bring these back to us that we'll be able to do a deeper dive. In the meantime, I wanna thank the presenters, Peter, Travis, Karen, thank you very much for coming. Excellent presentation from all of you, but thank you very much. We do have public comment, so I'm gonna start with the two that I have. Do I have any online? Just these two? Okay. So I have Bridget Munoz, Lebowitz, and Gabe Garza from the Writers Guild of America West.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, everybody. As Madam President said, I'm Bridget Munoz-Leibowitz. I'm a TV writer, showrunner, and a 10-year member of the Writers Guild of America, which represents thousands of TV writers and film writers. I've written on shows like Brooklyn Nine-Nine, Love Life, One Day at a Time, and most recently I ran the Gordita Chronicles for HBO Max. Now you might be thinking, is she at the wrong board meeting? But I am here today because even though TV writers aren't beneficiaries of the CalPERS system, we do have a deeply shared common interest. For the past 11 weeks, as you might have heard, the Writers Guild of America has been on strike because media companies refuse to negotiate a fair deal for writers. These media companies are the same media companies in which CalPERS is invested. As stated in the letter that the WGA sent to this board last week, the company's failure to negotiate a fair deal for writers and end the strike exposes your fund's investment to financial risk. Because of the strike, the studios will have almost no new scripted shows to air on their broadcast networks this fall. And now that media companies have also failed to negotiate a fair deal for the Screen Actors Guild, nothing can even be filmed. No new seasons of Stranger Things aside, the financial impact of a strike grows worse the longer studios wait to come back to the bargaining table. They have the power to end this strike, get Hollywood back to work, and protect your investments. But they don't want to. Recently, they've been quoted saying they won't even consider coming back to the table until October because they want to break the WGA, which sounds more like dialogue for a supervillain than a sound business practice. They would prefer to shut down the industry for 8 months rather than bargain in good faith, putting hundreds of thousands of livelihoods and your funds' investments at stake. Hollywood is dying to get back to work, but we need a fair deal to do it, a deal that provides a living wage, an end to the abusive practice of free work, and existential protection against the threat of AI, all of which have long-reaching implications for the health of the media industry as a whole. So I come to you, not just as a creator of your favorite TV shows, but as an ally with a common goal, to end this strike. Writers create the only product these companies sell, and without our work, there is no profit to be had for us or for their investors. So I urge you to reach out to these companies and tell them to get back to the negotiating table with a fair deal to end this strike. The industry, the economy of California, and the health of your investments depends on it. Thank you so much for your time.
Mr. Garza, there you go.
Hello. Hi, and thank you so much for having us here.
You might want to pull that up closer to your mouth. There you go.
I'm usually behind the camera, not in front. So. Thank you so much for having us here. I cannot tell you how much this 3 minutes means to us, and I promise you can time me. Hello, CalPERS board members. My name is Gabe Garza, and I am a television writer. I have worked in animation. I have written for half-hour comedy. I have written for one-hour drama. I've even written for a couple movies. All that to say, I have seen how Hollywood works. But it does not work anymore. And that is not just a problem for hundreds of thousands of workers in our business, it is a problem for these companies and their investors. The writer's strike is currently on day 75, month 3 of its strike. I have spent this past 3 months picketing in 90-degree heat in Burbank, in 90-degree heat in Georgia, and at 3 a.m. dodging rattlesnakes in the desert. I have done this to try and end this strike as soon as possible. The last strike cost California workers $2.1 billion. As opposed to that, it would only cost these media companies 0.2% of their revenue to end it. Those are the numbers. Don't have a fancy PowerPoint presentation, but it seems pretty simple to me. We heard a lot about, the negative impact, and I feel like 2.1 billion is a pretty big negative impact. You might be asking yourself, well, why would they do this? What is their goal? Recently, an anonymous studio executive was quoted as saying, "The end game is to allow things to drag on until union members start losing their apartments and losing their houses." You've already heard that their goal is to break the WGA. They have said this is, quote, a necessary evil. Of this self-described evil plan, they have said it's been agreed for months, before the WGA even walked out. Last week, the Actors Union also decided they had no choice but to join us on strike. In doing so, currently all production is ground to a halt. No production means that billions of dollars are invested in these companies who can no longer make a product. We are asking them to invest in their workforce. We are asking them to stop being a penny wise and a pound foolish, because billions of dollars are at risk and it would only cost millions to end this. And we are please asking you to urge them to stop holding the California economy, hundreds of thousands of workers, and your investment hostage. Thank you. Happy to answer questions whenever it's allowed.
All right, thank you, everybody. I myself want to say that it's, as CalPERS, I'm a little concerned that they have prolonged this strike and chosen the language to say they're prolonging the strike. but also, it's, as usual, it always costs less to pay for the asking laborers their labor, what their labor is worth, rather than prolonging such strikes or trying to avoid bargaining. So, Mr. Rufino?
Thank you, Madam President, and thank you to your folks for being here today. I, Treasurer Mom, would like to convey her support for the writers. They are currently on strike, fighting for a fair deal that recognizes the value they bring to their industry. The writers and actors strikes raise critical concerns for Treasurer Ma. As a CalPERS board member, she is very concerned about the fiduciary risks posed by the ongoing strike, which the major studios and streamers have failed to take any action to resolve. She is concerned that company actions that prolong this labor dispute and shuts down the industry threaten the financial performance of CalPERS investments. As California Treasurer, she is concerned, as it was mentioned, that in 2007, 2008, writers' strike cost the state of California an estimated $2.1 billion. How much is it going to cost in 2023? And finally, as a SAG member herself, the Treasurer understands how crucial the entertainment unions have been to ensuring economic security for the industry's workers, which has allowed an industry that is crucial to California's economy to thrive. These companies would not exist without the labor and the talents of writers who make up the YGA and SAG. These workers deserve what they're asking for, and a settlement will protect the greater California economy. And so today, the Treasurer Ma stands with you, and she calls on the companies to return to the bargaining table and give writers a fair deal. Thank you, Madam President.
Do you want to say something about that? Okay, go ahead. So I just want to, we got a little confused here. I want to thank Mr. Rufino. I'm sorry, I did not see you.
I know.
Go ahead.
Just real quick, many of you know me in my role as this California State Controller. Some of you also know that I'm a mother, but you may not know I'm also a producer on a film. This last year we filmed out in Hayward, California, in the Bay Area. And it was a very eye-opening experience because it brought so much to the local economy. The caterers, the gaffs, the lighting, the grips, the sound, the mixing, the lighting. I mean, I just had an opportunity to learn a lot. And so I have historically always stood with workers, much like you, Teresa, and others on this body. And so this is a really unique moment in time. I too just want to affirm my support for the writers that are on strike. I was absolutely delighted to see that the actors joined this strike. I particularly was moved by the president of the Actors Guild, her remarks. They were so thoughtful, they were poignant, and they were very passionate. And I don't think she was acting, although she's a good actress. All that to say is that I believe that we're talking about an investment, $800 million of investment. Does that sound correct to you, Ms. Frost? You don't have the figure? You don't know? We don't know. No one knows the figure. But it's a significant amount of money, and I do think that whenever and wherever we have an opportunity to ensure that there are fair labor rules, that we should support workers and supporting the work environment and understand that this is a collective best interest for our investment. Thank you.
Thank you, Controller Cohen. I will say that we appreciate you coming and talking to us, being a California state worker, also currently in problems in bargaining. Your struggle brings all of that to the forefront, so we thank you for that. In addition, I think I was just discussing with Ms. Frost what else we could do. So I'm going to hand it over to Ms. Frost because I think there are things being done right now.
And Controller Cohen, we can get the number. It just depends on how you define the universe. So we can get that number. But as a part of our normal human capital engagement that we do with public companies, these are items that we do talk with privately owned or publicly held companies. So the team does have plans to reach out to these media-related institutions to have a discussion about the potential impact on their operations, impact on revenue, impact on profits related to this particular human capital issue. So we are happy to provide an update on that engagement back to the board.
Yes, if you could, either by email or, thank you very much. So I'm going to go ahead and recess the meeting. We're way later than I thought we would be. We're at 12:39. If we could go till 1:30, I know we have folks on Zoom, and I hope it's not inconveniencing any other speakers, but if we could go to 1:30 for lunch and be back here with everybody in their seats at 1:30, I'd appreciate it. Thank you. We are back in session, and hold on a second. I want to introduce Marlene Timberlake Diadamo for our afternoon diversity, equity, and inclusion in the investment industry. And I'm going to do all the presenters. I know I have a whole list here, and we have some on Zoom. Is that correct? Okay, so we have Michael Gadsden-Williams, who's not here yet.
Michelle Gadsden-Williams.
Michelle.
Pardon me? Michelle, not Michael. Okay, Marcus Shaw. I see Marcus. Welcome, Marcus. Alondra Washington. Then she's here right here. Geraldine Castillo, is that Geraldine right there? Hi. And am I missing anybody? It looks like
That's it.
All right. So Marlene, go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, board members. Marlene Timberlake Diadamo, CalPERS team member. Continuing on the theme of innovation Nicole spoke of this morning, I'm thrilled to bring you this session today on DEI innovations in the investment industry. In my role as Chief Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion Officer, I have the great privilege to interact with organizations as they, like us, continue their DEI and employee engagement journey. We thought that it would be really insightful to bring you stories from the trenches, innovations that organizations are undertaking to assess and improve their diversity, equity, inclusion, and engagement postures. I really enjoyed learning about these initiatives. I continue to be inspired by the work that is being done, and I hope that you enjoy the presentation. Before we get started, I just wanted to give you a preview of the presentation. So attending virtually is Michelle Gadsden-Williams. She is the Global Head of Diversity, Equity, and Inclusion at BlackRock. BlackRock manages $8.5 trillion for public and private sector organizations and individuals. It is the largest asset manager in the world. Geraldine Castillo McAniff is the Chief Diversity Officer at Oaktree Capital. Oaktree is an alternative asset management firm with $172 billion under management and more than 1,100 employees. Marcus Shaw, all the way down to my left, is the CEO of Alt Finance. Alt Finance is a nonprofit fellowship program created jointly by Oaktree, Ares, and Apollo to strengthen career paths for HBCU students in alternative investments. Also attending virtually, Dr. Alondra Washington is the VP of Transformation and Organizational Effectiveness at the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. The Kellogg Foundation was founded in 1923 to improve the lives of children. Dr. Washington will be introducing us to their expanding equity program, which they have created to help organizations, including financial services organizations, expand diversity. Michelle will speak first, followed by Geraldine and Marcus, and last, Dr. Washington. We will entertain questions at the end, of course, but feel free to ask questions throughout the presentation as well. So welcome, Michelle, and thank you for taking the time to share your journey with our board and members.
Thank you so much for having me today. So good afternoon, everyone. At BlackRock, we believe that diversity, equity, and inclusion is critical to our business and key to developing world-class talent and delivering for our clients in a rapidly changing world. I joined the firm in the fall of 2020, and we deployed our global diversity strategy in March of 2021. And since that time, we've invested in the global DEI strategy and function by adding more resources. The team has doubled in size. We now have 12 full-time employees spanning across the regions, and we built a team infrastructure that is aligned to the core elements of our strategy. We've also set public representation targets and built goals into each business's objectives for the year, and we've been able to track progress against these goals by way of quarterly business reviews, talent bench reviews, business-specific diversity progress reviews, and along with our business leaders and HR business partners. All of these measures feeds into how we assess our businesses and our managers during the course of the year. Now, our global DEI strategy is ambitious, and it set in motion a series of public commitments to accelerate progress across all three pillars of our strategy. And those pillars are talent and culture across the globe, where we focus on attracting, hiring, developing, and retaining a diverse talent pipeline and also cultivating an inclusive and equitable work environment. It also supports our clients, which focuses on expanding investment choices and business partnership opportunities related to DEI. And then the third pillar is really around our charitable giving and focusing on our philanthropic efforts to contribute to underserved communities. Beyond articulating our ambitions, we committed to not only regularly assessing our progress to determine where we need to deepen and expand our focus, but we also increase transparency by disclosing our progress both internally and externally. So that said, on April 6th of this year, BlackRock published 2 reports focused on DEI and our progress. The first of which is our 2022 Global DEI Annual Report, and the second is the Racial Equity Assessment Report that was co-authored by Covington and Burling and Working Ideal. Both of these reports can be found on our website. Now, starting with the first report, the annual report specifically, that provides a comprehensive review of what we've been able to accomplish to advance our DEI strategy and where we need to further focus to realize our commitments. Last year, we made meaningful strides across all 3 of our pillars, and some highlights coming from that report include the fact that we've been able to make meaningful progress towards greater representation across the firm, specifically for Black and Latinx talent and female talent, which is where we wanted to focus our attention. Now, I want to take a moment to frame the current state of representation in the industry. There's very low representation of both Black and Latinx professionals in both asset management and private equity. Blacks represent 7% of the professionals in asset management and 6% of the professionals in private equity at the analyst level, and the representation levels are even lower at the more senior levels. Blacks represent only 2% of professionals at the MD levels, and there are similar statistics for the Latinx community. They represent 8% of the professionals in asset management and 6% in private equity at the analyst level and 2% at the MD levels for both industries respectively. But despite low representation of both Black and Latinx talent in these industries, and the fact that the external marketplace remains highly competitive for diverse talent, we've increased our overall representation for both Black and Latinx professionals across all levels of the firm, and we've been able to continue to accelerate the growth of these populations over the past 3 years. So let me add some specificity to what I'm saying. We've been able to either meet and or succeed our diversity goals for overall Black and Latinx representation in the US and for senior women leaders globally. And what that means is that we've been able to increase the overall Black representation by 50%, exceeding our 2024 goal ahead of schedule. We've been able to increase the overall representation of Latinx professionals by 30%, meeting our 2024 goal ahead of schedule. And we've been able to increase our senior women leaders by 12%, which we were able to meet our goal ahead of schedule. Now, while we have not yet achieved our goal in terms of doubling the number of Black and Latinx senior leaders by 2024, we've increased the number of Black and Latinx senior leadership by over 50% respectively. The successes that we've seen in terms of representation was really driven by targeted hiring, both on campus and via experienced hiring, via partnerships and talent mapping. We've been laser focused as it pertains to employee retention and sentiment. We've had robust talent management efforts, leadership development programming, sponsorship programs, accountability measures at the individual, the business, and firm-wide levels. And we've leveraged the work of our employee networks to help us to achieve these goals as well. Coupled with that, we've also launched our Count Me In campaign, which is our self-ID campaign, which is a mechanism for us to broaden our understanding in terms of the diversity within the firm. The campaign reached about 93% of our total workforce globally across 20 countries, where we've invited employees to voluntarily share which dimension of diversity applies to them. So that includes gender, sexual orientation, race, ethnicity, disability, military status, and so forth. In addition to that, and from a business perspective, we introduced model portfolios for women to provide bespoke investment solutions for women to help them reach their financial goals and to help build a path forward to a more prosperous future. In addition to that, we've completed a $10 million philanthropic commitment supporting organizations who are on the front lines of advancing racial equity in the US and in the UK. And then lastly, from a supplier diversity perspective, in 2020, we set out to double our spend with diverse-owned suppliers from $22.4 million to $45 million by 2024. As of Q4 of 2022, our spend with diverse-owned suppliers was at $65.8 million. So we're making progress, but we certainly recognize that there's certainly a lot more work to be done. Now, the second and the more comprehensive report that I alluded to earlier is the Racial Equity Assessment. In the spring of 2021, BlackRock received a shareholder proposal for a racial equity audit from the Service Employees International Union, otherwise known as the SEIU. We had several meetings with this organization to better understand the scope of the proposal, and then shortly afterwards, we agreed to conduct an independent review of our diversity strategy and impact. We said yes, as we saw it as an opportunity to have a third-party vendor to kick our DEI tires via a comprehensive review of our strategy and to provide us with feedback in terms of what are we doing well, and offer recommendations in terms of the kinds of things that we need to improve on. Now, BlackRock was among the first in the financial services industry to agree to a racial equity assessment. And since we've signed on to do this assessment, other organizations have since followed, such as Citi, JP Morgan Chase, Wells Fargo, and the like. Now, through an RFP process, we hired Covington & Burling, a prestigious law firm who has experience in conducting these types of audits, with Eric Holder, the former U.S. Attorney General, at the helm. Now, with the support of Working Ideal, which is also a DEI consulting group who was recommended to us by the SEIU, they joined forces as one team and began the assessment in late March, and it was completed in December of that same year. As per our agreement with the SEIU, Covington and Working Ideal were to assess our 2021 DEI strategy as it applies to our U.S. operations and to make that report public. We've proactively shared the report on our website, and with all of the external contributors as well, we've sent each of them a report. In terms of the scope and methodology, the assessment was primarily conducted by way of data gathering, a thorough review of our policies and procedures, and other documentation. The Covington team also conducted over 110 interviews with BlackRock employees, including Larry Fink, members of the Global Executive Committee, senior enterprise-wide leaders, and members of the board of directors at BlackRock. We also hosted 5 roundtable discussions with members of our employee network groups and other underrepresented employees and former employees. We hosted 20 meetings with external key stakeholders, including clients and participants in the BlackRock Diverse Broker and Diverse Manager programs, as well as our Diverse Supplier Initiative. And then lastly, we held group sessions with leaders of over 20 civil rights organizations, including Color of Change, the National Urban League, and Rainbow Push, where I personally invited Reverend Jesse Jackson to attend. So what did we hear and what did we learn from this exercise? The understanding and recognition of communities of color as investors and as a source of wealth and innovation for clients. We also understand that the potential to better leverage a diverse pool of talent in the asset management industry and the need to remove barriers to opportunity is also an area of opportunity, including addressing cultural misperceptions about the talent and the capabilities of Black and Latinx communities specifically, and minority-owned businesses. And then the last thing was the chance to broaden our global understanding in terms of who the investor is and expand investment opportunities to grow the economy that would serve everyone. The overall observations from Covington reflects that BlackRock has an ambitious yet distinctive strategy, as it includes strategic elements over and above just talent and culture, and that we've also made significant progress on our strategy, but there's certainly room for improvement as it pertains to certain processes around talent and accountability. The report was written in the voice of Covington and Working Ideal with no influence from BlackRock at all, and they had 52 recommendations that they presented to us and that we've already started to action. Some key recommendations as it pertains to Pillar 1, talent and culture specifically for this conversation, was the fact that we need to strengthen our accountability structures including a proposal for an advisory board perhaps, the restructuring of the DEI function to be more embedded in the business as a whole, and further embedding DEI into individual performance and business unit objectives. And the second core recommendation was really around addressing Black and Latinx representation within BlackRock, particularly as it pertains to progress and limitations, including how attrition is impacting the benefits of what BlackRock is doing on hiring for Black and Latinx talent, and particular understanding of leadership trends. So as a DEI practitioner of over 30 years in a number of different industries, this assessment was absolutely the right thing for us to do. I think we were primed, prepped, and ready for something like this. And for me personally, it accentuated the many reasons why I decided to join the firm in the first place in September of 2020, and that is to do leading edge work with impact in the DEI space. We found that this assessment has been incredibly useful for us. It's been thought-provoking and a very healthy exercise to assess exactly where we are, but more importantly, to identify areas of opportunity and focus. It also increased the level of focus and engagement of DEI across the firm and at every level. So I want to thank you for your attention, and I welcome your questions at this time. Again, the report is on our website. It's 80 pages, but I gave you the high-level summary of what took place, the scope and so forth, and what was the end result.
Thank you, Michelle. Marlene, can the board ask questions? Do you mind?
The board can do whatever it chooses.
Michelle, I just wanted to ask you, and mentioned it towards the end here, about retention and how that's impacting your ability to meet some of these goals. Could you go into that a little bit? Because it actually hit a headline, so.
Absolutely. So our retention at the firm for diverse talent is less than 4%, which is below industry standard for diverse talent. And so we put some processes in place to ensure that we have deepened our commitment and our investment in building talent, building a talent pipeline, and taking a more proactive, hands-on approach to ensure that we not only just hire these individuals, but once they hit the door, that they feel supported, that there's clarity on career pathing and advancement, that they have support systems to ensure that they're successful. We've hosted career development months and the like. So this was an area of opportunity as we saw it, and also that Covington saw as well, and it was pointed out in the report. So it's an area of opportunity for us,
Okay.
for sure.
And you guys have taken it as an opportunity, which is awesome. I also, do you do exit interviews to find out what they're leaving for? Do you have a percentage of breakdown of why folks are leaving?
Absolutely. So the common theme as to why any individual leaves BlackRock is for career advancement. So they're leaving for bigger jobs in other places, perhaps. So having said that, and that's the same for diverse talent as well. So it cuts across, it's for any and every individual who leaves this firm. So we've been able to get ahead of that through some robust talent management practices and really adding more rigor around how we develop talent, discussing career aspirations with our talent, identifying development needs, bringing in direct line managers into the conversations and holding managers accountable to devising and implementing development plans for these individuals. So just adding a lot more clarity in terms of career path for advancement so that there's no need for any individual to feel stuck where they are.
Excellent, thank you. It looks like Mr. Pacheco, go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Thank you very much, Michelle, for this. This is awesome. I'm just really impressed by this. I'd like to ask you regarding the recruitment effort at BlackRock. When you do recruit and you do have these Latinx and historically African American individuals there, do you have some sort of robust mentorship program to keep them, to get them, acclimated to the culture and making sure that they understand the process? Because in the equity world, there's a lot of nuances, a lot of new words, terminology, but it's also a very, from my understanding, it's a very people-oriented industry. So if you can elaborate on that, it'd be wonderful. Thank you.
Absolutely. So we have sponsorship programs as well as mentorship programs for women, for individuals of color within the organization at every level. So no one who joins the firm is left to their own devices to figure out how they're going to acculturate into the organization. For the more senior diverse talent, they are mentored and or sponsored by members of the Global Executive Committee or direct reports of Larry Fink. So we have very formalized programs in place as well as informalized peer mentoring and coaching as well. We also have bespoke leadership development opportunities for these individuals. We have programs specifically for women, high potential, as well as high potential Black, Latinx, and other diverse individuals as well. There's a myriad of different programs that we've designed in-house that gets at and gets underneath some of the more cultural nuances that one might face if they're representing a specific community. And what we've seen from that is that the leadership gets to know the talent on a more visceral level. We're able to identify high potentials earlier, and they're showing up on succession plans for the more senior leadership positions as well. So we know that this type of white glove, very hands-on, tangible processes around talent management works incredibly well for us.
That's wonderful. And you mentioned earlier, and I think President Taylor mentioned that, I believe you said you only have 4% in your entire population. I mean, what is your, maybe this is something in your mind, how do you envision increasing that? I mean, I know it's difficult to find individuals to grow that pipeline, but in your opinion, how would you see that?
When you say 4% is the attrition rate, so those who are leaving. So anything, at least in my head, anything below 4%, I think you're doing really incredibly well.
Oh, I see. Sorry. So
yes,
I'm trying to gather these statistics here. But in terms of how do we increase it even more? I mean, I'm saying, how do we go from where we are now to a higher percentage in the future, more diversity?
Yeah, I think the easy thing that most organizations can do is bring in the talent, as I mentioned earlier. I think what you do with them while they're in your doors is a whole nother conversation. So I think we need to ensure that we are very clear and crisp around what does the career advancement process look like? What is the talent management processes for these individuals? Do they feel supported when they come in the door? Are there experience gaps among individuals and of diverse profile versus the dominant majority? Are we bridging those gaps? Do they have sponsorship programs? Do they have leadership development? So I think there's a whole myriad of things that play into how we're going to retain these individuals. So I think, again, the easy thing is, at least in my head, is you can bring the talent in. What you do with them and how you develop them and get them ready for that next level of leadership or whatever their North Star is really the question. And I think we're getting smarter and faster at that.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
One more.
Gail.
Okay.
Oh, way over there.
Well, good afternoon, Michelle. Congratulations to you, first of all. I'm very impressed with what you said about the supplier diversity in terms of 2020, how you increased it from 22.4 million to 45 million. Can you please elaborate a little bit on that, please?
Yeah, to 65 million actually in last year. And I think in all fairness, we moved our headquarters from one location in Midtown Manhattan to Hudson Yards. So therein lies, there was an opportunity for us to really be incredibly laser focused to ensure that any vendor that we brought in here, we also had diversity in mind. And so that's that's under my leadership. And so we were very focused to make sure that women-owned business owners, veterans, individuals with disabilities, that everyone had an opportunity to be able to bid for business within this firm. And so $65 million was the result, and that was huge for us. So that was a huge win, at least in my head, that we were able to give 50% of that $65 million to women business owners, and the rest was every other dimension of diversity represented. So
excellent. Thank you very much.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Well, if there are no other questions for Michelle, we can move to the next part of the presentation. Welcome, Jerry Lynn and Marcus. Thank you for taking the time to share the story of alt finance and the wonderful work that you are doing to improve career pathways into alternative financing and investment management. At this point, I will turn the microphone over to you, and thank you again for being here.
Oh, thank you so much. Let me thank you all for having us. Marcus and I really love coming together to tell the alt finance story. So we at Oak Tree, we're a smaller firm, 1,100 people globally, and we started our formal DEI journey in 2017, but in 2020, Howard Marks, our co-founder, he wrote a memo, as he does, and it was titled Not Enough. And kind of the punchline of the memo was that it was not enough for us to lead an organization that we believed was truly inclusive, and that we were doing all that we could internally to create the right set of structures in terms of recruitment, onboarding, talent management, and promotion. And that we were making a commitment in 2020 to think out of the box, to do and think about things that were innovative and try some new things, perhaps with new partners, to try to get to an accelerated set of outcomes. Because I think many of us were finding that, especially on the recruitment side, that as hard and as much as we all tried, if you're only hiring a set number of candidates each year, there is really only so much you can do on your own. Luckily, around that time, Tony Ressler from Aries called Howard and Bruce Karsh, our other co-founder, with an idea, a wonderful idea, which was there's a tremendous amount of incredible talent in our HBCUs, just over 100 HBCU universities and colleges in America. They graduate, the matriculation rates of students, and they stay all 4 years. They graduate 20 to 22% of Black college students across our universities. And then when you cut it even further to our STEM sectors or categories of study, it's north of 25%. And so Tony had this idea of bringing industry participants together, bring together, kind of put our competitive pencils down and really think about how we might be able to develop a fellowship, a scholarship, an education mentorship pathway working directly with the HBCUs into the alternative investing world. We had found historically that the HBCUs had done a pretty nice job actually feeding into traditional investment banks. But when it came to that transition into alternatives, where we weren't historically hiring out of college, that there was a pretty meaningful drop-off. And so we were on board very, very quickly with that first phone call. Apollo also was on board. We did quite a bit of outreach and contacted more than a dozen other firms, but because of and many were very excited about what we were doing, but because the three firms were willing to make a commitment of a 10-year commitment of $3 million a year, so that was a $90 million commitment over a decade together. Those were the three firms ready to get to work. So it really was pretty incredible. It felt and was a startup. We started a nonprofit. We, even before we had the wonderful pleasure of finding Marcus to join the team, one of the things that was so important to us is that this was not a helicopter-in strategy. We wanted to bring the HBCUs into the conversation and into the design of the program from day one, so that we could really be thoughtful about putting the students at the center of this fellowship. We wanted the presidents and the deans of these programs to have a voice at the table so that we could create something that really was helping lean into programs that were already in place at their schools, and that we were being accretive to them, right? Not trying to replace something, and certainly not trying to act as if we had all the answers. We certainly didn't, and bringing that humility to the table. So we started first with 4 universities and reached out to Morehouse, Howard, Spelman, and Clark Atlanta, and worked with them, first with the presidents and then with some deans, and then ultimately with some of the really transformational professors to help us design what ultimately became Alt Finance at the time that we launched in 2021. And I'm so glad we did that. There's a proverb about if you want to go far, you have to work together, and if you want to go fast, you work alone. It's an African proverb, and I love it because it certainly took longer. The design, working together, there were weekly calls, and sometimes there were 30, 40 of us on a call together. And you can imagine, lots of ideas, but really creating the space for, all the members of these firms to be part of that design process. And then in the spring of 21, we started we launched a search to find our CEO. And we wanted to find someone, kind of the goal, the brass ring was finding someone who understood the investment industry, who understood what it was like to start up a new nonprofit, and then also who really understood kind of the concept of fellowship programs in colleges. And I was so thrilled when we met Marcus, because when you get to hear from him, you'll see that his background is really well suited for that. And so I'll transition to Marcus. He'll tell you a little bit about how we launched Alt Finance, the number of students, some of the metrics that we've been tracking, and then we'll talk together anecdotally about some of the students and some of the early wins, and then some of our longer term goals with it. Thank you.
Fantastic, Geraldine. Thank you so much, Board. It's a pleasure to share this time with you. I really wanted to echo Geraldine's comments around the timeliness of this opportunity and initiative, and the collaborative thought that it took for three companies that normally compete pretty ferociously in their core business to come together to solve a systemic problem. Just to paint the picture, I've spent over 20 years in the investment world as a Wall Street equity research analyst in venture capital and economic development, sitting with public pensions like yourself as well. If you think over the last 20 years where the alternative investment industry has gone, it was almost inconsequential 20 years ago. Very few of us could think about who the largest private credit, private debt, real estate holders were, who the GPs that we were investing with, and if you looked at the percentage of allocation, it would probably be somewhere at best a quarter of what it is today. And that's true for institutional investors broadly. We're over a $10 trillion industry in the US alone, yet less than 2%, and you heard from Michelle earlier, less than 2% of the people investing those $10 trillion plus dollars, which represent pension obligations for the hardworking people of California, the hardworking people of Maryland, my home state, the hardworking people of New York, where we also have businesses, the hardworking people of America. Less than 2% of those people are underrepresented minorities. On top of that, the returns, personal returns earned by people in that business are quite transformative, which allow them to be leaders in their community, which allow them to buy houses with taxes that support better schools. So it's really more than just about something that's good for us socially. It's something that's good for us as an economy, it's something that's good for us as a state, and it's something that's good for us as Americans. So what's the solution set for that? We have diversity strategies. That's important. And as Michelle talked about, we have diversity strategies that impact and address every man and woman from every background in this country. One that Alt Finance is impacting is the future of black investors. If you're going to have a diversity strategy that's impacting black people in this country, historically black colleges and universities inextricably have to be part of that, and for the reasons that Geraldine cited. If you look at other industries like politics, like law, like medicine, like education, HBCUs have disproportionately contributed to the success of diversifying those industries, but we haven't done it in finance. And so with that, Alt Finance is born. Next slide, Chair. So what have we done in the first year? And now we're coming up on 2 years, and I'll talk a little bit about that. We launched with the fellowship program, which in the very first cohort, January of 2002, we admitted 31 students into the program. These students were at Morehouse College, Spelman College, Clark Atlanta, and Howard University. These were rising sophomores and rising juniors who are high performers by any standard. Average GPA is a 3.7. They were being coveted by some of the largest investment banks, insurance companies, and tech companies in the country. Here's where our opportunity set lies. Of those 31 students, only one had heard of or built any kind of meaningful relationship with anybody in that $10 trillion industry that we call alternative investments. Again, imagine if your best and brightest engineer had never heard of some of the largest and best companies that grace the state of California. That's where we were in the world of finance. They knew the large banks by name. But everybody knows that when you go to the large banks, somewhere down your career, you're trying to get to firms like Oaktree, Ares, Apollo, those firms that are our partners. So our first real mission was to increase awareness amongst those students. We did that very, very quickly. Of the first 31 students, 90% of them, 28 out of 31, in the last 2 summers, summer of 2022 and summer of 2023, have participated either in investment banks with an awareness of what the next opportunity is for them in their career, or have gone directly into alternative investments. Of those 31 students, in January of 2022, 1 student was aware or had any relationship with that industry. I will tell you that the good point is that 1 student will be joining a firm here in California full-time next week in the direct lending platform. That student was not from California. The benefit is already paid off. How do we get there? Well, there's 3 E's that we talk about in terms of alt finance, and while it applies to alt finance, I think it applies to anything in the world. Exposure, or education, exposure, and experience. We talked about the 1 of the 31 of the first 73 students that understood what this firm was. So 1 student out of 31 had exposure. If we extrapolate into the second cohort, which was 42, leading to the 73 total students in 2022 that are in our program, we're still under 3%. So how do we create an opportunity for exposure? We have mentors and coaches from the industry that are working with these students through our fellowship program to not only expand their purview of understanding around the world of finance, but to create one-on-one relationships that allow these students to not only know what rooms to get into, but once they get into those rooms, how to maximize the opportunity. 30 hours a year is what it takes, plus to engage in the type of coaching that prepares students with things that they won't learn in any school in the country. The thing about this industry is, and you all I'm sure are aware of this, is that what it takes to really be a good investor is not something that you learn directly in a classroom. It is an apprenticeship model. The best investor in the world starts as an analyst. The best engineer in the world does not start as an entry-level engineer. If you have a better understanding, and I know this because I started my career off as an engineer, if you're a great and talented engineer, then it's a true meritocracy in the sense that you can input at the level that you begin. But the world of finance works differently. It is an apprenticeship business. You start at the bottom and you work your way up. And so in that sense, it's a different type of meritocracy. But you have to create the opportunity for everybody to get a chance to even know what that first level is. And so through our coaching, we allow students to get opportunities to understand what that looks like. We build them with people that they can go to if they have questions. Again, I cannot be more excited with where we are in our first year. All of our students in our program have received placements either at top alternative investment firms, including Oaktree, Ares, and Apollo, as full-time or interns. They've also received top investment banking roles with a knowledge and a moving forward to how to get into the world of alternatives if they so decide. And then we are not merely transactional. We have incredible fellows that will continue their early careers in technology or in consulting. Here's the plus, that they're doing that with an awareness in relationships of people in a $10 trillion industry. I think everybody would agree that that's a positive. We all like to know people that are in $10 trillion industries. Where are we now? We're here in July of 2023, and we're thinking we've, as the president of Morehouse, Dr. David Thomas said, Marcus, you've proven the thesis. Now we have to move on to scaling. How do we scale? We'll have 100 students in our third cohort. We've recently accepted 55 students, 14 graduated of the 73, leaving us with 59. We're adding 56 more, bringing us to a total of 115 students that will start their cohort, the new cohort, or the new year of programming, in August of 2023. So in about a month, 115 students will be in this program. We are also in partnership with the Wharton School of Business at the University of Pennsylvania. Just yesterday, actually in New York, launched our Alt Finance Institute, which throughout the fall we will be rolling out to students at all HBCUs, creating an opportunity to share the best and most leverageable parts of the fellowship experience with any student that has an interest in not being one of the 97% that had no idea what alternatives were, but increasing that 3% to a larger number of students that understand what it's like and who are the people that are part of the alternative investment industry. I can't thank you enough, again, for, number one, being insightful and caring enough to understand the work that's being done by your GPs and other people that you are investing with. It's important to have that type of insight in this industry because ultimately it's through the pressure that LPs provide GPs with that we get the type of change that we're seeing in the industry. And so I thank you so much.
Yeah. I was going to add a few things. So the scale of what we're doing with Wharton is really remarkable because, as Marcus said, the virtual educational content that is provided on our Alt Finance Virtual Institute, taught by university professors at Wharton, and then supplemented with sessions and workshops with folks from the 3 sponsor firms. That will be rolled out and eventually available to any student at any HBCU, right? So you can think about the fellowship as special forces candidates who are really interested in potential careers and alternatives, but to leverage the power of the community, the relationships across the sponsor firms, the content that comes out of, we host 5 weekend workshops throughout the year, and there's a lot of content with the 3 firms supporting those workshops. To put all that on a platform that eventually any HBCU student can access kind of speaks to the ability to leverage what we're doing and scale it up. A few other things I wanted to add. All of our fellows are also able to apply for need-based scholarship from Alt Finance. So throughout your full 3 years in the program, we really wanted to create, because 5 weekend workshops a year, Management Leadership for Tomorrow, John Rice's organization, they host weekly masterclass sessions for these students. Each of them is paired with coaches from MLT, and then they're all paired with a mentor from Aries, Oaktree, or Apollo. That takes a lot of time, right? And so we wanted the burden of time and financial resource also to be supported if you opted into the program, if you were accepted. So need-based scholarship up to $45,000 a year, and one-on-one coaching with MLT, and then these mentorship relationships that have developed with folks from the firms. The amount of, not only I think is it wonderful and rich for the students' experience themselves, but certainly for my colleagues at Oaktree who've opted in to become and raise their hand to become a mentor, to teach at a workshop, to engage with all of the remarkable students coming into this program. I think that engagement, both sides, has been very enriching, certainly for our colleagues. And it's allowed us to think about how we engage with our partners like Girls Who Invest, the Posse Foundation, SEO, Girls Are Investors Now. It's allowed us to think through, let's bring more of that content learning. It's not only about, signing a petition and saying I'm there and making a financial commitment, but how can we really leverage our team's resources, our willingness to train and support, lead workshops, and kind of bring that out more broadly to as diverse of a population of young professionals who have shown interest and aptitude in this business. So that has really been kind of a wonderful outcome from it as well. And we couldn't be more excited to be launching the Wharton platform. We have a fellow who just graduated from college who starts his full-time job next week, and he will be making more than, Marcus said, five times more what anyone in his family has ever made in a year.
Total household income.
And
5x his total household income.
And so that's so powerful also when we think about the power to families, to generations. And, you know, that's going to be something that we'll also try to capture and measure. We are, Marcus is an engineer by trade. Our board, I serve on the board so proudly. We are very, very focused on KPIs and outcomes and how do we measure, you know, it's not only about job placement and where everybody's working, but there's so many other metrics that we look forward to measuring and reporting. And part of why we did this as a 10-year commitment is we wanted to afford Marcus and the team the time to build something truly sustainable, right? This work that we are all doing, it is never launched and measured in a year. We have to put the time in. Some of these relationships that we're building their sophomore year in college, perhaps it'll be 5, 6, 7 years until they are working for an alternatives firm, depending on what pathway they want to take post-college. And so really giving the team the time, the resources, not having to focus, 40% of your time on fundraising, but instead program development and getting to know all of the fellows. It's really been, the privilege of my professional journey. And I cannot underscore enough how amazing it's been to work in partnership with Ares and Apollo. I mean, truly competitive firms. We are going after business together all the time, but to work together and to build these relationships at these firms that didn't exist before this work, it's allowed us, and I think others in the industry, to think much more broadly about how we work together, that we are so much stronger together. In February of this year, BlackRock and Oaktree and Ares, we did a client event together on DEI in Los Angeles at the Fink Center at UCLA. That was the first time we had done something like that, and we've been doing more things in partnership with others, knowing that we're a mid-sized alts firm with big ambitions and a big desire to help move the needle, but we are going to do it in partnership with others. And so we're always, if you know anyone who wants to collaborate, who wants to talk, never hesitate to introduce them to the two of us. We are always open and wanting to meet more who want to join us in this journey, because there's so much that we think we can do together.
I'll double click on that maybe before we jump to Q&A. There is something special about the fact that this initiative was the brainchild of actual practitioners in the industry, as opposed to a nonprofit that's established and then trying to pull in partners, right? This is a systemic issue. I think you've heard that from the prior conversation. I'm sure you'll hear it from the last. It requires a commercial, systemic approach to solving it. It is bigger than what Oaktree can do alone, and Oaktree has the humility and the ambition, which are core values of alt finance, to say we need to partner, we will partner, and we'll do so openly with other organizations, because again, alt finance is about creating more diversity in the industry. And when we look at the numbers of full-time placements, both at pipeline organizations and at industry organizations, if you unravel those numbers, they're not just going to Oaktree, Ares, and Apollo. In fact, that represents less than a third of the people that are in that output. So this is 3 companies that are saying we're going to take on the initiative to solve for this issue without necessitating that all of the rewards come back to us. All right? That is a blueprint for any industry in this country. And so for companies that are operating in California or any other state that are saying we can solve for this problem alone, not only is it unreasonable, okay, but it's also just does not make the most sense. right? It is not how you're going. Geraldine talked about, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. I think for any systemic problem, we're trying to go far. The second thing I'd highlight, and I think this board reflects exactly what we're looking for. Very few people on this board are in the world of finance every day, in and out. That's what they do for a living. But I would be willing to bet that everybody on this board and everybody in their household is better served from their appointment and participation on this board. You have a higher level of investment acumen. You have a higher level of financial awareness and appreciation. And that you, your partners, your children, your mother, your cousins, your neighbors are more educated from the halo effect of having you in their life. Now imagine those 73 students that are in our program right now. Imagine the thousands of students that will participate in our institute. Instantly, there becomes a halo effect to what we're doing at Alt Finance. Again, there will be people that get jobs, but the greater impact, and I look at my own daughter and my own son, are the people that are listening on the phone while you're having a conversation, that are, you know, looking at a piece of paper that you left on the table and thinking about returns and equity and investing. And that's inspiring them to pursue a different path in their life. That's the larger economic impact that we're driving at. That's a part of what we will continue to chart and part of the impact that we'll continue to measure over time. And again, I just thank Aries, Oak Tree, and Apollo for having the courage not to make this a 1 or 2 year commitment, not to be a helicopter relationship or, you know, as the president say, a drive-by relationship with HBCUs, but to stand in the ground and make a 10-year commitment with significant dollars to improving a systemic problem. Questions?
Ms. Willett, thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. And just first, congratulations on the success that your program has had. So I want to say thank you for elevating how important measuring this work is and having KPIs and outcomes. I think that that's really important when we are going to make change, that we know what we're trying to change and we track it and measure it. So at our recent Catalyst Forum, CalPERS helped host, we heard from Ken Chenault, who said that talent's distributed, but opportunity is not. So thank you for creating systemic opportunities for young Black students. And you mentioned collaborate and talk to you, and I'm hoping that that's happening here at CalPERS. But on your slide, you show that there are, all your fellows received internships or full-time job offers from alternative investment firms or investment banks. And I'm wondering, how do we get CalPERS on that slide? How do we get these students coming to CalPERS and the talent here at CalPERS?
So, and I'll address that, and thank you so much for the question. Part of what we're doing, and this is an evolution, is showing our fellows the full ecosystem of financial services, right? I mean, in my day, I used to say I was the buy side, but you guys would say you're the true buy side because they're your dollars, right? They're the dollars of your workers. We're just investing them. There is a lot of positive leverage from a career standpoint of being at an allocator, right, or on the true buy side. I think much like only 3% of our students knew kind of the alternative investments, very few students, because they're not teaching this in school, are saying, how do I go to CalPERS and join the investment team or the fund of funds team or the investment manager review team at CalPERS? There's very little insight and exposure to those types of jobs that are public service jobs, but high demand, high skill, high reward public service jobs. I think part of what we'll do, and there's a class that we have that was designed by Wharton that again was released yesterday called Financial Ecosystem. And in that, we look at the entire financial ecosystem all the way from capital allocators through, you know, buy-side money managers, through transactional guys and intermediaries at investment banks, all the way through corporates who you're investing your dollars in, right? But as a student, you've got to have that full picture to understand and appreciate where all the career opportunities are. And so that's exactly what we're working on.
And we should work closely into the next internship program. We can coordinate with Marlene, but we should absolutely be sharing summer opportunities, full-time opportunities with the students. In April, we hosted a masterclass with the treasurer of Atlanta, and he was able to talk about public service work, investing, cash management, and his career path into his treasurer role. And I hope that we can do more of those types of events in partnership with you. And but we have so many students, especially through the community, who will be looking for work, so we should be really thoughtful and strategic about that. Yeah.
Absolutely, look forward to hearing more. Thank you.
It's a great question, Ms. Willett. Mr. Pacheco, and then Controller Cohen.
Yes, thank you, Charlotte, and thank you, Marcus, for this, just inspirational program you've set up. This is beautiful, because you're setting the tone of the next generation of young folks in this industry. And as you mentioned before, Mr. Marcus, you mentioned that it's, that these three firms realized that there was a problem, and they came forward together. And it's not, like you said, it's not a helicopter program. They made real dollar commitments over the next 10 years. So I just want to compliment you that. I also want to kind of add a little bit more with what Director Willett mentioned as well about collaboration and so forth. But also, I know this is African American program, but how do we scale it to include all diverse persons in our ecosystem? I mean, Latinos and other Asians and other groups involved, so that we are inclusive, that we embrace the entirety of DEI, diversity, equity, and inclusion. And I just wanted to know what your thoughts are on that.
Yeah, it is a fantastic question, and I think a natural question. I will say the scope of the problem that we were addressing was initially looking at the case of African American students in finance. It was because of the role of HBCUs, which are not exclusively African American, right? They are historically black colleges and universities, and in fact, we have students in our initial 2 cohorts that classify, self-report as Latino, who are at HBCUs. So there is some natural diversification within the realm of addressing HBCUs. But I think, to your broader point, which is, again, we've proved the thesis, but we haven't written the paper, okay? We've done the work. There is a larger scale that we're trying to address and building a framework. The Institute is a large part of that. We are not in the business of necessarily monetizing our intellectual assets. What we're sharing with you today, I will share with anybody that has questions about how we're doing what we do. The key is you got to do the work, right? And so I think what we see in terms of expanding this pool are looking at organizations that also want to address some of those key constituencies and to leverage our key learnings with those constituencies as well. But I think, when you look at the schools that we're working with and the schools that we'll expand to through the Institute, you will pick up other races, other ethnicities, because there is no discrimination based on race or ethnicity with the All Finance program. We are targeting historically black colleges and universities whose doors are open to students of any background.
Yeah, I think the statistic is across all HBCUs, 75% of the students are Black, African American, and 25% are non-Black. And so I do think while Alt Finance is very much laser focused on HBCU communities, it's why it's so important that we at Oaktree and at other investment firms work with and outreach and do all of this with as many other organizations that span a much broader, diverse scope. So we're a leadership circle partner with Girls Who Invest, which is all for women, but extremely diverse racially. We have been very active with SEO's Alternative Investment Fellowship Program. We love the Posse Foundation program, which is not race-based. It's a leadership scholarship for college, but because it's focused on a certain set of metro markets, the students in that scholarship program are extremely diverse. And there's so many other programs that exist. So I do think it's about, it's like not picking one lane, it's about picking multiple and working as well as you can to the extent, you know, that your own resources can support. Again, I don't think it makes sense for us to be involved in 20 things, but if we can work with 5 to 8 partners really well, in a way that's, again, more than a financial commitment, but mentorship, support, leadership, you know, teaching workshops, that is meaningful to us. And then, this is why it was so important what Michelle kicked off earlier. It is critical that we all create a workplace that can onboard and set up for success all of this diverse talent, right? And so not only are we measuring, of course, the metrics coming out of alt finance, but how we are retaining, promoting, supporting all of this new talent that's coming in. That's a whole body of work that all of us are working so hard internally and in partnership with one another to get right. But we need to make it so that everyone feels like they can bring their whole selves to work, find the success that works for them. And that means sometimes, you know, we're trying to lean into things like mobility. Somebody might come in through one door and find that there's something else within the organization that really, you know, is a better match with their skill set, and just really trying to be as thoughtful and flexible and creative as possible once they come in the door. And so that's another long journey we're all on as an industry. No, I thank you for the question. And I also want to echo Marcus's comment earlier. The amount of focus that the community of asset allocators has placed on this has helped and has risen all of us together in a wonderful way. And I think, you know, we always say you have to meet people where they are, and we all come from it from a different place. But the collective support of the industry has just been awesome. And the fact, Marlene, that you invited us to speak here is an example of that. So I'm so grateful for that.
I just want to say this, again, the story of how this all started. I mean, you all started, I would imagine, during the COVID period. I mean, you had these phone calls, these virtual calls, and like 30 to 40 people on a Zoom meeting. I can just imagine the conversations you had and the thought and the process of how to come about it. It just feels good about this. I just have one more question, and it's more about the hollow effect. As you were mentioning, I love that story because I would imagine many of these youngsters, these young folks, that might be the first ones in their family to go to college, the first ones to be in this particular world. I love the story about this one student that's going to be starting out with a starting salary that's five times more of their whole...
5 times their HHI, total household income.
I mean, just the thought of the brothers and sisters, cousins, moms and dads, the pride, the proudness of, and my son, my daughter made it.
Yeah.
You know, it's just very touching. And I'm actually getting a little emotional here because this is something that is really to the core of many of our initiatives, especially the S component of our initiative, the social justice part of it. And I just feel that this is something that I'm hoping will continue on, and that we, and what Director Willett mentioned, you know, finding that partnerships with not just CalPERS, but maybe CalSTRS and other public pensions, because this is something that could really have a positive effect for the entire ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
May I thank you? Just a few thoughts that I wanted to share. First, to Marlene, thank you very much for organizing these 2 speakers. And this has been a very thought-provoking and thought-provoking presentation, and also one that has just stirred something in me personally. I'm reminded of one of my favorite poets, Drake, has a line that says, "Started from the bottom, now I'm here." And it's part of one of my theme songs of my life. Here I am, state controller, 4th largest economy in the world, sitting on CalPERS and CalSTRS, but was a kid that graduated from the San Francisco public school system, a graduate from Fisk University, So I will tell you, I was insulted that Fisk was not on that list.
They
But
are,
Jacqueline, I hear
the
you.
Institute will be coming.
Okay, okay. Insulted when I did not see Fisk and I saw Howard. I was like, somebody didn't do their research. But I just wanted to offer a hand, an extension, that I'd love to be a part, affiliated, and to support, build a bridge, not only with Fisk, but also with other institutions that support the students that you are targeting. And also want to acknowledge that when I look at this, Director Pacheco said about the ecosystem. You have a young person that is connected to a family is connected to a community, communities make up cities, cities make up states, and how we begin to systematically make change and breaking in many cases, the cycle of poverty, let alone the gap when it comes to bringing more diverse faces into the space of public finance. We just finished an excellent convening called Catalyst that brought CalSTRS and CalPERS together, where we did hear Ken Chenault speak and make a presentation, and as well as a whole host of other speakers. I think Apollo was even present. And this is almost the complement to our goal. Dealing with emerging managers is one way on one side of the spectrum, and then filling the pipeline with young, bright talent is the other way we begin to close that gap of representation and of diverse managers. So this is really exciting, very apropos. I do hope that your message is received by everyone on this body, but you certainly have struck a chord with me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We'll be in touch to have you come to a speaking event with our fellows.
Absolutely.
We'd love it.
From the board, so go ahead, Marlene.
I just wanted to say that, I had a little bit of nervousness about bringing a big speaker and a big presentation, and I'm very happy that the conversation is being received in the way that I had hoped it would, that, there was some real intentionality to bringing, representatives from 3 different size firms, 3 different type firms. Really wanted to show that this work is being done in a lot of different ways. There is not one way, one path. I think what we have exhibited here and with Dr. Washington, who's next, is that there's a lot of different things to do. There's the internal, the retention, the recruitment, the sponsorship, the mentorship, which both speakers have already talked about. There's the external, talking about, growing folks like the folks at Alt Finance. And what I loved about what Marcus told me about Alt Finance is that they're really creating this underpinning to really help these students make sure that they're successful. It's one thing, you use the term helicopter to sort of drop somebody into a big organization and say, sort of figure it out. But then there's another thing when you put in all those supports that Michelle talked about, and also that was talked about in terms of how to be successful, how to figure it out, how to, find your way to the spot that you want to be in, and the engagement and the real engagement of folks, and what we know that means for an organization. When folks are happy, when they're engaged, when they feel like there's a path, the entire organization benefits, not just that individual, but everybody around them. And Jerry Lynn sort of talked about the benefits that have accrued to the folks at Oak Tree, who've been mentors and who've met folks that they would never have met before. And so I just am really happy to see that, and to see that that's actually what everyone is seeing as well, because I certainly saw it too. So
Marlene, real quick, I just wanted to thank our speakers, Geraldine, Marcus, Michelle, but also I just wanted to say on behalf of the board, we've been looking for these kinds of speakers. We're happy you guys are here. The fact that we have an organization like Alt Finance, starting to address the systemic problems we have in the financial industry is just amazing to me, and talking about the children going out to the HBCs, but also the children being influenced by this. And I think about how last year this time we had a racial, not equity audit, but we had a presentation by SEIU local or international on the systemic problems of finance.
Mm.
And it was eye-opening, so this is sort of the cap off for us to see that there is progress being made and that we have an ability to jump on to that progress as well as CalPERS. So thank you very much.
Thank you. So I'll introduce our last presenter, and I'm happy to say we're kind of on time, so I think that's good.
I will try to bring it home for you.
Dr. Washington is with the Kellogg Foundation. It's well known for its work with children. Your program, Expanding Equity, is focused on organizations, employers particularly, and therefore parents of children. That's the connection there. Essentially, what can organizations do to better engage its employees and improve organizational performance? As we'll see later in your slides, more than 30 investment management and financial services organizations have been through the program. So welcome, Dr. Washington, and please share the story of Expanding Equity.
Great, thank you. And again, thank you for having the W.K. Kellogg Foundation as part of this conversation. And I too have been inspired by just the great work that my fellow presenters have provided about their organizations. And I can't wait to, after this meeting, to reach out to each one of them to see how we can even connect around all of this great work that we're doing to drive racial equity, diversity, and inclusion throughout the investment industry. Next slide, please. Just a little bit of context around the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. The foundation was established in 1930 by the breakfast cereal pioneer, Will Keith Kellogg. And in establishing his foundation, he talked about using the money as we please, but as long as it supported the health, the happiness, and well-being of children. Fast forward today, the W.K. Kellogg Foundation is one of the largest private foundations, and we award grant investments throughout the United States, Mexico, and Haiti. Our mission really is around ensuring that there are conditions where all children, and especially vulnerable children, can thrive. Our vision is that we want to see the world marshal its resources so that all children will have an equitable future and a promising future and outcomes. And one of our core values is that we center the knowledge, the wisdom, experience of communities to solve their own problems, that we are not the experts, but we see them as the experts for the change they want to see for their children. Next slide, please. Our core work at the foundation is an interconnected ecosystem around thriving children, working families, and equitable communities. Our investments with thriving children is really around our health equity work and our early childhood education work, ensuring that children have a healthy start and that they have quality learning experiences for all children. With our working families work, we invest in efforts to help families obtain stable, high-quality jobs. And then our equitable communities work is really all around our racial equity work, in that we want to make sure that all communities are vibrant, engaged, and equitable as they support and propel children towards success. We invest around $340 to $350 million per year in our grant making, which is about 5% of our endowment. Next slide, please. In 2007, our Board of Trustees marked as one of the highest aspirations for the W.K. Kellogg Foundation to become an anti-racist organization. And since 2007, the organization has been driven by that mandate and shifting the way that we work both internally and externally to ensure that our grantees, our partners and networks, and all that we do at the Kellogg Foundation is embedded with a racial equity lens. For we understood that the effects of racism has been a lasting effect for the lives of children, families, and their communities. And we wanted to align our work with a racial equity lens to dismantle the inequities that we know so many of our communities experience. Next slide, please. So in pursuit of that work, we actually emerged out of that, what emerged out of that is what we call our DNA for the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. It includes our racial equity and healing work, our leadership development work, and our authentic community engagement work. And this framework, what we call our READY strategy, really guides everything that we do in the foundation in every way that we invest, engage, and partner across the ecosystem. Next slide, please. With our activation around this work, we look at it through a human-centered design approach, and there are 3 pillars in which we look at the work. Individual perspective really focuses on how we shift the mindset of individuals to incorporate a racial equity lens in their daily lives. The organizational perspective is looking at the structure and the culture of institutions and ways that organizations can start to ground and embed and promote and advance racial equity throughout their organization. And then there is the community perspective, and this is the collective action work that we talk about so much at the Kellogg Foundation, through which we look at ways that communities can also advance racial equity in ensuring that the places where they live, work, and serve are equitable for all. Next slide, please. So all of that great work that we do, what we call on our programmatic side, we also looked at real opportunities to drive racial equity in the investment industry, and using the DNA framework that I just talked about and our racial equity, diversity, and inclusion activation lens, there has been some tremendous work that our investment team and finance team have done in relationship to driving racial equity in this space. Next slide. Thank you. So this is just a high-level overview of the work that we've been doing. And we started this work in 2007 as our board put that stake in the ground. A couple of pieces for us included, number one, our program-related investment work that we are doing now currently with our grantees and partners in the field, offering below market rate investments that support the work of our grantees as they seek to improve conditions for children. We also, at that time, developed our mission-related investment work, and this was seeking the double bottom line with the goal of achieving both financial and social returns that were aligned to the mission of the foundation. We started off with this work taking about $100 million from our corpus, from the endowment, and starting to deploy that into private market investments that align with the mission of the foundation. One piece of the work that I'm really excited about that we continue to double down on is our Diverse Managers Program. And we launched this work in 2009. We were one of the first foundations to really focus on diverse managers in this space and develop a program that would explicitly focus on investing in firms that are minority owned by people of color and/or women, both across traditional and alternative asset classes. And lastly, our work that we launched in 2018, 2019 around expanding equity that looks at real opportunity to embed a racial equity lens within the corporate sector. Next slide, please. And for us, just to hit quickly, it's all about narrative change. How do we start to tell the stories of the great work that's happening with all of our partners related to the work that's happening in communities of color, with entrepreneurs of color and women. So as we do this work, there is a strong storytelling component that we have to this work, to promote this work, and really to make the case on why racial equity, diversity, and inclusion is so important. And I think, as our friends have already stated, an economic imperative for this country, and the importance to promote that in institutions and organizations. Next slide. So just a little bit to talk about impact in some of these spaces with our program-related investment and mission-related investment work. Currently, we have about 106 million capital committed across the country, supporting great work across the country. About 81% of that is focused on job access and enterprise development and minority business and supporting that work in communities of color. 60% of our resources are invested in diverse owners and managers, and about 91% of that capital deployed is benefiting BIPOC communities. And so we're really excited as we continue to measure and benchmark this work, just the impact that it is starting to make in our communities that we care about and that we serve in. Next slide, and I'm going to skip that slide. We can go to the next slide, please. Lastly, I would just say that we continue to strategically focus on ways to back new industries, new models, and new managers as we think about our PRI and MRI work. Of the 106 million capital deployed, we are investing about 46 million in first or second time fund managers that are really supporting new business models that are serving underserved communities. And so a real opportunity to partner there and help build that capacity and strategic communication and knowledge sharing that we know is so important when we're doing this work. Next slide. And lastly, our expanding equity work. This particular program, again, was launched in 2018, 2019, and it was transformational work that we were starting to look at from an investment team perspective on how we can start to better align with and build DEI work across the corporate sector. And for us, it really came down to understanding we have the 5% aligned to our mission and our values as we do our grant making investment. But what do we do with the remaining 95%? And this really was the question as an impetus for us thinking about our expanding equity work. Next slide. And so if we could go a couple of slides down, maybe one slide was just a little bit out of order. Sorry about that. Next one down. Thank you. There we go. So as we thought about this work and started to pilot this work in 2019, it really was, and I think, you know, the statistics folks have already talked about, as we thought about that 95% that was left in that endowment and how we were investing $8 billion in firms that at that time were, you know, 1-2% women of color, people of color and women. We really wanted to figure out ways that we could start to partner and align with our investment networks to think about a racial equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy. So in 2019, we worked with and piloted with about 5 investment firms, financial services firms, some big ones you might know, Beacon Capital, KKR, and others, working with them to really think about this work in different ways. We didn't just want them to sign onto a letter and say, we promote racial equity, we support and champion racial equity, but we really wanted them to first have a conversation with us around racial equity. Think about it in equitable terms of their organization and if they see real opportunities or even gaps that exist to improve within their institutions. And then think about this inside-outside strategy that they could start to employ within their organization to go deeper around building out strategies to improve diversity and inclusion for the sector. And so with this work, we piloted with these 5 organizations. We supported them in designing and implementing more effective racial equity strategies. We focused on some of the internal transformation work by providing tools and practices and lessons learned from the Kellogg Foundation and embedding this work across our organization that we thought could be helpful in this space. And then we also nurtured leadership in this space, both internally and externally, as folks started to learn and grow and develop and share their best practices. And so while we were working with these firms in 2019, the pandemic hit, right? I think someone mentioned the pandemic and things kind of starting even in the pandemic. The pandemic hit, we went home, we started to do this work virtually, and then shortly afterwards, the unfortunate death of George Floyd and many others, African Americans, dying at the hands of police. There was this racial reckoning within the country. And for us, we really kind of stepped back to say, what does this mean in relationship to this work and what we're trying to do across the field? Next slide. And so with this racial reckoning in the country starting, if you could go another slide up, thank you. Could you go back? Let's step back just a little bit. Go back again. And one more time, I believe. One more time, please. Thank you. So as we started to think about this work and what more could we do, it was interesting because we then started to have others to reach out to us that were not even in the financial services industry. And corporations that really started to reach out to us and asking us, how can we help them in thinking about their racial equity strategy and embedding it as a more effective tool within their organization. And we were really excited about this opportunity. We thought if we could get 50 companies to partner with us and work with us over a couple of years, that we could really help to start some internal and external transformation, and they would be able then to share with their partners and networks. Well, if we fast forward now to 2023, we've actually been able to work with about 90 or 99 organizations, corporations across the country, representing 3.5 million employees in the US. And as Marlene talked about, 30 of those participating companies were private equity and investment management firms and industry, representing 20 trillion assets under management. And so just a real opportunity to grow and develop the impact of this work. This work represents 550 plus leaders across many different functions, with half of them being HR and DEI professionals. And so we were excited to work with these companies. And for us, it was really, and I think someone talked about it earlier, meeting folks where they are in their DEI journey, being able to provide the tools, the knowledge, the lessons learned that we have as a foundation, and really the coaching, the mentoring and support that they needed to embed this work across their organization. Next slide, please. And so just to quickly lift up the pillars, and the pillars have already been talked about, I think, when Michelle talked about her work, also when Alt Finance talked about their particular pieces, but there were 4 pillars for us that we focused on. The one was around attracting talent, creating a culture of belonging, making sure that people are respected, felt, heard, and seen in their organizations, promoting professionals of color and making sure that there were equitable strategies for advancement opportunities for people of color, and then influence. And this influence strategy really was around how are you garnering all of your resources, both internally and externally, to promote racial equity, diversity, and inclusion. Next slide, please. And if we can go to the next one. Thank you. With this particular work, just wanted to lift up, we worked with some major corporations and companies, and the impact that has really happened in this particular space. As you see, 59 of the organizations that we worked with out of the 99 were large employers, 5,000 or plus employees. And for us, it was how do we build a really strong network across this ecosystem where they can also partner and learn from one another. And even in the evaluation work that we've been doing, one of the things that we heard from all of our participants really is about the network that has been built within these particular cohorts, where they can go and bounce ideas off of one another and support each other in their journey. Next slide. So as we continue to think about this work, we've done a couple of things to encapsulate and really promote the storytelling in this particular space. And we have developed what we call our Workplace Transformation Guide. And this was launched in May of 2020. And in this particular guide, you will find companies that have been able to share their stories, and it lifts up many case studies. It talks about the impact that they've had by participating in our Expanding Equity program and the real difference that it has made within their organization. So you're going to find case studies from Varde Partners as they talked about ways to attract and hire professionals of color in their particular organization and the impact that that work has had. KKR is lifting up a case study around their inclusion network building and really ensuring that regardless of your ethnic group or identity, that people are feeling respected and feeling like they can be successful within the organization. You've already heard from Michelle, and there's work that's lifted up in this case study from BlackRock that talks about the promotion of Black and Latinx managing directors and others in that particular space. And then there's a case study from Vista Equity Partners that really talks about ways that they are building an external board sourcing program so they can continue to even influence this work externally as they think about diverse boards that can come on as candidates for their portfolio companies. So you can definitely check this particular resource out. You can find it at expandingequity.com. Next slide, please. And lastly, would just like to put a plug in for work that we will be launching this fall. We are actually taking this Expanding Equity work onto a digitized platform. We want to be able to engage others and really scale up in different ways. And so we invite any of you to definitely this fall check us out as we start to develop and promote the learning platform in fall of 2023. And for us, it's how do we start to gain greater traction in this particular space, scale up, and reach others in this ecosystem and build a powerful network of voices that have committed to this work and are able to go deep within their organizations with a racial equity, diversity, and inclusion strategy. Thank you. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions.
Thank you, Dr. Washington. I'm not seeing any questions from the board, but I'm interested in figuring out how you implemented your program at the very beginning, right? So how did you, what was your goals, right? How did you set it up? What metrics were you using to measure success? And how we could figure that out for CalPERS itself?
Thank you. I appreciate that question. The real goal of the program was to embed racial equity practices, and we were first starting with that financial services industry. And so it was around those 4 pillars as we think about attracting and retaining talent, shifting a culture where you are really thinking about racial equity strategies as a culture of belonging, and what does that mean for an organization and institution, and then really building out those particular ways that organizations can build out and promote advancement opportunities for people of color coming into the industry. And so we, just started with that small cohort, them developing, and, some went to the promotion side, others went to the attract and retain side around that work. But whatever that effective strategy was, we wanted to be able to support and coach in that particular space, provide relevant tools that would help them to get there, provide those lessons learned from the Kellogg Foundation. And what we really tracked is the change that was happening in those particular spaces. So did they increase with the promotion of individuals of color within their company? If not, what were some of those barriers? So this pilot really helped us to provide a learning space as well. But we did metrics across each one of those pillars, and as those particular companies built out their strategies, they tracked along those particular measures depending on what pillar they focused on.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. It looks like Mr. Pacheco.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your presentation. I really do appreciate this as well. I'd like to ask you a question about your mission-related investment. I believe you established it in 2007, and regarding the Markin building, and with respect to first and second-time fund managers, and how you built that business model to address underserved communities, and what, in particular, what communities did you first start, or did you start in a particular region or geography, and how did you? And is it today? Where is it today? Is it nationwide, or is it just in a particular region?
Yeah.
And then,
so,
oh yeah, go for it.
Yep, thank you for that question. I appreciate it. So the program, because the W.K. Kellogg Foundation funds both in the U.S. and internationally, we actually looked across our entire portfolio for those particular opportunities. And so we did not start with a particular region, but started to think about building those pillars where we knew we had some pretty good relationships and some strong relationships. And so that program, our mission-related investment program, was really built with that lens around where we work across really the world at that time, the real opportunity to start to source deals both in the U.S. and internationally. The big thing and the big lift for us was ensuring that strong mission alignment to the work of the W.K. Kellogg Foundation. And so as we think about health equity, or as we think about our work in early childhood education and quality learning systems, and even our work that we focus on in our jobs and entrepreneurship and those high quality, stable jobs for low income families and families of color. That's sort of what we built the program around, ensuring that those market rate investments that we provided and the capital that we deployed was strongly mission aligned. And so we started to source deals in those places and spaces where we were seeing strong mission alignment.
Thank you very much for that comment. Appreciate it.
Dr. Willis, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Dr. Washington. I have a question regarding your mission in terms of promoting children to achieve success as individuals and as contributors to the larger community and society. Can you please expand on this analysis for me?
Sure. I appreciate that question. It really goes back to the legacy of our founder. Our founder, when he established the foundation, squarely looked at and thought about the conditions in our country that were serving children, and if those conditions were helping to propel children towards success. For us, when the W.K. Kellogg Foundation and our board of directors put a stake in the ground in 2007 to become an anti-racist organization, the focus became where are there real vulnerabilities for children, and where are there systemic inequities in our country, and even in the places where we fund internationally, that are keeping children from succeeding. And so the legacy goes back to our founder. I think as we've continued to learn, and we always ask the question, how are the children? And as we continue to ask that question, we continue to better understand racism and the impact and the effect of racism on families, on children, and communities, and the importance for us to think about ways to strategically use our resources to dismantle those inequities and work with partners and grantees and communities, both in the U.S. and internationally, in thinking about ways to dismantle those inequities so we can ensure that all children have equal access and opportunity to thrive.
Which will empower them immensely. So thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Dr. Willis. Controller Cohen?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Washington, I just wanted to know what your thoughts were on ways that you can partner with CalPERS.
Thank you for that question. We are always looking for partners and opportunities to think about partners that we haven't traditionally worked with. And so it would be great to have a conversation around CalPERS and real opportunities that you all might be interested in with our expanding equity program. As we continue to build this program out, as we continue to recruit additional partners in this work, we would love to invite you to the table to have that conversation with us.
Outside of, or moving beyond just a conversation, like what would a partnership look like?
Yes. So a partnership in our expanding equity program would actually engage you with like-minded peers across the ecosystem who are thinking about how to better engage what we call our ready strategies, effective strategies within their organizations. And so you would go through a series of coaching, mentoring, training, development, tools, opportunity to use our tools and some of the methodologies and practices that have been curated in our expanding equity program to work on what that strategy might look like for CalPERS as you deepen your effectiveness around racial equity. And so there would be training sessions and coaching sessions. You would have the opportunity to develop a plan. We would help you in developing that plan and thinking about implementation as well as measuring around whatever those ready goals might be for you and your organization. So definitely a little bit of intense work there, but building a strong network of partners along with you that are also thinking about this type of engagement and a real opportunity to go deeper.
Thank you. I don't think I see any more questions from anybody. So go ahead, Marlene.
Before I close out the session, I just wanted to give Dr. Washington an anecdote. I bumped into the CEO of a industry company last week who told me that his company had just gone through, I was telling him about this panel, had just gone through the Expanding Equity Program, and he raved about it, really raved about it, and actually said that they're basically appropriating most, if not all, of the tools that you have given them to use for their organization, which is a worldwide global organization, as well as they're putting all their leaders through the program. So just an anecdote of sort of what it means to this particular individual. And with that, I really just want to thank everybody I want to thank the speakers for coming and for sharing their stories. Stories is a theme for today. We like to tell stories around the DEI work, And I just want to thank everybody for their participation and their interest. And I've, to Ms. Cohen's statement or question, you know, I've already told everyone here that we're going to be fast friends, so you're probably going to be seeing them in the future as well. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate everybody speaking today, and I hope we become best friends. We'd love to have you working with CalPERS for sure. So thank you very much. I think we're at our break time, although we're about a half hour late. So a 15-minute break from, let's do a 12-minute break till 3:30. I'm sorry, I'm trying to move it along, man.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, back to your seats, please. We're going to start before we start our next session, hi, Sterling, we have somebody who's been waiting on the phone to make a comment. So I want everybody, are we ready? Okay, Christina?
Yes, Madam President. Marcella Hall is going to speak on data breach.
On the data breach. Thank you.
Go ahead, Marcella.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thanks for taking my call. I wasn't able to make it to the morning session. I just wanted to add to other comments that I hope you've received about my grave concern about the data breach. I'm also a little concerned about the protection with experience being limited to just 2 years. And I was wondering what is being done to upgrade technical security at CalPERS. And I've also been wondering, in light of some other reading that I've been doing, what kind of auditing is being done into the investments of CalPERS. I've been reading about private equity companies, and I see CalPERS has quite a bit invested with Apollo and has paid quite a bit of fees for services that won't even be rendered until the future. So those are the two things: concern with your investments in private equity firms and definitely with the data breach. Thanks for taking my call.
Thank you. All right. I had the timer on, I didn't need it. So Mr. Gunn, take it away.
Well, thank you, Madam President. Thank you, board members. I'd like to start with just a few observations. One, I want to thank the previous speakers, first of all, for really excellent sessions. And I was saying to someone just a minute ago, it's like being invited to a wonderful meal. We've had some great main courses, and I feel like that glass of water on the table where you know it's kind of necessary, but it's not really why we want to be here. So I just want to say it was great, so thank them for that. Also, it's very noticeable, it's just me up here, and I just wanted to say, though, about the ALM, it involves all of CalPERS in many different ways. There are lots of people involved in this. It's a heavy lift. So I just wanted to acknowledge, despite the fact there's just one nameplate here, there are lots of teams involved, both in the investment office and in the actuarial office. There's lots being done. So I just want to start off with that. So the purpose today is really just a bit of a heads up for what's going to be happening in November, provide a bit of background around what our objectives are, and talk a little bit about what the process looks like. So I'm just, well, I guess I control it from up here. Let's see. Obviously, I did something wrong.
There's no one that can do that for you, huh?
We'll start that again.
Is it broken? There we go.
Okay. There we go. So skip through that.
There we go.
So before I get into the tenets here, I just want to talk a little bit about some investment beliefs which the board holds. The primary one is that the liabilities have to influence the investment structure of the portfolio itself. I think that's really, really clear. It'll show that. It showed up 2 years ago when we did the primary review, and we'll look at that again in some detail coming up in November. The couple other beliefs here. One is we have multiple stakeholders involved, and we've seen that today. We've heard from a number of different stakeholders involved in the process. We've talked about SI, we've talked about diversity, and so on. The last thing I want to mention, though, is risk is multifaceted, and we've looked at risk in the past, not just from the perspective of the portfolio, but also from the perspective of the liabilities, from the contributions that employers make, from members make, and the funding risk that is taken on when we try to fund the scheme. So. The other thing is, I mentioned it here just as sort of a bullet about the future is uncertain, so prepare, don't predict. And we talk an awful lot about risk. I just wanted to really differentiate between what risk is and how uncertainty plays into our analysis. And I think the best, easiest way to do that is just think of a game analogy. So there are lots of card games, and the nice thing about a card game is you know how many cards are in the deck. So you know what the odds are. So no matter what game you're playing, you have an understanding of what's actually available to you, what the probabilities are. And even if we are calculating probabilities, inherently we understand how the game is played. In that kind of a world, you can talk about risk. You can figure out what are the odds of my winning or losing. When we talk about uncertainty, it's because we can't necessarily apply odds to the outcomes. We can talk about the range of outcomes, but we may not know what the probabilities are. So a lot of our work, when we talk about uncertainty, is exploring the range of outcomes. We may not understand the probabilities of those outcomes, but we understand they are possible. And that plays into the concept of portfolio resilience. We have to have some understanding of what could happen to our portfolio. And the portfolio resilience really is knowing what the range of outcomes are and understanding that the portfolio might bend, but it does not break. So it will recover. So it's not that we might not see a decline in the value of the portfolio. That's unavoidable. We're in the markets and that will happen. The important thing though is the portfolio will recover. So that's an important part of bending and not breaking. So when we talk about resilience, that's an important feature. Okay. So just a little bit then about the timeline. So here we are in July right now, and this is an education session. In November, though, we will be coming forward with some recommendations with candidate portfolios and asking you to approve a candidate portfolio in November. When we arrive in November, we'll have quite a bit of detail, and I'll share with you some of that detail in terms of how it played out for 2 years ago. And that's really the fundamental work for November. The rest of the timeline here then takes us out to the next full ALM review. Now, the ALM framework itself involves first constructing portfolios. And we don't construct a single portfolio. Instead, we look at a number of different portfolios that are targeting projected returns. So if you think about what happened 2 years ago, we had a series of portfolios that had projected returns ranging from 6.4% to 7%. We'll do something similar again, so we can have an appreciation for the trade-offs between risk and return. So we'll be doing that. We work with the actuarial office, so we have an understanding of what the choice of portfolio means for contribution rates, what it will mean for funding ratios. And there's also an extensive amount of work done around scenario analysis and around stress tests. And that work is really, really critical, again, to understanding the uncertainty that is involved in choosing the portfolio and trying to make sure we understand the range of outcomes. That's always an important feature. We tend to emphasize the range of outcomes rather than the projected returns. Projected returns are probably the least predictable part of a portfolio, whereas the risk is more easily understood. So the next slide is sort of a segue into uncertainty, and I like this slide very much. So and the reason I like it, because it shows us that experts, so when we survey external managers, they're experts in their field. And we ask them, what do you think the projected returns will be for public equities and for private equities? And this is the results of our survey. So I'll walk you through a little bit of this to give you a sense, but this is how you can really understand the sense of uncertainty in the business that we are in. So if we look at the very left-hand side, you'll see that that's PE, that's private equity. And you'll see beneath, at the bottom there, you'll see at the moment, you see a number 7.8%. That's the median value. And if you look at above it, you'll see a blue rectangle, and you'll see a blue dot, and you'll see an orange dot. The blue rectangle represents the range of the answers we receive from our external experts. So you can see for private equity, the opinion was somewhere between roughly 4.5% and 10.5%. That's a wide range of outcomes. Not dissimilar for the other asset classes. What we've done is we focus on the median value, the center value there, the blue dot. We've shared with you also the results, the orange dot, for the median value that we used 2 years ago. So you can see a few patterns, and we talked about this 2 years ago. We thought these kind of changes might be happening. Is you see the private equity returns have dropped quite a bit from around 10% median value to around 8% now. But you've also seen throughout the fixed income here that the blue dot's higher than the orange dot, and that means that the views on returns for those asset classes have increased over the last 2 years compared to we were 2 years ago. So there's a bit of a mixing and matching here, but the overall sense is, and that's good for diversification, where fixed income will reward us more than it did in the past, then there's more opportunity to think about diversifying the portfolio. So one last point I want to also mention here is, if you're talking with peers, our focus is on this range of outcomes, and we choose a median value. Not every peer does this. Some peers may just have one value. So if you're comparing our sort of capital market assumptions with other institutions, then it's helpful to understand where the people they're dealing with actually fall into the spectrum. And I'll come to an interpretation for the current portfolio in a few minutes. Obviously, some experts have an opinion that returns are maybe much higher than our median value. Others have an opinion that the return is lower than our median value. And that affects how people communicate what they expect their portfolio to be doing. So there is some reliance then on who you're asking in terms of what your projected returns and risks will be in your portfolio. Okay. Something we introduced 2 years ago was a new concept for risk. Up until then, volatility, how different were you going to be from the mean was the measure of risk. And that's the measure of risk that's used in the modern portfolio theory. Although modern portfolio theory is now about 60 years old, volatility was the measure that was being used. The challenge with volatility is it doesn't ask if you're different from the mean because you're high or low. It just says how different are you going to be from the mean. So we introduced the idea, and it's not novel to us, but we introduced the idea to CalPERS of using a drawdown measure, which focuses on losses. So if you look at the diagram here, just very, very quickly, it's a distribution of returns. That's the nice little barbell or bell curve that you see there. The blue vertical line is the mean. That's sort of the projected average outcome. Obviously, to the right, we have gains. They're labeled in nice green color, gains. To the left are losses. And our focus is on the really large extreme losses, labeled in the red there. And in particular, what we do is we looked at the worst 10% of losses, and we take the average of that tail. So it gives you a sense of just how bad could a loss be. So the reason I mention all this is that's more closely aligned with our concept of risk, which is losses, rather than just volatility. There's a few more nuances to how we use this measure. In particular, we look at 3-year returns, and we look out over 20 years. And we take a 3-year rolling window, and we say, okay, if we look out 20 years, over 3 years, we will calculate this risk measure, and then out of all the windows, which one is the worst? So we're trying to look out, again, over the 20-year horizon and ask ourselves, what does a drawdown look like? How great could an extreme loss actually be? So that's our focus here in terms of this risk measure. And that's about as technical as I'm going to get. So this then is our framework. And the framework combines a combination of estimating risk and trying to understand uncertainty. So if we start at the very left-hand side, we start off with economic scenarios. We have a baseline scenario, we have an upside scenario, we have a downside scenario. And the numbers here are just example numbers. The important thing is we solve the entire ALM problem in each of those cases. We don't just pick one case and then do some light work around the others. We solve the full problem. We ask ourselves what portfolio is best in the base case, is best in the downside, and best is in the upside. And we use all that, so afterwards, when we choose our portfolio, we'll have a sense of, well, we have the base case scenario, and if we end up in the downside scenario, we don't have the best optimal portfolio, but we have something that's very close to what would be. So we try to understand the sensitivity of our portfolio choice to what's going on in the economy. And this gives us a sense to explore the future and how outcomes may vary from what we actually expect might happen. So we start with those economic scenarios, and then we overlay capital market assumptions, CMAs. What are the returns we expect for the asset classes? What are the correlations? What are the dynamics of returns? And again, we have a set of those for each of these economic scenarios. The last thing we do on the right-hand side is we generate 5,000 paths. And on each path, we have a complete set of all the returns for all the asset classes. And we use all of that information to understand the kind of risk that would exist in the portfolio. So that is sort of the mechanics of the process. And in November, you'll be hearing us talking about these base cases and upsides and downsides, and we'll be comparing the portfolios in those different circumstances. Okay. So this is our current portfolio. And there are a few things I'd like to walk through here, because there were a couple of new things that we did 2 years ago. One, the new risk measure, which we introduced to better understand the relationship between losses and projected returns. We also introduced some new asset classes. So we have our first allocation to private debt and our first allocation to emerging market sovereign debt. And each of these was part of trying to improve the diversification in the portfolio. In addition, we also, for the first time, introduced strategic leverage. And there was a lot of discussion 2 years ago about strategic leverage and the purpose of the strategic leverage. We thought we had been very, very clear. We use leverage to improve diversification. And the way that works is relatively straightforward. I have to buy equities and bonds, and if I can borrow some money, and rather than buying equities, I can buy some extra bonds and still maintain my total return. The important thing was we were trying to improve diversification. There were some reports in the media that we were trying to increase returns, and that was not the case. And we were very, very explicit about that. We were showing pairs of portfolios. Both of them had the same projected return. One had leverage, one did not. The one with leverage had a slightly lower return than the one that did not have leverage. So I thought we were very, very clear, despite that some of the media, including some brain and media, still thought we were trying to juice returns, and that was not the case. It was all about diversification. So having said that, just in terms of the uncertainty, the second last bullet at the bottom there, I talked about the survey results. So what are the implications for our current portfolio? If we were to take the survey results and calculate the projected returns, then the most sort of cautious or conservative estimate would be 6.2%. And the most extreme, most optimistic outcome would be about 7.9%. And the median currently rests at around 6.9 or 7. These things vary from quarter to quarter. But that gives you a sense then of how that range of estimates I showed you in the survey result can affect the projected returns, and why it's so important to understand that range of outcomes and not anchor on just a single provider, but rather try to really understand deeply what the distribution of outcomes looks like. So the last bullet there is just saying at the moment, it's not an indication that there's necessarily going to be changing the target return. We still have work to do. We still have work to do with ACTO. We'll come to understand these things better and come back with, in November, some recommendations around risk and return trade-offs. That brings me really to the end here. In November, we will be bringing our capital market assumptions. We will be bringing some portfolios based on those capital market assumptions, including a risk-return assessment of the portfolio, stress tests, and so on. And that really brings me to, I guess, the end of the long drink of water after all those other really wonderful and exciting presentations.
So I gotta ask. In November, discussion of capital market assumptions and bringing portfolios for our consideration?
Yep.
So we're looking at changing again?
Not necessarily, no, but we do have to sort of reaffirm, if nothing else, bring
Okay.
it forward and reaffirm. Yep.
Maybe increasing
The privates could go up.
private equity or, okay.
So we'll be looking at a wide range of
Private credit?
possible changes.
Okay.
Yep.
Sterling, this is normal course to come midway through. So this is just normal course. So
I don't remember, and maybe it's just me because I'm old, but I don't remember us looking at new portfolios, so midway through. So this is new for us, I think.
Thank you. Sterling, thank you. Based on the conversation that we had this morning regarding investment strategy related to climate change and renewable, do you see that as fundamentally changing your outlook in any fashion moving forward?
That is actually a point of discussion right now within the investment office. I mean, something that we heard this morning was very, very much hands-on. Understand the companies in detail and then build an understanding from the bottom up. That was a really important message this morning. So certainly that speaks to me about active. So very much, I think, active. There's another way to also get exposure, which might be through a passive allocation. And that's the work that I think we still are working through and trying to better understand, do we need to have a passive allocation or not? There's lots of noise about the indices you could choose and so on. If we were to choose, for example, a low carbon index, then we're kind of disengaging. We're kind of saying, well, that transition part in carbon, less important because we're reducing our voice. Right? So those are the kind of things we're working through right now. Going to be part of what we have in November.
Thank you. I think that is a fundamental question, and it's one that we need to be very observant of as we move forward. So I'm glad you're starting that conversation internally.
I thank Peter and the team very much for helping us with that conversation.
Yeah. Thank you, and thank you, Sterling, for your comments. I'd like to talk about slide number 8, framework exploring the range of outcomes and portfolio resilience. And I noticed in the analysis with respect to, I believe it's called the scenario analysis and stress test, to further explore the resilience of the portfolio, we'll be using multiple scenarios, I guess, to get a sense of the sensitivity to the assumptions of the portfolio allocation. So can you elaborate on that? Because, so basically stress testing, and I'm wondering what is the process and what's in the thought process in doing that, because that's really important for us to get understanding. Thank you.
So some of the stress tests are historical. That has value because most of us can, recall to some extent what's happened in the past, and so we have an appreciation then for what could happen to a portfolio in the past. There are forward-looking stress tests, so 2 years, for example. History would have told us that the correlation between equity and bond returns was negative, but most of the world held the fact that that correlation was going to be positive. So one of the things we looked at was positive correlations. Here, we'll also be looking at these economic scenarios. They are less a stress test. Let me see if I can frame the way this will work. We designed the portfolio for the base case. That seems to be most representative of how we think the world is likely to be in the future. So I can design a portfolio for the base case. Now, I could also pretend, no, it's the downside scenario. So I will design an optimal portfolio for the downside scenario. So now I can take my base case design scenario and play it in the downside and ask, how much does it underperform? Because it's not designed for the downside. So it's going to compete with the one that was designed for the downside. And typically that underperformance is not nearly as dramatic as we would think it would be, which gives us some solace then that we don't have to be perfect around forecasting the economy and so on, but rather we can be aware of, over 20 years, if we were to be living in the downside for 20 years and if we did nothing, then we might be 20 or 30 basis points light. Those are a lot of ifs. In fact, we would be reviewing regularly and updating our scenarios. So that underperformance is far less likely than we actually imagine. But it gives us a sense of the degree to which the performance of our portfolio will vary between those different scenarios.
And that's more of I want to make it simple, it's more of the probability, right? Like, in terms of those scenarios happening, right?
We don't really assign a probability to them. That's really, really hard, but rather it's just a way of exploring if the world doesn't unfold the way we thought, how might it unfold? Right. And what would that look like and feel like?
Okay. Thank you very much. Yeah. Thank you, sir.
So, I think that's it. Sterling, we appreciate your presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Try to be as dry as I can, so.
Before we go into closed session, we do have one public comment, so I'm going to call up Elnora Fretwell again.
Elnora Fretwell. I'm sorry I didn't bring it up when I came up the first time. But I did promise my members I would bring this concern to them. It's just some more informational about the breach. Some of them didn't get their letters, so I did tell them to call CalPERS to get their letters. They needed their PIN number. And then I got a lot of calls that they was on the line too long, an hour, 2 hours they gave up. But I'm sure by now maybe y'all have taken care of that already. Some information may just be not new to you, but I wanted to make sure I bring it up. So I did tell them I would ask y'all to, if you could, to add more people to the phone line. But like I said, maybe you've done it already. So we had a lot of calls. So also a couple of members called and they had no computers, so they couldn't get on. And so they didn't know what to do because there was nothing on the paper to tell them. I did tell them there was a number on there, but they said it didn't tell them to call that number if they didn't have a computer. So now I know some of y'all may be thinking that that's just kind of, to do that, but we have people different ages, different things. They didn't realize that. So maybe in the future, next time you might can put on there, if you don't have a computer, call this number, kind of right here, because it helps them out. Like I said, we all think different, learn different. So I told them I would bring that to your attention also. I did let them know that if they didn't have a computer, and they said, I have no kid to help me, I have no grandsons. I said, okay. I did tell them maybe they can go to the library. So maybe hopefully nothing like this happens again, but if something happens, you send information to us. People have computers, you might can put some of that on there. If you have a computer, maybe go to the library. Here's a number just to call that specifically kind of says that, because everybody didn't understand that you can do that, all right? And also, when they called, it was no voice on there to say, you waiting 10 minutes, 3 minutes or something. So they also asked, could some type of recording be on there, or at least take their name back to call? So those are things I told them I would bring as suggestions to you. And you did already hear about 2 years was enough for the credit thing, all right? Thank you so much for listening.
open the doors. Yeah, we need to open the doors.
Okay.
So they know. Okay, well, I think we should open one.
We are out of recess, back in open session. So if there's no further questions or public comments, I am going to adjourn the closed open session of the first day of our offsite.
Dinner at 6:30.
Dinner at 6:30? See you in that room over there,
Happy
right?
birthday, Kim.
Happy birthday, Kim. It's Kim's birthday.